Zhu Zai regained consciousness to the sound of a woman's sharp scolding and children crying. The moment she opened her eyes, she was filled with shock and disbelief. She wasn't dead, and she had somehow traveled through time? Not far away, an old woman was shouting angrily. Nearby, children were crying, and farther off, people were whispering and gossiping. The noise was loud and messy, making her frown in irritation, yet it also felt so real that her eyes grew wet with emotion. How wonderful, she was still alive. Mother, please wake up. Mother, woo mother, second baby is scared, don't leave second baby. Another small, kitten-like voice joined in, crying softly. Woo ah woo. Zhu Zai's temples throbbed. From the sounds, she could tell there were at least 2 children. She sat up and looked around the courtyard. There were 4 main rooms, with 3 side rooms on each side, all made of yellow mud and black tiles. The kitchen was attached to the east side of the main house, and the west side had a small storage room. She was lying under the window in the south room of the west wing, on a straw mat. An old woman with streaks of white hair and a sharp, mean face was pointing at her, clearly the one who had been shouting earlier. The courtyard, and even the area outside, was full of people watching the scene. When they saw her sit up, everyone froze in shock. It was as if time had stopped. All eyes were wide, staring at her in disbelief. Even a half-grown boy sitting on the wall was so frightened that he fell off, shouting, "She's come back from the dead. She's come back from the dead. The third grandpa's daughter-in-law has come back from the dead." That shout seemed to set everyone off. The crowd outside started talking even louder, and those in the courtyard looked at her with astonishment. The sharp-tongued old woman grew even angrier and scolded her again. Such a worthless life. Even the king of the underworld doesn't want you. You even stole the family's marinade to drink. Why didn't it kill you? Do we starve you, or leave you, that you'd be so greedy? Zhu Zai looked down at her torn clothes and her flat stomach.
Well,
what could she say? The onlookers all curled their lips. To accuse someone of greed just for drinking marinade, what a cruel and shameless thing to say. The old woman was still shouting, "My third son was so unlucky to marry you. You always bring trouble to this family. Such bad luck early in the morning. Everyone's waiting to go to work, and you cause this mess. Pretending to be dead. Who are you trying to scare? If you're so capable, why don't you really die?" Zhu Zai hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Even though the woman's words made her want to tear her mouth apart, she stayed calm and ignored her. She looked down at the 2 little children beside her. Both were thin, with big heads and small necks. Their similar faces showed both the fear of almost losing their mother and the joy of seeing her awake. The older one, who looked about 4 or 5, looked at her with worry and said, "Mom, please go inside and lie down. The ground is cold, and you just gave birth to my little brother a few days ago. What a sweet little one." Zhu Zai stood up and silently let the older child lead her inside. Behind her, the old woman shouted again, "Since you're alive, go make breakfast. Because of you, no one's eaten yet. You bring bad luck. If the family loses work points because of you, they'll be taken from your food share." Zhu Zai thought to herself, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Endure the small things to achieve the big ones. Stay calm, stay safe. But honestly, ever since she had arrived in this world, she had been scolded non-stop. Even a clay figure would lose patience. She turned around, looked coldly at the old woman, and said in a calm voice, "I've already died once. If you don't mind me accidentally adding something poisonous to the food and taking the whole family with me, I'll go cook." The whole courtyard fell silent in shock. The old woman looked offended. "How dare you threaten us? Everyone look. The daughter-in-law wants to poison her mother-in-law. She's heartless. I might as well die right now." Her 2 other daughters-in-law quickly tried to calm her down. "Mother, please don't say that. You're the backbone of our family. Mother, don't argue with our third sister-in-law." They kept talking, mostly criticizing Zhu Zai, but because of what she had just said, no one dared to make her cook anymore. Without cooking, there was no food, but Zhu Zai didn't care about that now. Her top priority was to carefully absorb the memories of the body's original owner. Back in the house, She lay down on the bed and felt another sharp headache before finally accepting her new life after time travel. She had crossed into a parallel version of China in 1965, becoming the wife of a soldier named Gu Lao-san and the mother of his 3 sons. The eldest was 5, the second 3, and the youngest had just been born 5 days ago. Gu Lao-san was rarely home, having returned only a few times since their marriage. Still, they somehow had 3 children. He had no idea how hard his wife's life was under his mother's control. She did all kinds of work and was often scolded or even hit. Everyone in the family looked down on her. Even the children sometimes spoke rudely to her. Because she became pregnant around the same time as her 4th sister-in-law but gave birth later, her mother-in-law gave the name Guzhong to the other grandson instead. Not only did she refuse to name her youngest grandson, but she also mocked her, saying, "You're always a step too late. With your luck, even a name would be wasted on your child." That cruel remark broke the original woman completely. She lost all hope and, one night, ended her life by drinking brine, leaving behind her 3 little children. Then, Zhu Zai from the 21st century took her place. Zhu Zai sighed. The original woman had been unlucky, but her own past life hadn't been much better. She had supported her husband from his early business days until he became a billionaire. After all the hardships they went through, he suddenly died, and her mother-in-law brought his mistress and illegitimate child to fight for the inheritance. While inspecting one of her shopping malls, she was accidentally killed by a falling structure. Could anyone's life be more dramatic than hers? Still, she had crossed over and gained another chance to live. Maybe, she thought, 2 misfortunes could make a right? Her body, my soul, a new combination, a new life? Except now she had 3 children to care for, a harsh mother-in-law, difficult sisters-in-law, a spoiled sister-in-law, and a husband who might as well not exist. This time travel story was truly a tough one. Zhu Zai sighed again. If only the big shopping mall she had built in her past life could have come with her. That mall had been her and her late husband's grand project, a huge, modern shopping complex built with massive investment. The supplies inside were complete, enough for her to live comfortably and even prosper in this era. Even in modern times, it would still be a great fortune. A soft sigh came from nearby. Zhu Zai opened her eyes and saw her younger child, Erbao. The little one, still too young to understand worry, was imitating an adult sigh. That tiny expression was simply adorable. "Erbao, why are you sighing?" Erbao pouted and said softly, "Mama, Erbao is hungry." The Gu family outside had already eaten, without calling the 3rd branch to join them. The 2 children had almost lost their mother that morning, so now they refused to leave her side. Even though they were hungry, they wouldn't go out to eat. Zhu Zai felt a pang of sadness. In her previous life, she had no children, and now, suddenly having such sweet and caring little ones, she couldn't help but feel her heart melt with affection. She reached out to gently rub Erbao's head, but as she did, she noticed a red phoenix-shaped mark on her left ring finger. That phoenix pattern looked exactly like the one on the red jade ring her late husband had given her in her previous life. Could it be that the ring had traveled through time with her? Zhu Zai touched the phoenix mark, and suddenly, an image of the large shopping mall she had inspected before her death appeared in her mind. Her heart began to race. She wasn't a dull workaholic. On the contrary, she had enjoyed a lively life and often read novels in her free time. Now that time travel had truly happened to her, she couldn't help but hope for the legendary space companion that often came with it. And it seemed her wish might have come true. When the Gu family finished eating and went back to work, Zhu Zai, trying to contain her excitement, sent her 2 sons out to play so she could carefully explore the mall space. She first looked for food. Going down to the basement level, she walked to the supermarket shelves and picked up a can of milk. As she thought about her current house, her consciousness returned to reality. Looking down, she saw that she was actually holding the can of milk in her hand. After taking a sip, she finally confirmed it. She was rich. The mall had been designed from the start to have everything one could need. Elegant, grand, and full of variety, it had goods from all over the world. all gathered in one place. The basement level was a large supermarket. The first floor had jewelry and cosmetics counters. The second floor sold underwear and bedding. The third floor was for men's and children's clothing. The fourth floor for women's clothing, shoes, and bags. The fifth floor for furniture and appliances. The sixth floor was a children's play area. The seventh floor had food stalls, and the eighth floor was a rooftop garden restaurant with suites. Not only could she take anything from this mall, but she could also enter the shops along the nearby pedestrian street and take what she wanted until she reached the end of the street, where her reach stopped. Zhu Zai was thrilled. Did this mean she had traveled through time, gained wealth, and lost a troublesome husband? All three great joys of life at once? With this huge space, she could live comfortably even in this time of scarcity. Her restless heart finally calmed down, and she had time to look around the room. The bed was made of rough bricks and stones with wooden planks on top, covered by 2 worn quilts. On the floor stood a scratched cabinet, a 3-legged table, and 2 shaky benches. That was all the furniture in the house. The 3 thin, dirty little children were probably the most precious things here. But she wasn't worried. Now that she was here, things would soon get better. Her body was very weak, and after all the effort that morning, she felt dizzy with hunger. The original owner had drunk some brine at midnight. Although Zhu Zai was no longer in danger after arriving, that brine was still harmful. It wasn't realistic to go to a hospital now, so she took out 2 cups of soy milk from the supermarket and drank them. She hoped the brine in her stomach would react with the soy milk and turn into tofu, so it wouldn't harm her. The 3 babies on the bed seemed to smell the food and began to whimper. Zhu Zai remembered that since birth, these babies had never been fed properly, only given rice soup. They were tough little ones. The original owner had been too weak to produce milk. Luckily, Zhu Zai had brought her big supermarket with her. Otherwise, these premature babies might not have survived long. She picked out some formula suitable for their age, found a baby bottle, sterilized it with hot water, and made a bottle of milk for the youngest. The little one was clearly starving, eagerly on the bottle. He finished it quickly and still seemed to want more. Zhu Zai had never taken care of a baby so carefully before, so she didn't know how much food was right to give. If an adult can't handle eating too much after being hungry for a long time, a baby definitely can't either. Zhu Zai didn't dare take the risk. So, even though her little son was still crying for milk, she forced herself not to feed him more. Footsteps sounded outside the door. It was her eldest son, Debeo, who had come back with his younger brother because he was worried about their mother. Zhu Zai called the 2 children over and handed them some eggs she had taken from the bun shop in the space market. The eggs weren't very big, only 6 in total, but enough to fill their stomachs a little. Debeo and Erbao were both stunned. Their similar faces showed the same look of surprise. Their wide eyes made their thin little faces look even more fragile. Debeo, Gunan, spoke softly, "Mom, where did you get these eggs?" Zhu Zai smiled kindly and said, "I picked them up from the chicken coop in the backyard." The others didn't notice. Debeo looked even more shocked. If there were eggs, Grandma would have taken them already. She guards those eggs like treasure. How could she miss any? Zhu Zai. Of course she knew that, but she wanted to eat some herself. Without an excuse, how could she take out the eggs from her space? She gave an awkward but loving smile. Maybe these are the ones that slipped through the cracks. Debeo looked confused. He remembered his uncle, who had studied a bit, once said there was a saying about fish that slipped through the net. Did his mother get it wrong? His small head was full of big question marks. Zhu Zai felt a headache coming on. This clever little boy was really hard to fool. So she quickly put on a serious face and said, "Are you 2 going to eat or not?" Erbao didn't think too much, he just wanted to eat. When he was about to shout eat, Debeo quickly covered his mouth and said seriously, "Don't shout. If someone hears you, they'll take Mom away and say she's doing something bad." Erbao's eyes filled with fear, and tears started to form. Zhu Zai hurried to comfort him. "It's not that serious, really. I didn't do anything wrong. These are our own eggs from our chickens, not anyone else's. But you still can't tell anyone about it, okay?" Otherwise, Grandma will scold me, and you won't have any eggs to eat. Dabao and Airbao nodded seriously, their big eyes fixed on the eggs with longing. Dabao had always been mature for his age. Even when hungry, he could endure it. Airbao, however, was more straightforward. His little mouth kept swallowing as he stared at the eggs, making Zhu Zai's heart ache. She almost wanted to give him the egg, right away. But she couldn't. She still had to peel it first. Dabao already knew how to peel eggs. She gave him 2, and let him do it himself. Zhu Zai peeled one for Airbao and fed him. But instead of eating it, Airbao held the egg up to her mouth. At the same time, Dabao, who had finished peeling his egg, also offered it to her. Mother, you're still recovering. You should eat. Zhu Zai's nose stung with emotion. No one knew better than she did how weak and tired this body was. It was clear that it had suffered for a long time. But no one cared whether the original owner should still be resting. They only made her work. No one felt sorry for her, except her sons. Yet the original owner hadn't even looked at her children before ending her life. She must have been too tired, too hopeless, to keep going. Zhu Zai thought, all right then, from now on, these 2 will be my real sons. Just then, a weak whimper came from nearby. Zhu Zai paused. Oh, right, there was one more. From now on, these 3 will be my real sons. As she thought that, her body suddenly felt lighter. The heaviness in her chest and the pain in her head faded away. She felt freer, calmer. She guessed that the last trace of the original owner's spirit had heard her thoughts and could now leave without regret. The 2 children looked at her, worried. Mother, please eat. Zhu Zai took a small bite and smiled. All right, Mother's eating. You 2 eat too. Only then did the boys start eating. Airbao took his first bite and almost burst with joy. He squinted his eyes and whispered, Mother, so this is what an egg tastes like. It's so good. Dabao, trying to act grown-up, ate slowly and carefully, even though he was clearly starving. Watching them, Zhu Zai's heart softened even more. She didn't know that at this moment, Dabao was also shocked. How big was Grandma's sewing mistake today to miss 6 eggs? Maybe his mother was right. There shouldn't be any fish that slipped through the net, but eggs that slipped through the net really existed. After feeding the 3 children, Zhu Zai was truly exhausted. She let the 2 older children play in the yard and lay down on the bed to rest. Her body really needed some recovery. The Gu family had been worn out since early morning because of Zhu Zai's fake death incident, and after working half the day, they were completely drained. When they came back and found that Zhu Zai hadn't cooked lunch, old Madame Gu, Zhao Cuihua, started scolding again. You lazy woman with no conscience. Hiding at home all morning and not even cooking. Everyone worked half the day, and now there's not even a warm meal. Do you expect me, your mother-in-law, to serve you? Shameful thing. Aren't you afraid of shortening your own life? Half asleep, Zhu Zai was confused. Who was she yelling at? Dabao saw his mother being woken up, gently patted her hand, and said softly, It's okay, Mom. Go back to sleep. Grandma's talking about Auntie. Zhu Zai mumbled in response and turned over to continue sleeping. Her son was right. The Gu family's youngest daughter still hadn't gotten up. After all that noise in the morning, she still didn't wake up. She really was lazy. Zhao Cuihua noticed that her 3rd daughter-in-law, who used to obey every word like a timid bird, now ignored her completely. She was so angry that she almost exploded. It was the 2nd daughter-in-law who reminded her, Forget it, Mom. Even if she cooks now, we wouldn't dare eat it. Only then did Zhao Cuihua stop scolding, though she was still fuming, and told the eldest daughter-in-law to make lunch. The eldest daughter-in-law, Li Xiulian, said nothing and went to cook with her 2 daughters. When the food was ready, no one called the 3rd family to eat. Dabao took his younger brother out, ignoring the 2nd daughter-in-law's disapproving look, and went to eat. Unlike in the morning, he didn't hide away this time. Since his mother woke up, something about her felt different. He couldn't explain it, but somehow, he felt braver when facing these people. The older boy stayed calm, but the younger one was a little nervous. Without their mother nearby, he felt uneasy. The men's table had already started eating, while the women and children were still waiting for the old lady to divide the food. Every day during meal sharing was the time Grandma Gu enjoyed the most. It made her feel as if she held the power of life and death over the whole family. That day, she didn't plan to give Zhu Zai her share of food. After dividing everything, there was still half a piece left, which she intended to save for her daughter, Gu Jingfang, to eat when she woke up. Just then, Debao shouted anxiously, "Grandma, my mother didn't eat this morning. If she doesn't eat at noon, she'll starve." Old Madame Gu, Zhao Cuehua, immediately darkened her face and said impatiently, "If she starves, then so be it. Useless people only waste food." As she spoke, she broke off a tiny piece of bread and tossed it onto the table in front of Debao. It was barely enough for one bite, but Debao was already grateful. At least he had managed to get something for his mother. He thought he could eat a little less and save that bite for her. But before he could reach for it, Gu Xini snatched the bread and stuffed it into her mouth. Mumbling, she said, "Your mother's been home all morning. She's not that hungry. Let me have it." Debao's eyes widened like a little wolf defending its territory. With a cry, he lunged forward. "Give back my mother's food." He crashed into Gu Xini, knocking her to the ground. She fell hard and burst into tears, still chewing the bread, her words unclear. Gu Xini's mother, second Aunt Gu, jumped up and shouted sharply, "You little brat with no manners. How dare you hit my daughter? I'll teach you a lesson for your mother today." She grabbed Debao by the collar and lifted him up, spanking him hard. Erbao saw his brother being hit and started crying loudly. With his short, unsteady legs, he tried to run over to help. Don't hit. Brother, he sobbed. Second Aunt's son, Yuanbao, saw Erbao running past and stuck out his leg to trip him. Then he sat on Erbao's back, pretending to ride a horse. Yeah. I'm riding a horse," he shouted happily. Erbao was only 3 years old, while Yuanbao was already 5, even older than Debao by a month. He was also chubbier, unlike the thin and weak Debao and Erbao. Sitting on Erbao's back, he bounced up and down, making the little boy cry out in pain. Debao's eyes turned red with anger as he shouted at Yuanbao, "Let go of my brother. Let him go, or I'll fight you." Madame Fong Guifan grabbed Debao by the collar with one hand and slapped him hard with the other. She scolded him, "You little brat. Who are you threatening? How dare you talk about hurting my son? I'll teach you a lesson." Her strikes became even harsher. Debao, desperate, turned around and bit Fong Guifan's hand. This time, Fong Guifan screamed, "Ah, you little rascal." Seeing her mother get bitten, Gu Xini stopped crying, ran over, and twisted Debao's ear and hair, trying to make him let go. Zhu Zai was awakened by Erbao's sharp cries. The child was calling for mother and brother, mixed with Debao's angry shouts. Zhu Zai woke up instantly, quickly dressed, and ran outside. What she saw made her furious. 2 people were holding Debao up and hitting him, while a chubby boy sat on top of Erbao, pretending to ride a horse. Nearby, a girl of about 10 was about to step on Erbao's little hand. And the adults in the yard just stood there doing nothing. Zhu Zai was enraged. She thought, "I've been patient because of this weak body, but now they've gone too far." Without hesitation, she rushed forward and kicked the mischievous Gu Sanni and the chubby Yuan Bao aside. She held back her strength since they were children. But when she turned to face Madame Fong Guifan, she showed no mercy. She noticed that Gu Xini, Fong Guifan's second daughter, had been twisting Debao's face until it turned red. Zhu Zai grabbed the girl by the hair and slapped her once, hard enough to make her fall, though she restrained herself slightly. When Fong Guifan saw her daughter being hit, she dropped Debao and charged at Zhu Zai, shouting, "You shameless woman! How dare you hit my Yuan Bao? I'll fight you!" Zhu Zai used the self-defense skills she had learned before. She stepped back, turned to the side to dodge Fong Guifan's attack, then grabbed her hair and slapped her twice, leaving Fong Guifan dizzy and seeing stars. Aunt Gu shouted loudly, "Gu Lauer, are you dead? Your wife is being beaten and can't get up." Gu Lauer was still slurping his porridge. Food was precious, and filling his stomach was more important than watching his wife and children fight. Since it was his own wife and kids fighting others, he didn't care much. But in just a blink, his wife and children were the ones getting beaten. Zhu Zai was a tough woman. She knew that staying quiet and acting fast was the best way to win. Shouting was useless. Real strength came from action. Thinking this, Zhu Zai slapped Anku twice more. All the energy she had regained after resting that morning was now spent on this fight. Nearby, Debao had helped his younger brother Erbao up. The two stood watching their mother nervously. Erbao's eyes were shining. His mother was amazing today. Before, when he and his brother were bullied, she would only cry. Now she was fighting back, and that made him so happy. Gu Lauer's brother finished his steamed bun, stood up, and rushed over to hit Zhu Zai. Little Yuanbao was crying, his face covered in tears and snot, shouting, "Dad, teach her a lesson. Teach their whole family a lesson." Debao panicked. "Mom, be careful. Second uncle is coming to hit you."
Gu Lauer fällt awkward.
As a grown man, hitting a woman didn't feel right. While he hesitated, Zhu Zai let go of Angu's hair, stepped back, and kicked Angu toward him. Gu Lauer caught her, but they both fell to the ground. At that moment, everyone finally realized that the one fighting was usually the quiet and gentle Zhu Zai. When a quiet person gets angry, it's truly frightening. Even 5-year-old Yuanbao understood that his third aunt was not someone to mess with. His father had been knocked down, and he quickly covered his mouth, too scared to cry anymore. Zhao Cuihua shouted angrily, "Zhu woman, are you crazy? How dare you hit my son and grandson?" Just then, hurried footsteps came from the courtyard gate. An elderly woman, supported by 2 middle-aged women, walked in, breathing heavily, and shouted, "Who are you calling crazy? Everyone here has the surname Zhu." Zhu Zai turned her head and saw. Her family had arrived. Not only did her parents come with her 2 sisters-in-law, but also her 3 older brothers and all their children. It was quite a big group. The original woman was the youngest daughter in her family, with 3 older brothers. She had a gentle and shy personality, but her brothers loved her dearly, and even her sisters-in-law treated her kindly. After all, who wouldn't like someone who is polite and considerate? When the Zhu family heard that their daughter had tried to harm herself by drinking brine, they were shocked. They didn't even stop for lunch and came straight over as a family. Only the eldest sister-in-law stayed home to look after the baby and the 2 pigs they raised. Everyone else came. When the Zhu family arrived at the Gu house and saw their daughter's miserable state, and then noticed the injuries on the 2 children, they were furious. Zhu Zai's eldest nephew, who had a fiery temper, saw how badly his beloved aunt had been treated. Remembering that the little boy had just said this man wanted to hit his aunt, he rushed forward and kicked Gu's second brother, who had just stood up. Poor Gu's second brother had just gotten to his feet when he was kicked down again, with his wife falling right on top of him. His son, Yuanbao, loved playing the horse-riding game, and now his father truly experienced what that felt like. You could say it was a moment of father and son fun. As Gu's second brother lay on the ground, he felt utterly miserable. Why was he, who hadn't even lifted a hand, being beaten so badly? No one could answer that question. If there had to be one reason, it was simply because he deserved it. When Debao and Erbao saw their grandmother's family arrive, they felt a rush of warmth. In their short lives, no one had treated them better than their grandmother's family. Sadly, their mother was afraid of their grandmother, and since their grandmother didn't allow her to visit her family, she never dared to go back. Now that her family had come, the little ones who had been bullied finally found someone to stand up for them. They cried their hearts out. "Grandma, Grandma.
They
bullied Mom.
hick and
hit my brother, Erbao."
hick.
Erbao cried so hard he started hiccuping, but he still managed to tell on them between sobs. Even Debao couldn't hold back his tears. He threw himself into his cousin Zhu Changming's arms and said angrily, "Cousin, they all bullied Mom. They took her food, didn't let her eat, and wouldn't even let her rest after giving birth. Mother just gave birth to my little brother a few days ago and hasn't had a single day of rest." fourth aunt gave birth more than half a month ago and has been resting in bed ever since. They're bullying mother because father isn't home and because my brother and I are too young to protect her. The child's voice was filled with sorrow and a trace of anger, making anyone who heard it feel both sad and furious. Zhu Zai was stunned. Meeting the original owner's family so suddenly was something she needed time to process. Before she could recover, her eldest son had already spoken clearly, exposing the Gu family's wrongdoings. What a good boy. Usually so quiet, but turns out he's someone who acts when it matters most. Since her son had already stepped forward, as his mother, she couldn't fall behind. She didn't have much strength left, so acting tough wasn't convincing. It was better to try a gentle, pitiful approach instead. The stage was set, and the mood was just right. The Zhu family's anger was already burning high. Zhu Zai ran to her mother, Madame Miao, crying softly and sorrowfully. "Mother, you finally came to see me. If you hadn't come, your daughter would have been bullied to death by them. I really can't go on anymore. My eldest son is only 5 and my baby is just a few days old." The Gu family was furious. Just a moment ago, she had been the one hitting people. Now she was pretending to cry so pitifully. What an act. Who would have thought that the third daughter-in-law was such a good actress? They had really misjudged her all these years. The second child lifted his head from his grandmother's arms and cried loudly, "Mother, what about me? I'm still here. I'm only 3. Zhu Zai almost broke character. That little rascal stealing her scene. Zhu Zai wanted to calm herself before continuing her act, but the furious Zhu family could no longer hold back. Madame Miao, much older than Zhao Cuihua, was so angry that her chest heaved, and she couldn't even speak. The outspoken second sister-in-law Zhu immediately took the lead, shouting angrily, "Oh, you Gu family! How could you treat our girl like this? She married into your family, and this is how you repay her? Don't you even let her rest after giving birth? What kind of people are you? They wouldn't even let my sister-in-law rest after giving birth, and they try to take away her food.
How could you hit such a small child?
You're so heartless. Aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven?" All the adults just stood there watching. "What? Only the children from your side of the family count as grandchildren, and the baby my sister gave birth to doesn't belong to the Gu family. Your family is so cruel. You wouldn't even help her recover after childbirth, and you didn't bother to tell us she had the baby days ago. You must have bad intentions, maybe even trying to harm her for money. My sister-in-law came with 50 yuan as her dowry, and I think you're trying to take it from her." She had a loud voice, and since everyone had just finished work and was waiting for lunch, her shouting drew a crowd. People came out to watch, some even holding their bowls, as if the scene made their meal more interesting. The Gu family sure is lively today. There was trouble this morning, and now again at noon. Must be the third daughter-in-law who finally couldn't take it anymore. She's not even afraid of death now, after this. Do you think she'll still let them bully her? You're right, this is just the beginning. Quiet, let's keep watching. While the neighbors gossiped outside, the people in the yard were too busy to care. Little DeBeo, after hearing his second aunt's words, decided to help. Second aunt, Grandma already took all of Mother's money. Even her new quilt was taken by Auntie, who said she'd keep it for her own wedding. The Zhu family grew even angrier after hearing that. The second and third Zhu brothers rushed forward and grabbed the eldest and fourth Gu brothers, giving them a good beating. They didn't care who was who first, they'd teach them a lesson. They couldn't hit the old Mrs. Gu, since she was an elder, but the sons could pay for their mother's wrongdoing. The Zhu men were tall and strong, and every punch landed hard. The Gu brothers cried out in pain. The second Gu brother tried to stand up, but his legs gave out, and he fell back to the ground. The eldest Gu sister-in-law and her daughters cried and begged them to stop, but no one dared to step in. Who would dare? The Zhu men looked fierce enough to scare anyone. Old Master Gu was at a loss, holding Old Master Zhu's hand and pleading, "Brother Zhu, please calm down. Let's talk this out. Tell the boys to stop fighting." Old Master Zhu stayed silent, his face stern. In his heart, he sneered. "When my daughter was mistreated in your house, she must have begged you too. Did you stop then? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wished he could join in and teach them a lesson himself, but unfortunately, the second Gu-sun was already lying on the ground, unable to get up. What made him even angrier was that the one he most wanted to deal with, the third Gu-sun, was away serving in the army. The eldest Gu daughter-in-law gave Gu Ernie a look, signaling her to fetch the village head. Gu Ernie quickly ran off. Zhu Zai watched coldly and didn't stop her. Let it up, she thought. She wanted everyone to see the true face of the Gu family, and then she would demand to split from them. In these times, dividing the family was frowned upon, especially if the younger generation took the initiative. People would talk, but others also sympathized with those who were wronged. If she had reason on her side, even after the split, no one would dare to criticize her and her children. Inside the house, Madame Song, who was still recovering after childbirth, heard the sounds of fighting. She hurriedly put on her shoes and rushed out, shouting as she tried to hit Zhu's third son. Zhu's third daughter-in-law saw this, grabbed her by the collar, and slapped her twice. Both women had just given birth, but Madame Song looked well-fed and strong, while Zhu's third daughter-in-law was thinner. They were both women, both daughters-in-law of the Gu family. Why should one bully the other? After the slaps, Zhu's third daughter-in-law didn't hit her face again. Instead, she stepped Madame Song's foot. You like lying in bed, don't you? Then stay there. Her foot was heavy and strong, and when she twisted it, the pain was sharp and deep. Madame Song cried out in pain. Meanwhile, Zhu's second daughter-in-law wasn't idle either. She took her eldest child and went straight to Gu Jingfang's room. As soon as she entered, she saw the red quilt that had been part of her own dowry, now on Gu Jingfang's bed. Gu Jingfang was still asleep, covered with a thin blanket made from Zhu family fabric. Zhu's second daughter-in-law's anger flared. She rushed forward, yanked the quilt away, and shouted, "Shameless girl! You even took things from your brother and sister-in-law's room. You think you can enjoy what isn't yours? How disgraceful!" Gu Jingfang was spoiled by the old Madame Gu and had become lazy and sly. She slept late every day, and breakfast was always kept for her. She slept so deeply that she never knew what was happening outside. Or rather, even if she heard something, she didn't care. In her eyes, as long as her mother was around, she had nothing to worry about. But she didn't expect that her mother was now too busy dealing with her 3 sons being beaten. While she was distracted, second sister-in-law Zhu took the chance to sneak into her room, and in the chaos, Gu Jingfang's blanket was pulled off, leaving her embarrassed. Gu Jingfang screamed, "Ah, what are you doing, you crazy woman?" Ignoring the shouting, Debeo climbed onto the bed, still wearing his shoes, and pulled out the big red quilt. He was small, and the quilt was big, so he couldn't hold it properly. He shouted, "Second aunt, I can't carry it. Come help me move the quilt." Second sister-in-law Zhu looked at him and thought, "What a good boy, truly our family's child." Gu Jingfang finally managed to cover herself with a thin blanket. Furious and humiliated, she shouted, "Gu Debeo, you ungrateful child. How dare you team up with outsiders to bully your aunt?" Debeo ignored her and tugged at his second aunt's sleeve, pointing to the chamber pot on the floor. "Second aunt, since last month, she and Grandma have been forcing my mother to empty that for them." Second sister-in-law Zhu was furious. She set the quilt aside, rolled up her sleeves, and bent down. Gu Jingfang suddenly felt uneasy, and sure enough, second sister-in-law Zhu grabbed the chamber pot and splashed it toward her. Even though Gu Jingfang tried to block it with the blanket, some of it still got on her hair. The smell filled the room instantly, making everyone wrinkle their noses. "Ah, you two awful people. Mother, what are you doing? Come in here and teach them a lesson." Second sister-in-law Zhu ignored her shouting, threw down the pot, picked up the quilt, and took Debeo by the hand as they left. Before leaving, she spat angrily in Gu Jingfang's direction. This young lady from the Gu family was nothing compared to the girls from the Zhu family. As Debeo turned to leave, he glanced back at Gu Jingfang's embarrassed and furious face. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his big eyes. So, they do know what it feels like to be humiliated and hurt. Then why did they treat my mother that way? He clenched his small fists. He knew he had to grow stronger, strong enough that no one would ever dare to bully his mother or his little brother again. Zhu Zai still didn't know that her little son already had a dream growing quietly in his heart, waiting to grow into something great one day. She looked around at the messy courtyard, completely stunned. Wait, were the Zhu family members really this strong? Brother Gu and the fourth Gu brother were lying weakly on the ground. The second brother and his wife hadn't even managed to get up. The eldest sister-in-law was crying while holding her son, and the fourth brother's wife, Madame Song, was sitting on the ground in tears after being beaten by Zhu's third sister-in-law. It seemed she didn't even need to do anything. Her family had already stood up for her. Looking at the young nieces and nephews behind Madame Yao, their little fists still clenched, Zhu Zai couldn't help but think that if any of the Gu children dared to act rude, these kids might start fighting too. But those Gu children, who were usually loud and arrogant, were now as quiet as little quails, not daring to move. If this happened in modern times, people would probably say the Zhu family acted like bandits. But in this era, most problems were solved with fists. And the Zhu family had always been kind and avoided conflict. For them to fight back like this, they must have been truly furious. They must have cared deeply for the original Zhu Zai to be this angry on her behalf. At that moment, Zhu Zai truly admired the original one. With such a loving family, why would she ever lose hope? Although her own past life hadn't ended well either. But that was fine. Two unlucky people coming together might just turn things around, bad luck turning into good fortune. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. Zhu Zai pinched her thigh hard and began to cry loudly, "Second brother, third brother, please stop. If you make them angry, how can I live in this house later? Even now, I can't make a single mistake. I have no way to survive." Her second and third brothers felt their hearts ache. They had thought their sister would live well after marrying a soldier, but who would have guessed she had suffered so much? The Gu family members, hearing her words, felt secretly pleased. Madame Zhao, the second sister-in-law, and Madame Song all thought bitterly, "Just wait. Once your Zhu family leaves, we'll make your life miserable again." Then Zhu's second brother spoke angrily, "Don't be afraid. You're our Zhu family's daughter. If the Gu family won't keep you, come home with me. I'll take care of you." Zhu's third brother quickly added, "That's right, come back home. Your third brother will take care of you." The eldest brother looked at her and nodded seriously. As the oldest, he had to stay calm, but his heart was the same as his younger brothers. Even the group of little children following Mrs. Yao shouted together, "Auntie, we'll take care of you." At that moment, even the village head of Gu family village, who had come with Gu Ernie to the Gu family's gate, felt that the Zhu family seemed truly admirable. He couldn't help but think, what did the Gu family do to their daughter-in-law to make her rather go back home and stay single than remain here? The Zhu family was truly united. They were the only Zhu family in Yu family village, yet they weren't afraid of the large Gu family village. It showed how much they cared for their daughter. Gu Zhanhui stepped into the yard with a stern face and asked, "What on earth is going on here?" Zhao Cuihua sat on the ground, crying and shouting, "Village head, you finally came. The Zhu family is bullying us. They brought their whole family here to cause trouble, completely ignoring our Gu family." Zhu Zai immediately became alert. The Zhu family lived in the neighboring Yu family village, and they were the only family there with the surname Zhu. But in Gu family village, at least 2/3 of the people shared the surname Gu, and many were close relatives. As soon as Zhao Cuihua said that, many onlookers began to stir. Their sense of family unity awakened. Just as Zhu Zai was about to speak again, her bold and outspoken second sister-in-law stepped forward and began to argue. "Oh, bullying people? You've got the nerve to say that? Everyone look. This is the thick quilt I just took from their daughter-in-law's room. It was part of her dowry from our Zhu family. And now her sister-in-law dares to take things from her brother and sister-in-law's room. How shameless is that?" The second sister-in-law's words hit right where it hurt most. Although Zhao Cuihua was the one who did the wrong thing, as an older woman, She didn't care much about her own reputation. But she had 4 married sons and only 1 unmarried daughter, so the second sister-in-law aimed her words at the daughter instead. Sure enough, Zhao Cuihua's face turned pale. You wicked woman. You're ruining my daughter's reputation."
Ha!
Ruining her reputation? Does she even have one left? If you think I'm lying, the women here can go inside and see for themselves. The quilt on your daughter's bed still has our Zhu family's dowry cover on it. What a shameless person. Not only did she take her sister-in-law's things without a word of thanks, but she even ordered her to empty the chamber pot. She's still so young. How could she treat others like that? Isn't she afraid of bad luck? Oh my. Gu Jingfeng always acts like a proper lady in public, but who would have thought she's so mean inside? Making her sister-in-law do that. Unbelievable. I always thought she dressed too showy, not like a decent woman. A woman like that should never be married into a family. She'd turn the whole house upside down. You're right. She's been spoiled by her family. Whoever marries her will be bringing home trouble. All those words reached Zhao Cuihua's ears, making her so angry she nearly rolled her eyes. Before this, everyone praised Jingfeng. Every family wanted her as a daughter-in-law. Her 3rd brother was a soldier, and her 4th brother was the village accountant. Everyone tried to get close to her family, hoping to marry her. And now, everything was ruined by that troublesome woman. Gu's second sister-in-law sneered. She had just dealt with a girl who bullied her younger sister-in-law. Now, it was time to settle things with this older troublemaker. Old Madame Gu, don't look at me like that. I haven't said anything false. Let's put aside how your daughter bullied my sister-in-law. People can judge that for themselves. But what about you not letting her rest after giving birth, and even taking her dowry money?
How is that right?
If you didn't want to take care of her, you could have sent word to her family. When she had her 1st and 2nd child, our family helped too. But now you didn't even send a message, and you've treated our girl so harshly that she nearly harmed herself. If that's not cruelty, then what is? Zhu Zai. Wow, her second sister-in-law really acts like the main character of a drama. Zhao Cuihua's lips trembled with anger. She married into our Gu family, so she belongs to us. If I tell her to live, she lives. If I tell her to die, she dies. Zhao Cuihua was so furious that she lost her senses. How could she say something like that now? But there was no helping it. Today, the Zhu family had caught them completely off guard. Her sons and daughters had been beaten. Her grandchildren were scared stiff. The other family's daughter-in-law was strong enough to handle 2 people, while hers couldn't even handle 1. She had to do all the fighting herself. As people get older, their minds don't work as well, and when emotions rise, they tend to say all kinds of nonsense. Aunt Zhu immediately seized the chance, pointing at Zhao Cuihua and saying to the village head of Gujia village, "Listen, everyone heard that. The landlords have already been overthrown, yet she still acts like one, treating others unfairly. Someone like her clearly needs to be criticized and re-educated." Gu Zhanhui's face darkened. If someone from Gujia village were to be publicly criticized, it would bring shame to him as the village head. It would also affect the young people's chances of getting married. He frowned and said sternly, "Zhao Cuihua, your behavior is unacceptable. If you keep this up, I'll have to take you to the commune for education." Zhao Cuihua was afraid, but she had been domineering her whole life and wasn't about to back down easily. She couldn't afford to offend some people, but she could still bully Zhu Zai, couldn't she? Just wait. Once the Zhu family leaves, she'll make that girl pay. She shouted, "Third daughter-in-law, are you just going to watch your family treat your mother-in-law like this? You ungrateful woman." Zhu Zai thought to herself, "Finally, it's my turn to act." Her family had done such a good job that she hadn't even had a chance to step in. Her second sister-in-law alone had almost led the whole family to victory. She was actually thankful to Zhao Cuihua for giving her a chance to speak up. With tears in her eyes and a look of despair, she turned to Gu Zhanhui and said softly, "Village head, please, help us separate from the family. If we don't, my children and I won't survive. I'm afraid even the newborn won't make it. I have nothing to feed the baby, and my mother-in-law won't let me eat. She's trying to starve us to death." I really can't go on like this. Hearing this, Gu Zhanhui felt uneasy. Life in the countryside was hard, but no one should be treated so cruelly. He turned to the old lady and asked, "Old Madame Gu, is what your third daughter-in-law said true?" Zhao Tsuehua's eyes flickered as she snapped, "Nonsense. Whose baby doesn't grow up on rice soup? You think your child is special? The fourth daughter-in-law doesn't complain like you do. You're just being dramatic." Aunt Zhu was furious. "You're old enough to know better, yet you lie right in front of everyone. Do you think we're all fools? Look at your fourth daughter-in-law, then look at this one. What's the difference? Or is it because the third son isn't your favorite that you treat them so unfairly?" Everyone could see it clearly. The difference was too obvious. Zhu Zai looked like a refugee, while Gu Laoxi's wife, although badly beaten and with messy hair, still showed signs of a well-fed life. For a moment, the villagers' opinion of the Gu family dropped sharply. So, the once respected Gu family wasn't as decent as they seemed. Gu Laosen worked hard as a soldier outside, risking his life for money, while his mother at home treated his wife and children so cruelly. How ironic. Seeing the villagers' expressions, Zhu Zai knew that public opinion was now on her side. If not now, then when? "Village chief, please, let me separate from this family,"
she cried.
"Sao Guiwas Chautit, no. You can't divide the family while your parents are still alive. If you do, you're being unfilial." Zhu Zai looked desperate. "Since I married into the Gu family, I've respected my in-laws and cared for the children. I've never been lazy or disobedient. I've done nothing wrong, yet my mother-in-law won't even let me live in peace. I didn't expect that in this new society, there could still be such a cruel family. Fine then, if that's how it is, I'll get a divorce. That way, I won't be unfilial anymore, right?" Her face was full of sorrow, and with a faint, bitter smile, she collapsed as if she could no longer bear the pain. Her nephew, Zhu Changming, rushed forward and caught her. He was in his 20s, already a father himself, and seeing his aunt treated like this made his eyes turn red with anger. Holding Zhu Zai in his arms, he turned to the Gu family, gritting his teeth. "You'd better pray my aunt is all right. If anything happens to her, I won't let your family live in peace." With that, he carried Zhu Zai off to see the doctor. The Gu family was so frightened by his fierce look that none of them dared to speak. The rest of the Zhu family, worried about Zhu Zai, hurried after him. Fortunately, Mother Zhu, Madame Yao, stayed calm. She turned to her two daughters-in-law and said, "Go to Year's room, pack her things, and bring her back to our house. Take Sambao too. I won't have them staying here to suffer any longer." Little Erbao didn't fully understand what was happening, but he knew one thing. They were going to stay at Grandma's house. Just a moment ago, the child who had been crying in fear when his mother fainted suddenly became happy. Oh, we're going to Grandma's house. We're going to Grandma's house. That's great." Everyone understood even more clearly now. Children are the most honest. If he was this happy to go to his grandmother's house, then life in the Gu family must have been truly unpleasant for them. Moreover, Zhu Zai's earlier words had deeply shocked everyone, especially Gu Zhanhui. That sentence, "It's already a new society, yet there are still families that treat people so cruelly," made him feel extremely uneasy. He had always thought he was a responsible village head, but he hadn't realized something like this was happening right under his nose. Lately, the political climate had become stricter. Incidents of old-fashioned mothers-in-law mistreating their daughters-in-law were absolutely forbidden. If such a thing happened, his position as village head would be over. It seemed he would have to help push for the family separation. Not only was village head Gu dissatisfied with the Gu family, but others were also confused and speechless. They couldn't understand what Zhao Tsuehua was thinking. In other families, a daughter-in-law who gave birth to 3 sons would be treated with great respect, almost like a hero. But in the Gu family, it was the opposite, no recognition, only hardship. Just now, when they had quietly observed the 4th branch of the Gu family, they saw that the mother and her 2 children were dressed the poorest and looked the weakest. What a pity! With Erbao's innocent words adding to the situation, everyone's impression of the Gu family worsened. Zhu San saw, a woman of few but sharp words, also played her part. She came out holding Sanbao and said to Madame Yao with a calm face, "Mother, there's nothing much to pack in little sister's room except for Sanbao. There are only 2 old quilts full of holes and 2 sets of clothes covered in patches." Everyone who heard this gained a clearer picture of Zhu Zai's difficult life. Times were hard, and everyone's clothes had patches. But it depended on the family. Some were clearly better off than others. The 4th branch of the Gu family had no patches on their clothes, and even the 1st and 2nd branches had very few. Compared to the 3rd branch, where the husband worked away earning a small allowance while the wife and children lived like refugees, the contrast was painfully obvious. Madame Yao took a deep breath, suppressing the ache in her heart for her daughter. She turned to Gu Zhanhui and said, "Village head Gu, I know you're a good official and always busy, so you might not know exactly how your villagers live. But now my daughter has been treated so harshly by Zhao Cuihua. If you don't step in, I'm afraid outsiders will always think of Gujia village this way. Thank you for your trouble today and for delaying your work. We won't say more. After my daughter finishes her recovery, we'll come back to discuss dividing the family." After saying this, she left with her daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Gu Zhanhui was an honest man. When he saw Zhu Zai's miserable state, he didn't just take sides blindly. Instead, he followed proper procedure and questioned Zhao Cuihua, which showed his fairness. He might have wanted to protect his fellow villagers, but he still knew right from wrong. Now, the 3rd son's wife had been treated so harshly that she would rather divorce than stay, which showed how far things had gone. Even though Gu Zhanhui thought Zhao Cuihua's behavior brought shame to the village, he couldn't just ignore it. As he left, he said to Zhao Cuihua, "And Gu, I have to say, you've gone too far. I won't take you to the commune for public criticism, but I'll ask the Women's Federation director to visit and help you reflect on your actions." Then he turned and left, leaving behind a courtyard full of people staring at each other in silence. When everyone was gone, Zhao Cuihua was too tired to scold anyone anymore. The whole morning had been complete chaos. Some of the porridge on the table had spilled, bowls and chopsticks were broken on the ground, and the steamed buns the girls from the main house were eating had fallen too. From Gu Jingfang's room came a sharp cry, and Zhao Cuihua, exhausted, went in to comfort her daughter. Only then did the 2nd daughter-in-law dare to stand up, crying and shouting, "That 3rd daughter-in-law is too much. What grudge does she have to make her family come and cause trouble like this? She scared my little Yuanbao half to death. I won't forgive her." The 2nd son said nothing, but if one looked closely, there was relief on his face, thankful he had finished eating his bun earlier, and a bit of pride for being the smart one. It was hard to describe the scene. Old Master Gu looked dazed. From the moment his son was hit to when the village head came and left, he hadn't recovered from the shock. In his eyes, their family life had always been fine. He couldn't understand why the 3rd daughter-in-law would do something so extreme, nor why the Zhu family dared to take their daughter away so openly. His son was a soldier who sent money home. Weren't they afraid he'd stop caring for their daughter? Thinking this, Old Master Gu felt a wave of resentment. The Zhu family had truly gone too far this time. Gu Laoxi's wife, Madame Song, held her foot and cried angrily, "Gu Laoxi, hurry and help me back. If I get sick after childbirth, I won't forgive you." With a dark expression, Gu Laoxi stood up and helped his wife into the house. The eldest sister-in-law, Madame Gu, quickly came over to help her husband up. Wiping her tears, she led him inside to clean his wounds. She hadn't taken part in the quarrel earlier, only watching from the side. Now that only their family was left in the house, Madame Gu wiped her tears and spoke with a hint of meaning. What's wrong with the 3rd sister-in-law today? How could she play tricks on her own family? It's normal for family members to have small disagreements, but why did she have to take it so seriously and drink the brine? Now she's brought the Zhu family here, and they even fought with you and the 4th brother. The Zhu family walked away without any trouble, but our family's reputation has been damaged. The eldest brother finally realized the situation. Indeed, the Zhu family had come to make trouble, yet instead of being driven out by the villagers, they left unharmed. What was worse, their reputation remained intact, while the Gu family ended up looking like the ones at fault. It was truly ridiculous. Enduring the pain on his face, the eldest brother gritted his teeth and asked, "You mean the third sister-in-law is playing tricks on us now? That can't be right." She always seemed like such an honest person. Madame Gu felt unhappy hearing her husband speak kindly of his younger brother's wife. Even though Zhu Zai had a scar on her forehead and usually looked timid and hunched, her features were still quite pretty. As a woman, Madame Gu couldn't help feeling a little jealous, even though she usually acted generous and calm. But seeing her husband injured, she knew this wasn't the time to show her temper. He wouldn't have the energy to comfort her anyway. So, she kept her expression composed. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family, with a mother-in-law like Zhao Cuihua and 2 daughters already born, she had still managed to keep her husband on her side and even protect her when Zhao Cuihua made things difficult. Clearly, she knew how to handle her husband well. She could act gentle or playful when needed, but only at the right time.
And now was not the right time.
Pretending to be calm and understanding, she said with meaning, "Even the quietest person can lose their temper when pushed too far. The third brother is away most of the time, and she's been home alone taking care of mother. Maybe she's just been feeling wronged." Brother Gu thought for a while and said, "You're right, mother can be too much sometimes." Sister-in-law Gu. Her mood became even worse. Not only were the people from the main branch talking about Zhu Zai, but the couple from the 4th branch were also discussing it. Madame Song's foot was so badly hurt that she couldn't even stand. She sat on the heated bed, holding her son and crying. "That Zhu family is terrible. Just wait. Once I recover, I'll go to my family and make them pay for this." Gu Laosi frowned and said, "Calm down first. From what I can tell, third sister-in-law really wants to separate from the family. Let's try to talk her out of it for now. Once things settle, you can deal with your anger." Madame Song was displeased. If she wants to separate, let her. I'd like to see how she manages on her own. With her temper, she wouldn't dare. She's just trying to scare you all. But Gu Laosi still felt uneasy. Didn't you see how the Zhu family acted? They're not afraid of their daughter going back home. They even encouraged her to divorce. They won't stop until the family splits. Madame Song dismissed it. They're just putting on a show for Zhu Zai. Who would really let a married daughter move back home? And those Zhu brothers, do they really think they can support her? Talking is easy, but doing it is another matter. What she didn't say was that her own brothers were the same, good at talking, but when real help was needed, they disappeared. Gu Laosi couldn't convince his wife, so he stopped arguing. Still, he felt uneasy. It wasn't that he cared about how it would look if Zhu Zai separated. What worried him was that the Zhu family might demand part of his third brother's monthly allowance. Their mother loved him and often gave him extra money in secret. Once she got hold of the allowance, most of it ended up in his hands. So, in his mind, his third brother's allowance was practically his own. If Zhu Zai wanted to separate and take that allowance with her, how could he accept that? Thinking of this, he comforted Madame Song. "Take care of our son for now. I'll go check on mother." The main house had 4 rooms in total. The middle one was the main hall with 2 rooms on the east side and 1 on the west. The elderly couple of the Gu family loved their youngest son and daughter the most, so they let them live in the main house with them. The 4th branch lived in the west room, the old couple stayed in the large east room next to the hall, and their daughter, Gu Jingfang, lived in the small east room at the far end. When Gu Laosi entered the room, Zhao Cuihua was comforting her eldest daughter, who was crying loudly. "Oh, my poor girl. That wicked Zhu family. Just wait until your third sister-in-law comes back. I'll make her pay for this." Gu Jingfang's eyes were full of anger. "Mother, she ruined my reputation. I want her to lose hers too. When third brother returns, I'll make him divorce her. I want Zhu Zai to become someone no one wants." Zhao Cuihua gently comforted her daughter.
"All right, we'll do as you say.
"When she comes back, I'll deal with her myself." Gu Laosi couldn't understand how his mother and sister could stay in this room that smelled so bad. He couldn't stand it. He took a breath and almost felt dizzy. "Mother, can you smell it in here?" Stop talking and open the window for some fresh air. Hearing that, Gu Jingfang cried even harder. She had always been spoiled by her mother and had never suffered such humiliation before. Someone had splashed dirty water on her. That would be an insult to anyone. But for Gu Jingfang, it was unbearable. Now that her fourth brother mentioned it again, she started crying even harder. Zhao Cuihua glared at Gu Laosi impatiently. Why bring that up now? Can't you see your sister is already upset? Gu Laosi was also in a bad mood. He had been beaten for no reason too. So he said coldly, well, she's the one who got greedy. She saw something nice and tried to take it for herself. If she hadn't been jealous of other people's things, would they have treated her like that? Hearing this, Gu Jingfang became even angrier. She stopped crying, raised her head, and pointed at him. Oh, and your wife didn't take anything, right? But she still treated Zhu Zai like a servant. Both of them just had babies, yet Zhu Zai had to serve your wife. You too deserve to be beaten. Gu Laosi, already furious from being beaten by the Zhu family, jumped up and raised his fist. You dare say that again? Gu Jingfang quickly hid behind her mother. Mother, look. Fourth brother is going to hit me. Zhao Cuihua hurried to stop them. Laosi, what's wrong with you? Don't you dare fight with your sister? How capable do you think you are, picking a fight with your own sister instead of helping the Zhu family? Gu Laosi angrily dropped his hand and said with a dark face, Mother, you always spoil her. Just wait. When third sister-in-law insists on splitting the family, you won't be so pleased. After saying that, he turned and left in anger. He had originally wanted to discuss with his mother how to deal with a possible family separation, but instead, he left full of frustration. Zhao Cuihua, who stayed behind, felt just as troubled. Both her son and daughter were dear to her, and it hurt her to see either of them upset, especially when they quarreled. After Gu Laosi left, Gu Jingfang came out from behind Zhao Cuihua, crying in frustration. Mother, look at fourth brother. He even wanted to hit me. What kind of brother does that? He's not even as good as Zhu Zai's brothers. After saying that, she fell silent. Among the girls in the village who had brothers, she had always been the luckiest. Because of the old Madame Gu's strict control, her brothers had always given in to her. In the past, Gu Jingfang had been proud of this, thinking she was born to live like a princess. But after seeing how the Zhu brothers treated Zhu Zai, she suddenly realized something was wrong. She hadn't understood what it was before, but that morning, when she heard that Zhu Zai's brothers were willing to support their sister for life just to protect her from hardship, she finally understood. Her own special treatment had been forced by her mother, while Zhu Zai's care came from her family's genuine affection. Realizing this made Gu Jingfang's face darken. Bitter thoughts filled her mind. She told herself that Zhu Zai's brothers were just poor farmers, and their promises were only empty words. They couldn't possibly mean it. Song Shi, the wife from the fourth branch of the family, didn't believe it either. She was also considered well-treated in her own family, with both older and younger siblings. But even she knew that if her husband's family ever cast her out, her own family would blame her and might not take her back. For her own reasons, Song Shi secretly hoped Zhu Zai would separate from her family. She wanted to see whether the Zhu family would truly keep their word and care for her. After the fight that day, few members of the Gu family were in any condition to work. But they still needed to earn their share of labor points, so after comforting her daughter, the old Madame Gu sent everyone out to the fields. None of them knew that an even harsher wave of gossip was waiting for them. On the other side, Zhu Changming was running while carrying Zhu Zai in his arms. He kept muttering anxiously, Auntie, please be okay. You must be fine. I haven't even had the chance to take care of you yet. The fainted Zhu Zai was being jolted so much that she was about to actually faint. Unable to stand this kind of care, she slowly opened her eyes. Changming, I'm fine now. I just got too upset earlier.
Put me down.
Seeing her awake, Zhu Changming finally relaxed and slowed his pace. No, Auntie, you're too weak. I'll carry you to the village clinic so the doctor can check on you. There's no need, Auntie, don't talk. If you're tired, just rest in my arms for a while. Zhu Zai. Well, was her nephew trying to act like a dramatic hero from a story? Since Zhu Changming had slowed down, the group of children behind them quickly caught up. Zhu Zai was the youngest daughter in her family, 18 years younger than her eldest brother. Her eldest brother and his wife, Madame Yang, had 3 sons. The oldest, Zhu Changming, was 23, 1 year older than Zhu Zai. He was already married and had a baby daughter. The second son, Zhu Changyi, was 19 and preparing to get married. The youngest, Zhu Changzhong, was 13 and the 5th child in the Zhu family. Zhu Zai's second brother and his wife had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The third brother and his wife had 1 son and 1 daughter, the youngest grandchildren in the Zhu family. Altogether, they made quite a lively group. Although the fields were empty since work had ended, there were still a few people walking home for lunch. When others saw Zhu Changming running with someone in his arms, looking worried, curious onlookers asked what had happened. The children following behind were quick to explain, adding plenty of dramatic details about what had happened to Zhu Zai at the Gu family's house. The most talkative was little Zhu Jinjin, who chattered nonstop, her words flowing faster than a stream. Listening from a few steps away, Zhu Zai sighed inwardly. Her niece must have been a storyteller in another life. She was so good at adding flavor to a story. What a pity she was born in the wrong era. In ancient times, she would have made a wonderful storyteller. This turn of events made even more people aware of the Gu family scandal. It also helped push the family's separation plan forward. At the village clinic, the barefoot doctor examined Zhu Zai carefully. After saying a lot, his conclusion was simple: she was too weak and malnourished. Fortunately, she was still young. With proper care, she could recover. The doctor suggested eating more eggs, meat, and white flour and, if possible, drinking some malted milk for better results. But in those days, such advice was hardly realistic. If Zhu Zai hadn't brought a large store's worth of supplies with her when she traveled through time, who could afford to feed someone who needed so much nourishment? Still, even though the advice sounded impractical, Zhu Changming listened carefully and remembered every detail. Zhu Zai appreciated his respect for the doctor. Even a barefoot doctor is still a doctor, never underestimate them. After staying at the clinic for a while and noting down everything the doctor said, Zhu Changming sent his younger brother Zhu Changzhong home to deliver the news. Go back quickly and tell Grandma and the others that Annie is fine. We'll be home soon. Run fast so they don't worry and come all the way here for nothing. Got it, big brother. Hearing that, Zhu Changzhong dashed off at once. His steps were steady and practiced. Clearly, he was used to running errands. Watching him disappear into the distance, Zhu Jinjin said with lingering concern, "No wonder 5th brother gets hungry so fast. He's always running around like that." Zhu Jinjin was the 3rd daughter of the 2nd brother in the Zhu family. She was 12 years old. The Zhu siblings were all counted together in order. Zhu Changzhong was a year older than her and ranked 5th, so she called him 5th brother. The youngest cousin, Zhu Qianqian, said in her soft, childish voice, "Qianqian doesn't run, so I don't get hungry fast." Zhu Jinjin patted her little cousin's head like a big sister and said seriously, "Yes, Qianqian is the best." Being praised made Qianqian's cheeks turn pink with happiness. She said sweetly, "I'll save my bun for you, sister." Zhu Jinjin was deeply touched. All her care for her 6-year-old cousin felt worth it. Qianqian's older brother, Zhu Changhe, immediately cried out dramatically, "Oh no, Qianqian, you only think of sister and not your brother?"
I'm heartbroken.
Zhu Qianqian panicked, afraid her brother would cry, and quickly comforted him, saying, "Here, I'll give it to you too, brother." The 2 boys from 2nd brother Zhu's family joined in the fun. "You're only giving it to 6th brother? What about 3rd brother and 4th brother? And what about eldest brother and little aunt?
Hey?
Now that you mention it, what about grandpa and grandma? And also, that's enough, you lot. Don't bully Qianqian." Zhu Changming saw that the little girl was about to cry from being teased and quickly stopped them. This little cousin from 3rd uncle's family had a difficult birth. Everyone thought she wouldn't survive, but she did. Unfortunately, because she lacked oxygen for too long, she grew up a bit slower than other children. Still, no one in the Zhu family disliked her. Instead, they all cared for her with affection. Zhu Zai thought of this, crouched down, hugged the little girl, and comforted her, saying, Qianqian doesn't need to share with anyone. There's only one bun and too many mouths to feed. Qianqian's bun is for Qianqian alone. From now on, if your brothers and sisters want something tasty, your aunt will buy it for you. The nieces and nephews of the Zhu family were deeply touched. Even in her situation, their little aunt still thought about buying them treats. Of course, they didn't really expect her to buy anything, but just hearing it made them feel warm inside. 10-year-old Zhu Changhe was already drooling at the thought of food. The younger children were all thinking about snacks, but the older ones noticed something different. Zhu Changming, Zhu Changyi, and Zhu Changxin, 3 young men all over 17, realized something unusual. Their little aunts seemed more talkative today. Zhu Changyi, the second son of the eldest brother, was honest and simple. He noticed the change, but didn't think much of it. Zhu Changming, the eldest, was used to thinking deeply about everything. Zhu Changxin, the eldest son of the second brother, didn't talk much, but was very observant. Whenever the cousins got into trouble, he was the one who came up with the plans, like a clever strategist behind the scenes. Even Zhu Changming often discussed matters with his third cousin. Now, the two exchanged a glance and saw the same worry in each other's eyes. Their little aunt must have been treated badly by the Gu family, so much that even her personality had started to change. The two brothers had dark, heavy eyes, and they had once again added to their family's worries. Meanwhile, Zhu Changzhong ran halfway and met with a slower-moving Zhu Leoi and others. Only Zhu San's wife and Zhu San's brother took Daba and went home. The rest followed. Concerned about Mrs. Yao and old Master Zhu's slow walking, these people moved a bit more slowly. Grandpa, Grandma, you don't need to go. My eldest brother asked me to come back and tell you that my little aunt is fine. Well, I mean, she's okay now. It's just she was hungry, I think, the doctor was speaking, and Zhu Xiao was passing on the message roughly. Unknowingly, because of his slightly confusing message, the Zhu family members felt more sympathy for Zhu Zai and more resentment toward the old Gu family. Even old Master Gu, who was not seen, was remembered by the Zhu family. Mrs. Yao held back tears at the corner of her eyes and choked. All right, old man, you and the eldest and second brothers wait here for a year. I'll go back with the second daughter-in-law to cook chicken soup for our girl. Old Master Zhu also felt deep concern and said, all right, go back and cook. Make some good food to help Ye recover. So, when Zhu Zai was carried back to his family by his nephew, niece, and father, her table was already set with a small bowl of egg custard and a big bowl of plain rice porridge. She was still in her postpartum period. When she returned home, Mrs. Yao immediately shouted for her eldest nephew to hold her, and she moved into her pre-marriage room. The Zhu family was quite large, and the house was enough for everyone. This room had always been kept for her. Zhu Changming's wife, Yu Jinji, saw her husband come back carrying a thin, dark, and dried-up woman with dry hair. She immediately felt a bit upset. Thinking of this must be her mother-in-law's nagging all morning about her little aunt, who had been bullied in the Gu family and drank brine to commit suicide. She couldn't help but purse her lips. She had only drunk brine, not broken her leg, so why should her husband carry her? She was holding her own month-old daughter and wanted to go over and see her. But her sister-in-law, Zhu Daisao, held her back and said, it's chaotic now. Don't go forward. If you accidentally touch the child, it won't be good. Jinji nodded on the surface but was thinking secretly, what's so scary about touching the child? She just didn't want to get too close. The Zhu family didn't want her to know anything, fearing she might go back to her parents' house and tell them. Really, she's been married in for 2 years, but she doesn't consider her family at all. It's all because she hasn't given her family a son. On the surface, she says she cares about her son and daughter, but in reality, she is just calculating. A family full of hypocrites. Yu Jinji mentally scolds the Zhu family. Feeling a little better, she then thinks about Zhu Zai. Sister Zhu Dezao entered the room, looked at Zhu Zai, and planned to come out and prepare some face-washing water for her younger sister-in-law. She saw her daughter-in-law holding the eldest granddaughter and approaching, and asked with some curiosity, "Mother, is my younger sister-in-law still in confinement? Why did she come back to our family?" Yu Jinji thought that her in-laws went to visit her family to support her younger sister-in-law and cause some trouble, but unexpectedly, they actually brought her younger sister-in-law back. What does this mean? Sister Zhu Dezeo looked at her curious daughter-in-law and said calmly, "Your younger sister-in-law hasn't finished her confinement yet, so the Gu family can't stay any longer. Of course, she's going to sit the month at home." After saying that, she no longer paid attention to the shocked Yu Jinji and went to the kitchen to fetch water. Yu Jinji never expected that the Zhu family would value this younger sister-in-law so much, who still goes back to their parents' house to sit the month after marriage. Even just visiting with a child, they need to bring some provisions. The Zhu family is truly biased. They've taken back their married daughter and her child without hesitation, not afraid of running out of food. Yu Jinji felt a bit reluctant, but since her mother-in-law showed no opposition and even the second and third aunts only felt pity for the younger sister-in-law, she didn't dare to say anything. She was just curious. Why do the Zhu family care so much about their married daughter and her child? Her great-grandmother and the housekeeper aren't particularly strict either. She couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think too much about it. Anyway, whatever delicious food is made, she won't miss her share. Yao Shi felt sorry for her daughter's weakened body and boiled a chicken soup with a hen at noon. But it was too early, so they couldn't eat it then. They waited until evening to give it to her daughter. At noon, she steamed a bowl of egg custard for Zhu Zai, using 4 eggs. She also steamed 1 egg custard for each of the 2 granddaughters. Thinking further, she also steamed a batch of egg custard for the others. Today, my family all helped out, so I wanted to reward them. I didn't want her daughter and grandchildren to go hungry, so I felt a bit worried. Even family members need care and attention. In the end, I used a small clay pot to cook a little pot of plain white rice porridge. The pure white rice porridge was fragrant and sticky. Just smelling it made me want to eat 2 bowls, even without any vegetables. Yao saw that I prepared these, but at lunch, only a large bowl of egg custard was served on the table. The egg custard was sprinkled with chopped pickles, but from its pale color, I knew it was watery and had few eggs. Others didn't mind this. In fact, they were happy about the extra dish at lunch.
Zhu Changzhong said, "Wow.
Little auntie coming home is great. We're so lucky to eat well." Zhu Qianqian, imitating softly, said, "Lucky to eat well." Old Master Zhu looked at his grandchildren with a kind smile, full of warmth. Thinking about his daughter resting inside, a hint of worry crossed his mind. In Zhu Zai's room, Yao moved a small table with bright yellow egg custard and white rice porridge on it. She gently stroked Zhu Zai's hair and softly said, "My good girl, you eat first. The chicken soup will be ready tonight, and I'll bring it to you." Zhu Zai saw that Yao was still treating her like a little girl, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. In her past life, she was born into a family that valued boys over girls and never felt such warmth. She was rebellious and emotionally distant. Her mother wanted to raise her as a submissive sister, growing her up to be used by her brothers. So she paid money to cut ties with her family, giving enough once and for all. Since it wasn't what she wanted, she decided to let go. But not wanting it doesn't mean she didn't crave love. Who doesn't like warm family love and caring parents? Fighting back tears, Zhu Zai said, "Mom, I can't eat so much." "You eat with me." Yao's eyes were full of love as she said, No, there's more outside.
"These are for you.
Just eat. I'll take the older and younger brothers out to feed them, and you stay inside and eat well. When you're done, put it there. I'll come to get it later. Don't get out of bed, okay?" Then she took the older and younger brothers out. Both Dabo and Erbao listened carefully and obediently followed Grandma outside, not disturbing their mother during her meal. This caring mother, who loved her daughter very much, was focused on helping her recover from her postpartum period and make up for past mistakes. She didn't even want to personally take care of the children. Zhu Zai had the memories of the original owner and knew that the old Gu family's food mainly consisted of coarse rice porridge and mixed grain buns. Of course, This was what was served at the table. Privately, they often had special dishes that others didn't know about.
But such simple food was typical of that time.
It's likely that Zhu's family's meals were similar. Seeing the dishes on the table, it was clear that this was considered some of the best food of that era. Yao led her 2 grandchildren outside and saw that the family hadn't eaten yet. They were waiting for her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, "You all eat quickly, don't wait for me." Old Master Zhu was a little worried about his daughter. "How is Year?" "Sigh, she's been exhausted." "There's not much to do, but keep going," she replied. Old Master Zhu sighed and said, "During the postpartum period, kill 2 more chickens." Zhu Changming said, "When I go to town someday to buy paint, I'll bring back some pig's trotters for my little aunt." Yao immediately smiled and said, "That's a good idea. Stewing pig's trotters with peanuts is perfect for someone recovering from childbirth." Zhu Changyi said, "I'll go to the river tomorrow to see if I can catch some fish for my little aunt's fish soup." Zhu Changzhong quickly added, "Grandma, I'll go catch grasshoppers for our chickens so they lay more eggs for my little aunt." The 2 boys from Zhu's second brother's family didn't talk much, but were thinking about how to help their little aunt regain strength. Zhu Zhenjin and the 2 children from the 3rd household also eagerly discussed what they could do for their little aunt. Yao's face lit up with joy. She quickly agreed, "Good, good. You're all so thoughtful, caring about your little aunt. Now eat your meal." Today, Grandma steamed an extra bowl of egg custard for you all. The grandchildren cheered. "Grandma is so kind. Grandma is the best." "No, she's the best in the 10-mile radius. Actually, the best in the whole village. Even the whole town." "All right, enough talking. Hurry up and eat," Yao said, stopping them. She stood up and divided the egg custard fairly, giving each person a spoonful, regardless of age or gender. A bowl of egg custard looks like a lot, but when divided into each person's bowl, it's just a small taste. It's enough to satisfy everyone, even if just for a moment. But even so, the tired members of the Zhu family feel content. Except for Yu Jinji. She looks at Daba and Erbao each holding a small bowl of egg custard and feels uncomfortable. She also has a granddaughter who is only a few months old. Why didn't she think of her? Honestly, she just dislikes that the girl is a girl. In fact, she herself also dislikes the girl. She feels insecure and doesn't dare to speak up. Daba senses her gaze and pushes his egg custard away. He says, "This bowl is for my cousins to eat. My brother, and I will just share one bowl." Erbao immediately pushes his bowl over to his older brother and says seriously, "Yes, I will eat with my brother." Everyone looks at the 2 small children, who are so sensible, feeling both happy and a bit sad. Yao Shi's eyes turn red as she says, "You 2 can eat. Your older cousins are grown up now." Others also try to persuade them. But Daba has his own idea. He says he can't control others, but he can control himself. He refuses to eat, and no one can make him. Yao Shi has no choice but to divide that bowl among the smaller children. The Zhu family is harmonious mainly because Yao Shi treats her grandchildren kindly. Although they don't eat well, they are not hungry. So, the older children naturally share with the younger ones. In the end, Yu Jinji gets her daughter's share, and her dissatisfaction eases a little. But she still feels that Daba and Erbao's arrival has taken away their food. If it weren't for them, she could eat more delicious food. Others don't know her thoughts and quietly eat their meals. The main food of the Zhu family is coarse rice porridge and cornmeal buns. Even though their conditions are not as good as the Gu family, they eat better. This is all thanks to Yao Shi's kindness. After giving Zhu Zai a dowry, she later arranged for Zhu Changming to marry. The family had little money left, but at that time, they were afraid that their daughter would be looked down upon for marrying into a soldier's family, so they gritted their teeth and added a lot of dowry money. They didn't expect that not only would they not be respected, but they also ended up being taken advantage of by ruthless people. Zhu Changming spent a lot of money marrying Jinji. While others might spend $4 to marry a wife, Zhu Ji had to spend $20 here. If Zhu Changming hadn't given up after running out of money, he might have given up on marriage altogether, and the Zhu family wouldn't have been so proud. Their wedding nearly drained the Zhu family savings. The Zhu family are simple farmers who work the land. Besides earning work points, they have no other income. The only exception is Zhu's eldest brother, who, when he was young, worked as an apprentice with a carpenter for a few years. He learned some basic carpentry skills and later taught his younger brothers, which brought some income to the family. Among the men in the Zhu family, only Zhu Changming has some talent. He improved his skills from basic work to a craft that can support him. Usually, when a family in the village needs furniture, they bring materials to Zhu Changming and ask him to make it. Of course, sometimes they also pay him money secretly. Zhu Changming knows his skills are not very good, so he charges a low price. Over time, more people come to him for work. This became an important source of income for the Zhu family. After dinner, everyone wanted to stay a while longer in Zhu Zai's room, but Yashir told them to go back to their own rooms. All right. Ye will be staying at home from now on, so there's no need to worry about not having a chance to talk. You all need to work in the afternoon, so go back and rest. What she didn't say was that she also wanted to stay with her daughter. Once everyone had quietly gone back to their rooms, Yashir took her two children, Daba and Erbao, into Zhu Zai's room. Yay, have you finished eating? Mom, I finished. Now, calling her mother, Zhu Zai felt less pressure. Yashir saw her daughter's calm face and felt a little relieved. Then she scolded gently, "Why is there so much left? You're still postpartum, you need to eat more." Zhu Zai knew what kind of family the Zhu family was. She had plenty of food in her space, so she didn't want to use up the family's supplies. She had eaten a quarter of the egg custard and half a bowl of rice porridge. Feeling a bit shy, Zhu Zai said, "Mom, I haven't done much today, so I'm not very hungry." Yashir kept murmuring, mainly feeling sorry that her daughter was eating so little. Zhu Ziyi reluctantly listened, seeing that Yao's family showed no signs of stopping. He quickly said, "Mother, I'm thirsty. Please pour me a cup of water." "All right, got it." Zhu Ziyi let out a sigh of relief. He had finally finished this round of talking. When he looked up, he saw Daba secretly smiling. He reached out and pinched Daba's little face. "Wow, big baby, you're even secretly laughing at your mom." Daba's face turned red with embarrassment, and he pressed his lips tightly, not speaking anymore. But his eyes sparkled brightly, clearly showing he liked being pinched by his mother. Little Erbao, seeing this, waddled over on his short legs, leaning in and acting cute. Mom Erbao also wants a pinch. Zhu Ziyi sighed inwardly. Sigh, this second son really is everywhere. She moved her hand quickly and already pinched Erbao's little face. Erbao closed his eyes happily, enjoying his mother's warmth. "Did you all eat enough today?" Daba replied, "Yes, we ate enough." Erbao nodded and said, Yes, big sister-in-law." Erbao. Daba suddenly interrupted Erbao, who looked up at his brother in confusion. Zhu Ziyi also looked at Daba with curiosity. Daba smiled gently at Zhu Ziyi. "Mom, it's nothing. That's just the little girl from big sister-in-law's family. She looks quite cute. Maybe when Sambao grows up, he'll look better too. Sambao hasn't fully grown yet. He's a preemie, with wrinkled skin, not very good-looking. If Big Brother Daba had a kind heart, he probably wouldn't even recognize this ugly little brother." Talking about Sambao, Erbao's attention shifted from earlier. He frowned and said, "Little brother is too ugly." Daba looked serious. "You can't say that. He's your little brother." Erbao looked a bit innocent, staring with big eyes. "I know, but it's true that little brother is ugly, Daba." Daba wrinkled his little nose. He couldn't say that his brother was handsome, so he quoted what Song's family had told Song to advise Erbao. "All newborns look like that. They'll grow out of it. You were even uglier when you were little." Erbao was stunned, and tears of shock even welled up in his eyes. "No way, second treasure isn't that ugly," she said. Zhu Zai watched the two little brothers talk and became very interested. Unexpectedly, a small misunderstanding made one of them cry. It seemed that second treasure was frightened by third treasure's good looks and ran quickly into his mother's arms for comfort. "Mom, tell me second treasure isn't that ugly," he begged. "Oh, who could refuse such a cute and pitiful little one?" Zhu Zai hugged second treasure tightly and comforted him casually. Okay, Mom says second treasure isn't that ugly. He's so adorable. On the bed, third treasure didn't seem to understand what his mother and brothers were saying and suddenly started crying.
Wow. Wow.
Big treasure hurried over to pat him and soothe him. Sigh, poor little brother. In this world, surely he's not the only one who thinks his little brother is not cute. When Mrs. Yao brought water over, this was the scene she saw. Her daughter was comforting the children, with Big Treasure sitting nearby, trying to cheer up the little one. Hey, is third treasure hungry? She asked. Zhu Zai replied, maybe. Mom, take Big Treasure and second treasure outside. I'll feed third treasure. Mrs. Yao knew her daughter was shy and didn't argue. All right, I'll take Big Treasure and second treasure to nap. You finish feeding the baby and rest a bit. Got it, Mom. Thanks to Mrs. Yao's understanding, Zhu Zai easily took out milk powder from the space to prepare. While feeding the third child with a bottle, Zhu Zai looked at his wrinkled little face and thought to himself, I didn't think so before, but today, he does look a little bit cute. After Mrs. Yao took Big Treasure and second treasure outside, Big Treasure looked up at her and said, Grandma, you go back to your room. I'll take second treasure too. Grandma will go with you. No need, I can watch my little brother. All right, Grandma's so capable, my great-grandson. From the window, Zhu Zai saw Big Treasure leading second treasure to the backyard. Remembering how Big Treasure interrupted second treasure earlier, he put on his shoes and followed them. Oh, I want to tell Mom that big sister-in-law is glaring at us. I saw her do it a few times. Don't say anything, why? Did she really glare at us? Or was it just a secret look? No one else saw it. Bao was a little anxious. I said you can't say it, so you can't. Big Brother was too strict and Bao felt a bit wronged. His big eyes blinked, and tears seemed to be gathering. Bao sighed and softened his tone, saying, Bao, you're already 3 years old. You're a big kid now. You should know that we are now just Mom's little burdens. There's also San Bao, our little brother. We are all just burdens. We eat at Grandma's house and drink at Grandma's house. Big sister-in-law doesn't want us there, and that's okay. We can only work harder to earn our food and help Mom, instead of complaining to Mom and making her worried. Bao didn't understand. In his small mind, isn't it just about finding Mom and brother when something happens? Before, Mom couldn't protect him, but Big Brother always protected him. But today, Mom fought with second aunt, and it left a deep impression on his young heart. In his mind, his mom's image has grown from a small sapling into a tall, strong tree. He wanted to follow his heart and tell Mom everything. But he was also a good little brother who listened to Big Brother. Since Big Brother said not to tell Mom, he wouldn't say anything. Okay, Bao won't say anything, so Mom won't worry. Hearing Bao's answer, Bao was very pleased. He patted Bao's head like a little adult and praised him. Good, Bao. This little brother of his was just like this, soft and a bit delicate but obedient. This personality probably came from Mom. Forget it. I'll protect them more in the future. Around the corner, Zhu Zai was completely melted by the two adorable children. Oh my God, what kind of divine little kids are these? She thought she was going to suffer in this poor era, but unexpectedly, Heaven sent her 2 small leather jackets. Wow, this feeling is incredibly sweet. Zhu Zai was lost in her wonderful feelings and couldn't help but listen when Bao let out a sharp hiss. Bao immediately became nervous and said, Brother, your mouth is blue. It hurts so much. It's okay. It just hurt when I bumped it. If I don't bump it, it won't hurt. Brother, second baby is calling for you. Yes, are you still hurting? Bao riding the big horse. Didn't it hurt you? Second baby lifted his patched-up clothes, revealing his little belly and said a little sadly, It hurts. Second baby's tummy hurts. Big baby squatted down and gently rubbed his son's scraped belly, speaking softly, Be good, second baby. Brother will rub it, and it won't hurt anymore. Zhu Zai felt a bit sad and quickly went back to her room before the 2 boys noticed her. She thought to herself that she would take out some ointment from her space, later to apply to her sons. After the Zhu family finished their rest, they went back to work to earn more work points. Only Mrs. Yao and Eugenie stayed at home. Mrs. Yao was older and usually earned only 4 or 5 work points from her work. The Zhu children were obedient and didn't need their elders to work hard for them. While Zhu Zai was at home, Mrs. Yao took leave from work to stay and take care of her daughter during her postpartum period. No one said anything about it. Even Yu Jinji, who stayed home to watch her small children, was not criticized by the family for not working. The Zhu children didn't have to go out to gather pig grass to earn their 2 work points, like most families in the village. But since their parents didn't force them, they were very self-motivated. Zhu Changming, besides doing carpentry work, also went to work to earn points. Zhu Changyi and Zhu Changxin, like the men in the family, each earned 10 work points. Zhu Changli was in middle school and would go to collect firewood during holidays. Zhu Changzhong led Zhu Chang and Tian Tian to gather pig grass, while Zhu Jinjin took Zhu Qianqian and occasionally washed clothes at home, mostly going to the foot of the mountain to dig wild vegetables. All the children in the family were obedient and never thought about not working just because they were young. When the older siblings were working for the Gu family, they also did chores and became skilled at all the tasks they could do. Seeing their older brothers and sisters busy, Big Baby quickly took Second Baby along to follow. Zhu Changzhong wanted to take his little cousins to gather pig grass, but Zhu Jinjin wanted to take her brothers to dig wild vegetables. The two usually acted like they didn't see each other at home, but now, fighting over who would take the little cousins, they argued again. Second Baby sighed like he was pretending and seriously worried. What should I do? Second Baby is too likable. Dabao helplessly gently rubbed his younger brother's head, wanting to tell him not to feel so confident. He looked almost like a starving refugee, and even the monkeys refused to eat him. He didn't have that much charm. But since he was his own brother, Dabao rarely hurt his brother's long-standing confidence. With Dabao's mediation, everyone finally decided to act together. First, they would gather pig grass, then dig up wild vegetables. Yao smiled as she watched her grandchildren and great-grandchildren walk away, full of love. She couldn't stay idle at home. The clothes on her daughter were so worn out they couldn't be recognized anymore. She needed to use this time to make a new outfit for her daughter. Sister Zhu Sen also brought out a fine dress to lend to Zhu Zai. It was a dress she rarely wore and had no patches. But at home, there was no need to wear such nice clothes, so Yao changed her own clothes into a simple one for homeware. Zhu Zai took a nap at her mother's house for another afternoon. Half asleep, she heard the noise in the yard again. Yao said happily, "Oh, thank you for thinking of her. Ye is still sleeping inside. She was badly hurt this time and is very weak. She must rest well. Postpartum illness is hard to recover from." Zhu Zai rubbed her eyes and asked, "Mom, who is coming?" This child. She really can't stop talking. As soon as I mention her, she wakes up. Let's go inside." As she spoke, Yao led a woman with a round face into the room. The woman carried a basket, smiled slightly when she saw people, but showed obvious pity and worry when she looked at Zhu Zai. "Yay, you're awake? Is your body okay?" As soon as Zhu Zai saw her, she recognized her. This was Lin Damei, the only close friend of the original owner before she passed away. Since Zhu Zai didn't react, Lin Damei didn't mind. In the past, Zhu Zai was also a quiet person, mostly silent, and she usually did the talking. Lin Damei put down her basket and hurried to see the sleeping Sanbao on the bed. She carefully picked up the child and held him in her arms, full of kindness and love, excitedly saying, "Wow, yay, look how handsome Sanbao is. With such a good eldest son, what more could you want, Zhu Zai? Are you sure you're not joking with me?" Zhu Zai carefully looked at her third son and then closely observed Lin Damei's expression. After confirming that she was not lying at all, Zhu Zai's face broke into a smile. Really, her filters are thicker than even her own mother's. Lin Damei probably doesn't know what Zhu Zai is thinking, or she would be scolding her for not knowing how lucky she is. She pushed the basket toward Zhu Zai and said, "This is some eggs I brought you. You should take good care of yourself during your confinement." There were only 10 eggs in the small basket, but in this time period, that was a generous gift. Also, the original owner and Lin Damei mostly had a relationship where Lin Damei was the one giving. Friendship needs to be maintained, and giving gifts is normal. For the original owner, who had hardly ever given anything, Lin Damei's kindness showed she truly considered her a friend. Their friendship is quite dramatic. The original owner was quiet and timid, almost invisible in the village. If she didn't have a soldier husband, no one would even know who she was. Lin Damei was straightforward and friendly. Zhu Zai looked through the original owner's memories and found that Lin Damei was one of the few who helped her. Lin Damei was the niece of the village head and married into a kind and caring family. Even though she had 3 daughters, her in-laws didn't mistreat her. The friendship started because Lin Damei wanted a secret recipe for having children. But the original owner didn't have any secret recipe. She had no experience at all, only knew it hurt. So, she had nothing to give Lin Damei. Fortunately, Lin Damei was not a greedy person. Over time, seeing how the original owner was treated in her in-laws' house, she felt very sorry for her. She forgot about the secret recipe and just wanted to help her. Of course, her help wasn't extravagant. In those days, no one was rich. She just helped wash clothes a few times when the original owner was pregnant and washing clothes. When she was starving and about to faint, she even brought her half a bun from her home. Zhu Zai thought that in this era, this small act of kindness was enough to show that she was a friend worth making. During busy farming season, Lin Damei still walks from Gujia village to Yujiazwang to bring her eggs. Clearly, she is worried about her friend who once attempted to end her life and wants to see her in person to feel at ease. Damei, thank you for coming to see me. Lin Damei immediately looks at her with concern. There's no need to thank me. You know, you're too naive. It's better to live badly than to die so easily. Besides, look at you, your 3 big sons, they are so good. Zhu Zai doesn't know how to explain the original owner's situation, so she keeps silent and lowers her head. You can hear Lin Damei chattering. Look at me, I've had 3 daughters. If I were a bit more narrow-minded, I might have been pushed to hang myself by my sister-in-law's harsh words. Zhu Zai comforts her, saying, you shouldn't think like that. When children are born to you, it's all fate. Sons and daughters are all treasures. Lin Damei sighs and says, yes, I know. I love my daughters too. But I already have 3, and I still wish I had a son to make everything complete. Who doesn't want children and a happy family? Yao Shi, standing nearby, advises, every family has its own problems. Whether sons and daughters are treasures or trouble depends on the family. My own mother-in-law seems as cold as stone. She wants to starve my little treasure and won't let my daughter rest after giving birth. I just don't understand. What good does it do her to torment my daughter and grandson? Lin Damei is furious and curses. I've never seen such a heartless mother-in-law. Why is she tormenting you? Her son is a soldier outside, and she gets his allowance. She's living comfortably while you work hard. She even had a grandson for her. Is there anyone like her? Bringing the old-fashioned ways of a landlord's wife into this place. I think she just deserves a good scolding. I don't want to think about anything now. Whatever she's after, it's none of my business. The only thing that matters is taking good care of my own health. When I had my 2nd child, I didn't finish my confinement properly. If I neglect myself again, I'm afraid I won't see my 3rd child grow up. I might just close my eyes and leave. Lin Damei and Yao Shi listen to her and feel very comforted. It's the best if you can think like that. While the 3 women are talking, Zhu's children come back. De Bao and Air Bao enter the house and happen to hear the phrase, close my eyes and leave. Air Bao is young, but he understands what that means. In his eyes, close my eyes and leave is like before, calling for his mother, but she wouldn't come back, which makes him feel scared and anxious. Thinking about this, he felt very scared. He tiptoed and rushed toward Zhu Zai, crying loudly, Mother, mother, I don't want you to die. Mother, I don't want you to die. Bao is scared. De Bao understood what his mother said, and was so frightened that his face turned pale and his eyes reddened. Perhaps because he had been forced to be strong since he was young, he held back his tears. But his silent endurance made people feel even more sad. On the bed, Sanbao, sensing his brother's emotions, also started crying loudly. Zhu Zai, you really are full. The contrast between your crying before and after is so obvious. Crying can influence others. Seeing their family so miserable and crying, Lin Damiai's eyes also turned red. Wiping her tears, she gritted her teeth and said, "You must not think too much. That old woman hasn't died yet. How can you die? Look at your 3 big sons around you, so good. Many people envy you. Just look ahead. Your happiness is coming. Your sons are filial to you." Yao Shi also wiped her tears and advised Zhu Zai, worried that her daughter, who had just escaped death, might seek to end her life again. Zhu Zai, feeling helpless, quickly made her stance clear. She would never think of dying again. She almost swore to the sky to calm everyone down. Lin Damiai comforted Zhu Zai for a while longer, still worried she might be overwhelmed and truly lose hope. When the family's emotions had mostly settled, Lin Damiai got up to leave. Before leaving, she hugged each of her 3 big sons, showing great affection. Zhu Zai sighed softly in her heart. "Dear sister, you are so sincere to me. I may not be able to share the secret recipe for having children, but I can share some life secrets in the future." What she didn't know was that after Lin Damiai learned about her grievances at Zhu's house, she returned to Gujia village and spread the story again. She was the niece of the village chief, straightforward and friendly, able to chat with anyone in the village. She casually told her mother-in-law about Zhu Zai suffering under her in-laws by chance, and some gossip-loving women in the village overheard her. Soon, this story became a delicious dish at other families' dinner tables. Since life was so hard, listening to other stories made their own meals more satisfying. Because of a disturbance at noon, the people in Gujia village started gossiping about the Gu family. This afternoon, with Lin Damiai's promotion, everyone learned more details. When the Gu family returned home for dinner, they could feel others looking at them strangely on the street. They were so angry that they kept a stern face and didn't want to talk to anyone. In the evening, the Zhu family came back from work, and Mrs. Yao had already prepared chicken soup. The smell was so good that as soon as they entered the yard, they could smell it. The children in the Zhu family cheered happily, like celebrating a big festival. One chicken was shared among nearly 20 people, so there wasn't much for each person. But it was better than nothing, and everyone enjoyed a small treat. The chicken soup was made to help Zhu Zai recover her health. Besides the soup, Mrs. Yao naturally gave both big chicken legs to her daughter. No one thought it was unfair, except Eugenie. She looked at the big chicken leg walking away and pursed her lips but didn't dare say anything. Forget it. Let her have this one time. Next time, she would definitely speak up. Others didn't know her complicated thoughts and just focused on eating their own chicken. Zhu Sansa looked at her with a meaningful glance, but then lowered her head to help Zhu Qianqian eat. When Zhu Zai saw the large bowl of oily chicken soup and 2 big chicken legs Mrs. Yao brought over, she immediately felt overwhelmed. "Mom, I just want to drink the chicken soup. I don't like chicken legs." Mrs. Yao looked at her with disbelief. "How can anyone not like chicken legs?" "Fine, I know you're sensible. Be good. You're postpartum now, so you need to take care of your health. Eat quickly." Zhu Zai cried inside. Oh, she really didn't like chicken legs. How could she explain this wonderful misunderstanding? "Mom, I really don't like chicken legs. I want to eat chicken wings. Those don't have much meat." "What's so good about biting them?" "Okay, Mom. I just like chicken wings." Mrs. Yao rarely felt her daughter's sweet talk, and her loving mother heart melted. All right, Zai likes chicken wings. I'll get them for you." She was about to go get the chicken wings for her daughter. "Hey? Wait, Mom, you can just give the chicken legs to the kids." "No need. They're not postpartum, so they can eat whatever they want. Mom, please just give the chicken legs to the kids." "I find those big pieces of meat disgusting." Unable to persuade Yao Shi, Zhu Zai pretended to act a little mischievous. Yao Shi didn't dare upset her daughter during her confinement, so she quickly agreed. Okay, Mother will take it out now. Please don't be angry, or else you'll stop producing milk, and Sambao won't have anything to eat." Zhu Zai was speechless, thinking to herself, "There's nothing to eat now. If I hadn't secretly fed Sambao formula from the space every time, this little guy would have gone to meet the king of long ago with his not yet grown ugly face." Usually, Yao Shi handled the distribution of food, But since she was unavailable, the eldest daughter-in-law took over. Big sister-in-law Zhu was honest and kind, fair in her work, and no one had any complaints about her being the eldest. Now, seeing Yao Shi come out, she quickly greeted her. "Mother, has the little sister eaten? You should eat too." I know. Has anyone gotten the chicken wing?" "Hasn't eaten yet." Zhu Qianqian and Erbao raised their little hands and said, "Grandma/Grandma, I got it." Yao Shi looked and saw that Erbao's chicken wing was already gnawed into a mess. Fortunately, Qianqian was slow with everything, so she hadn't finished eating her chicken wing yet. Yao Shi quickly picked up a chicken leg and said to her, "Good Qianqian, how about I exchange this chicken leg for your chicken wing?" Zhu Qianqian paused for 3 seconds, then in a sweet voice said, "Meat, lots of meat for little aunt." This meant the chicken leg had more meat and should be given to her little aunt. Yao Shi was so touched she became even gentler and said, "Sweet Qianqian, your little aunt prefers chicken wings. How about we exchange?" Qianqian reacted after a moment, her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe it. Someone would give up a chicken leg for a chicken wing? She was slow to react, but not stupid. Yao Shi continued to persuade her granddaughter. "Really, your little aunt likes chicken wings. Okay, I'll exchange." Yao Shi happily swapped her daughter's chicken wing. Just as she was about to take it away, Erbao held up the gnawed, broken chicken wing and shouted, "Grandma, Grandma, Erbao also wants to give this to Mother." Seeing the battered chicken wing, Yao Shi couldn't bear to give it to her little girl. With a loving yet slightly awkward smile, she advised, "Good Erbao, you eat it yourself. Your mother will be fine with just one." Erbao wanted to say more, but Big Brother stopped her. "Eat your meal properly, don't cause trouble." The second child felt wronged, saying, "Second child didn't cause trouble." Big Brother wanted to cover his face in embarrassment, unsure how to explain to everyone that his little brother's chicken wing looked like it had been chewed by a dog. Even his own mother couldn't bring herself to eat it. Sitting nearby, Zhu Qianqian acted like a caring older sister. She gently patted the second child's head and said, "Be good, second child. Eat your food. Sister will give you a chicken drumstick." The second child loved this gentle little sister. Hearing her comfort him made his little feelings settle down, and he stopped fussing with his older brother. Zhu Qianqian used to be the youngest of her family, and everyone took care of her and spoiled her. Suddenly, 2 younger cousins arrived, and Zhu Qianqian was very happy. Her wish to be a caring older sister was finally fulfilled. As for the second child, he was a little spoiled, always wanting someone to comfort him. When these two met, they got along very well. Actually, they shared similar interests. Other children watched as Zhu Qianqian traded her chicken wing with her little aunt for a chicken drumstick. They all felt envious. But no one was truly jealous or upset. Whether it was the little aunt or Sister Qianqian, they both deserved the best. In the house, Zhu Zai, who was loved by her older nephews and nieces, looked at a large bowl of oily chicken soup, as big as a basin. In her previous life, she wasn't a vegetarian, but she really didn't like greasy food. She silently thought, "I'm postpartum. I need to nourish my body," and closed her eyes to drink the big bowl of chicken soup. Maybe her current body was too lacking in nutrients. What she used to see as greasy and heavy now felt quite suitable, even leaving her a little wanting more. Oh well, this thin body probably wouldn't gain weight from just one bowl of soup. She decided to wait until after her confinement to worry about maintaining her figure. Meanwhile, the other chicken drumstick was reluctantly given by Yao Shi to her husband, as Zhu Zai strongly refused. Her husband was no young man anymore. He shouldn't always be pushed around by the younger generation. He deserved good care too. Old Master Zhu was a quiet man who never refused anything. He simply accepted. But when it came to caring for his wife, he was just as determined. He split the chicken drumstick in half, placing one half into his wife's bowl. His action was decisive and commanding, with a strong sense of authority, almost like a CEO taking charge. Medea's Miss Yao shot him a sharp glare. Really, the old man was once again showing his charm. The younger ones all watched, feeling embarrassed. A group of people who clearly weren't blind but insisted on pretending to be, just looked on silently. The children of the Zhu family were busy eating and didn't notice anything. The adults saw, but pretended not to. Oh, their parents were quite old, yet they still acted so affectionately. The three brothers of the Zhu family quietly exchanged glances with their wives. Yes, today their wives looked even more beautiful. They had eaten eggs during the day and meat at night, feeling energized. In the Zhu family's third house, three couples simultaneously did what couples are supposed to do. In this era, there was no tradition of smoking afterward. Instead, the couples lay down and chatted for a while. The biggest event today was Zhu's Eyes Matter. The three families all took it as a topic for later discussion. In the main room of the Zhu family's first house, Big Brother Zhu patted his wife, and they whispered quietly.
What should we do about Zai?
Do Dad and Mom have any rules? Big Sister Zhu asked worriedly. Big Brother Zhu, when mentioning the Gu family, felt distressed for his little sister and said with some concern, Zai, that family isn't worth much. After Zai's confinement, she will definitely need to leave her current home. Yes, let's leave. Although she's just one woman with 3 children now, our family can help her out and life won't be too hard. But what about her little uncle's return? How should we explain that? What's there to explain? My sister went to their house and was mistreated so badly she wanted to end her life. We haven't even asked for an explanation yet. Big Sister Zhu sighed. That's true. Then let's just leave. In the second house of the Zhu family, second brother Zhu hugged second sister Zhu, closing his eyes to savor the thrill just experienced. Second sister Zhu asked worriedly, what if after my little sister's confinement, the Gu family refuses to leave? What should we do? Second brother Zhu's calm eyes opened faintly in the dark, revealing a cold, dark look that was usually unseen. No leaving? Just sneak in at midnight and give them a good scare. If one doesn't work, then 2. No one will be safe. Second sister Zhu pinched him and said angrily, you're being reckless again. If you do that, when her little uncle returns, he might hold a grudge against us. Again, regarding the matter of getting beaten, old third from the Gu family can't escape it. Does he still dare to cause trouble? By doing this, aren't you causing the couple, Ziyi and his wife, to fall out? Could it really go that far? And there are 3 children involved. Talking about this, second brother Zhu also feels headache. He thinks his sister is naturally very good, and even if she divorces, she won't have trouble finding a new husband. But these 3 children are a problem. They are the grandchildren of the Zhu family, and they definitely can't be given to the ungrateful Gu family. However, raising the 3 children makes it hard for her to remarry. Second brother Zhu thinks for a moment and says, what's there to be afraid of? When the time comes, everything will work out. If needed, our family can support her, and little sister can go marry someone else. Such an unreliable suggestion makes anyone who hears it want to spit in his face. But second sister-in-law Zhu is not an ordinary person. After hearing her husband's words, she surprisingly agrees completely. Yes, that's a good idea. Each of our 3 families takes care of 1 child. It's not a big problem. When little sister goes back to her parents' house, she can still see her son. That's good. This couple is quite remarkable. Their relatives just recently had a baby, and they're already planning divorce and custody arrangements. It's a pity that no one at the scene is wise enough to wake them up. They can only let the 2 of them continue to think wildly, with strange ideas that could only come from Grandma's house. Second brother, Zhu, looks moved. No wonder his wife always agrees with his bad ideas. It seems all these years of effort haven't been wasted. Wife, you're really good. What are you saying? What's with that tone? Are you thinking again? Go away, behave yourself for a while. Tomorrow you have to work, so don't get too carried away just because you ate some meat. You're a good wife. Ah, you little rascal, speak softly. What happens next is unknown to outsiders. In the room of the third branch of Zhu family, this couple is not as lively and carefree as the second branch. They take a tough, straightforward approach. Everything they do is quick and decisive. The first branch worries about dividing the family, the second branch considers divorce, and only this couple is discussing how to set up a trap. When will we do it? Sister-in-law Zhu calmly asks. Brother Zhu, holding his wife, answers very calmly, in half a month. If we do it now, we'll be the prime suspects. Sister Zhu, San was silent for a moment. Could it be that their suspicion is greatest after more than half a month? Seeming to understand his wife's meaning, Brother Zhu San's ears turned red in the dark. He looked serious and asked, "Will you go then?" "I won't go. I need to watch Qianqian. If she wakes up in the middle of the night, she might get scared. Then forget about Chang'e too. The child is young and might accidentally reveal something." Sister Zhu San slightly regretted, "Sigh, I just wish we could let him see the world." Brother Zhu San rarely showed tenderness and comforted her. "It's okay. There will be many chances to do that in the future." Sister Zhu San was silent again. Although she was inexperienced as a parent, she felt that their way of raising the child seemed a bit off. Brother Zhu San's voice sounded above her head. He appeared calm on the surface, but was actually very shy. "Ahem. Well, I might need to rest a bit more." Sister Zhu San was momentarily stunned and didn't quite understand what he meant. She casually asked, "Rest more?" Brother Zhu San's cheeks turned bright red in the dark. He then rolled over and pressed down, blowing air into her ear. Sister Zhu San was speechless. The conversation between the couple in the third room was not something ordinary people could overhear. Now look at Zhu Changming's room. Zhu Changming was snoring loudly, one breath after another, clearly sleeping deeply. The nutrition he had taken during the day didn't make this energetic young man have wild thoughts. It only improved his sleep quality. Yu Jinji was furious and pushed him several times but couldn't wake him. She was so angry that she pinched her daughter's arm in frustration. The sleeping baby felt the pain and cried out loudly. Zhu Changming instantly woke up. He skillfully picked up the baby to check if she had peed.
Huh. No.
Why is she crying? Zhu Changming was so sleepy, he could barely keep his eyes open but still tried to check on his daughter. Yu Jinji saw Zhu Changming like this and felt both angry and proud. In the village, she knew only her man would help take care of the children. Sometimes at night, he would wake up and change the baby's diaper. Although she didn't care much for her own daughter, her husband never looked down on her. She didn't say it out loud, but she felt proud inside. However, on the other hand, she also felt that her husband wasn't paying enough attention to her. She knew she had used clever tricks to marry him, but he didn't know the full story. Since she married into the family, shouldn't he treat her well? Yu Jinji was very angry inside, so even when Zhu Changming was holding the baby and asking her to feed him, she ignored him. "What are you doing? Hurry up and feed the baby." Yu Jinji still didn't respond. She was just waiting for Zhu Changming to coax her. But Zhu Changming didn't really like her much, and he married her out of responsibility. He didn't have much patience for her. "Hurry up. I know you haven't fallen asleep. If you keep acting like this, you'll have to go work in the fields tomorrow. Anyway, you don't want to look after the baby anymore." Yu Jinji suddenly sat up, and her anger was clear even in the dark. "Zhu Changming, are you even human? I gave birth to your child, and this is how you treat me? What did I do to you?" Every woman in the village who has a baby can start working after a month. At worst, after the baby is 3 months old, she can go back to work.
And you?
Your eldest daughter is over 7 months old. Have you done any chores around the house? Even so, no one is forcing you. Why are you acting like this? You don't even want to look after the baby? Yu Jinji was furious but couldn't find anything to argue with because Zhu Changming was speaking the truth. She was just using the baby as an excuse to be lazy. You just can't stand that I gave you a daughter. You dislike Daya because she's a girl." Zhu Changming was drunk. Their family didn't believe in valuing boys over girls, and he didn't dislike Daya. But every time they argued, Yu Jinji would bring this up. "Can you stop being unreasonable? Everyone in the family, including me, shows that we don't favor boys over girls. Why do you cling to this?" Yu Jinji couldn't explain why, but she just wouldn't let go of this excuse. Zhu Changming was too tired to argue with her. He simply couldn't make things clear with this woman. Every time they argued, he regretted not running away sooner, wondering why he crossed that bridge. But looking at his little daughter in his arms, he softened again. Forget it. In the future, he would earn more money for his wife and daughter. Maybe she wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Thinking of this, Zhu Changming feeling a bit exhausted, said, "Hurry up and feed the baby. Don't let him cry. If you really don't want to watch the children, I will feed her tonight, and tomorrow I will ask my mother to look after her. You can either go to work to earn some points or go back to your parents' house and stay for a while." Hearing this, Eugenie no longer dared to argue. She didn't want to work, and she didn't want to go back to her parents' house either. If she went back, she wouldn't get enough food, and she would be scolded by her mother. Life there wouldn't be as comfortable as at the Zhu family. She pretended to be reluctant, but quickly took the child to feed her. The child soon stopped crying, and Zhu Changming finally relaxed. But after all the fuss, he was still a bit sleepy and lay there without falling asleep. Eugenie finally found a chance to talk to her husband. "Do you think my little sister is just resting at her parents' house after giving birth?" She was a bit anxious and said, "But I've never heard of a married daughter staying at her parents' house to rest after giving birth. That would sound bad if it got out." Zhu Changming was indifferent. "If it gets out, it gets out. It's not our family's problem. The Gu family has done worse things, so we're not worried about some gossip. Even if we are, what does it have to do with us?" Eugenie pouted and said sourly, "Your family really thinks highly of themselves." Zhu Changming, feeling sleepy, mumbled, "Don't you want her family to be doing well?" Eugenie was speechless. She was so angry. Of course, she wanted her family to be doing well. But unfortunately, her family wasn't like that. If her family treated her as badly as Zhu Zai did, she wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to marry Zhu Changming. Now, she was well-fed and taken care of, but life still wasn't perfect. Oh well, the future will have to wait and see. The Zhu family's yard finally fell silent again, only the sounds of people sleeping and breathing. Zhu Zai finished applying medicine to Daba and Erbao and then entered her space. Her big shopping mall was already visited. It was her own business, and she knew the layout well. But she hadn't paid much attention to the shops on the street outside. Because the mall was large, the street was very long. She looked around and saw dessert shops, milk tea shops, coffee shops, breakfast stalls, and flower shops. There was plenty of food, drinks, and entertainment. Right now, she lacked money and tickets from this era, but she didn't have to worry about supplies. Although she realized that her space was a limited resource and couldn't be replenished endlessly, she thought, "Isn't a large shopping mall and a street full shops enough to support her family? That's enough. What more could she need, like a bicycle?" After checking her supplies and belongings, Zhu Zai felt satisfied and went to sleep. The next day, her second nephew, Zhu Zhongyi, caught her some fish, and Mrs. Yao cooked fish soup for her. They shared the big fish together. On the third day, Zhu Zhongming brought back 4 pig's trotters from the county town. Mrs. Yao made pig's trotters with peanuts. She ate half a pig's trotter and drank some soup. The rest was shared with everyone. On the 4th day, Mrs. Yao made her red sugar eggs. On the 5th day, they slaughtered another hen. With so much nutritious food, Zhu Zai's health improved. Maybe it was just her feeling, but she felt stronger. Even the Zhu family members who benefited from her seemed to look better than before. The children were as happy as during the New Year, excited that their young aunt was home to stay. But even in a harmonious family, there are always a few troublemakers. That noon, everyone shared the chicken meat. Both chicken wings were given to Zhu Zai. One chicken leg was shared between Dabao and Erbao, and the other chicken leg was eaten by the 2 young girls, Zhu Jinjin and Zhu Qianqian. Eugenie's gaze lingered on the chicken leg in Erbao's bowl, then she said sarcastically, "Young aunt is so lucky. Coming back to rest after giving birth makes grandma so happy. These days, there's plenty of meat and fish, better than during the New Year." Hearing this, Zhu's father and mother looked unhappy. They always tried to be fair, not favoring any of their 3 sons, and they only showed a little more kindness to their 2 granddaughters. They used to be more indulgent to the young girl, but after she got married, their help was limited. This time, the young girl's suicide attempt shocked them. Seeing their child treated so badly, as parents, they felt heartbroken. They were glad she survived and wanted to make up for everything good they could. Because they cared so much about her health, they subconsciously ignored the family's overall situation. They thought, at least she should rest well during her confinement. Future matters could wait. But it had only been a few days. The daughters-in-law hadn't said anything yet, but the eldest granddaughter-in-law started to feel unhappy. Mrs. Yao's face turned pale. Before she could say anything, Zhu Changming suddenly slammed his bowl down and angrily said, "What are you talking about? Can't you even eat? If you don't want to eat, just put it down. No one is forcing you." Yu Jinji was blushing from being scolded. This was the first time Zhu Changming had reprimanded her in front of everyone. She felt embarrassed and retorted, "I'm not wrong. It's true, isn't it? The daughter-in-law who marries and can't compare to the daughter who lives at home. When I was postpartum, I only killed 2 chickens in a month. Now, just a few days later, she's killed 2 chickens and is eating fish and meat. She doesn't really belong to our Zhu family anymore. I am the real daughter-in-law of the Zhu family." A slap interrupted Yu Jinji shouting. Zhu Changming gasped and pointed at her, saying, "Shut up." Yu Jinji was shocked, covering her face and going silent. "You dare to hit me." The scene became chaotic. The children cried out in fear. Old Master Zhu quickly stepped in loudly, saying, "Changming, stop. How can you hit your wife?" Big brother Zhu and sister-in-law Zhu also hurriedly separated their son and daughter-in-law, who looked like angry roosters. Sisters-in-law Zhu Er and Zhu San comforted the children, telling them to take their bowls and go eat. Brothers Zhu Er and Zhu San scolded Zhu Changming, saying that no matter how much they argued, he shouldn't have hit anyone. Zhu Changming remained silent, then suddenly said, "My little aunt is the reason I have a scar on my face. If she hadn't helped me back then, I might have fallen and broken my leg, becoming disabled. My life is thanks to her, and no one can speak badly of her." After saying this, he didn't eat and ran out. Yu Jinji felt ashamed and ignored everyone. She went back to her room and didn't even care for the children. Sister-in-law Zhu held her big daughter, her eyes red, comforting the child.
She didn't know who to blame.
She felt it was wrong for her son to hit someone, but also thought her daughter-in-law's words were harsh. Everyone was living together, so why was it like this? She didn't even work outside to earn credits, yet no one criticized her. Why was she so strict with others? Mrs. Yao didn't say a word from the moment Zhu Changming hit someone. Now that they have left, she finally spoke coldly. "I know I've been very generous in nourishing Yi these past few days. But she is my daughter, and I can't watch her waste away or ruin her health. Since Jinji has spoken openly today, everyone should share their feelings. If anyone is unhappy, now is the time to say it." Sister-in-law Zhu immediately choked up and said, "Mother, please don't say that. My daughter-in-law has no complaints at all." Second sister-in-law Zhu, who is straightforward and clever, quickly moved closer to her mother-in-law, holding her arm and said, "Mother, you're not being fair to us sisters-in-law. We don't have any complaints. You and little sister-in-law are the best mother-in-law and sister-in-law in the village. How could we be unhappy? Jinji is young and inexperienced. She just came in and doesn't yet understand how kind you are. Please don't think we all ignore your goodness." Second sister-in-law Zhu is lively, sharp, and good at saying nice things. She also has a close connection to the Zhu family, which makes her relationship with her mother-in-law very good. Hearing her words, Yao's face visibly softened a little. Over the years, she knew what her 3 daughters-in-law were like. Although she has done her part well as a mother-in-law, her daughters-in-law have never given her any trouble. She was quite satisfied. Her earlier words were just a reaction to being upset by Eugene Ji and taking her anger out on everyone. Third sister-in-law Zhu, who is usually quiet, now racked her brains to comfort her mother-in-law. After a moment, she managed to say, "Mother, you misunderstood. We all care about little sister-in-law. Last night, I was even discussing with Zishu about how to trick the Gu family. A woman who is usually quiet and tough suddenly said something that made everyone feel defensive. Yao's pent-up frustration, grievance, and worry all disappeared in her words.
Bah!
You reckless monkeys, thinking about tricking people. Your courage is sky-high. Be quiet, or if someone finds out, they'll skin you alive." Third sister-in-law Zhu wanted to say more, but when her brother nudged her, she swallowed her words and nodded in agreement. The family's conflict was resolved, and everyone went to eat. In the afternoon, they had to go back to work. As for the little couple arguing, let them resolve their issues and reflect on their own. Too much interference from elders is not good. Keep the food for them. They should handle things themselves. Zhu Zai heard the noise outside. They weren't far from the main hall, and Eugeniji's loud voice made her hear everything clearly. But when Zhu Changming mentioned that the original owner saved her, she took some time to recall her memories to understand. The original owner was an older daughter, about the same age as her previous nephews, and they played together when they were young. Although she was shy as a child, she wasn't as self-conscious as she became later. Everything changed when she was 8 years old. Zhu's children went up the mountain to pick persimmons. Zhu Changming insisted on climbing the tree himself. The branch was weak, and he fell along with the branch. The tree was tall, and falling from that height could have been deadly or left him seriously injured. Zhu Zai was worried about her eldest nephew. Without thinking about herself, she rushed forward to catch him and cushion his fall. In that moment, she was pushed forward, and a branch scratched her eye, leaving a deep and long wound. The children didn't suffer serious injuries, but the scar on Zhu Zai's face remained forever. As she grew older, Zhu Zai became more reluctant to go outside, more self-conscious, and she became quiet and reserved. That's why she clung tightly when Gu's family proposed marriage. Faced with the Gu family's persistence, she would rather die than speak up. She married with hopes for a better future and envy from others, and she didn't want anyone to see her misfortune. Zhu Zai sighed. Luckily, she was thick-skinned and not afraid of others seeing her hardships. The more clearly others understood her misfortune, the faster she could leave her family and find happiness. Staying at her parents' house all the time wasn't a problem, but her eldest nephew's wife wasn't happy about that.
Ra Bao let the Bao inside.
Both children looked very sad. Bao threw himself into Zhu Zai's arms and said gloomily, "Mom, from now on, Bao and Big Brother won't eat chicken legs anymore. Can Big Sister-in-law not dislike us?" Zhu Mu came in just in time to hear this and felt her nose sting. She quickly entered the room, hugged Bao, and said, "My good grandson, don't worry about that. You all are eating Grandma and Grandpa's food, aren't you? No wonder you're not afraid." Sister-in-law Zhu and sister-in-law Zhu Sen also came in quickly. They each held the second and third babies and sat by the Kong to comfort Zhu Zai. "Don't listen to what little sister-in-law says. Jean Ji's mouth is always running, but whatever our Zhu family can support, we will. She's just a younger relative and has no right to criticize," said sister-in-law Zhu. Sister-in-law Zhu San was more direct. She stroked the baby's tiny hair and said expressionlessly, "Yes, she doesn't deserve it." Zhu Zai chuckled softly. Her two sisters-in-law are quite different, one lively, one calm, one fiery, one cool, yet they make a good pair. "Don't worry, sister-in-laws. I won't take it to heart. This is my home. I'm in my own house, so there's no need to be polite. When I finish my confinement, I will have plenty of chances to thank my parents and brothers-in-law." Sister-in-law Zhu smiled openly. "Oh, there's no need to thank us. Just take good care of yourself and live your life well." Sister-in-law Zhu Sen nodded and said, "Yes, take good care of your health." Zhu Zai was very touched. She knew both sisters-in-law truly cared about her. Sister-in-law Zhu came in early and was naturally lively and protective of the original owner. Whenever she heard someone criticize the original owner's scars, she would retort fiercely. Although sister-in-law Zhu San came in later, she was quiet on the outside but had a sincere heart. She rarely spoke about others' faults or gossip. When chatting with her sisters-in-law, she mostly listened but saw things more clearly than anyone. Today, the incident with Jean Ji seemed to have truly upset her. Suddenly, she felt a strong desire to speak her mind. "I really regret introducing my maternal cousin to Changming. If I hadn't gone back to my family to arrange a marriage, that whole misunderstanding wouldn't have happened, and Changming wouldn't have married such a wife." Sister-in-law Zhu comforted her. "You can't blame yourself. You meant well. Besides, it was all an accident, something no one could have foreseen. It was just a twist of fate. My maternal cousin still isn't married. Then you should advise her." She's getting older, and it might be harder for her to find a good husband. Don't be too yourself. Yes, when I go back to my family, I will try to talk to her. The two sisters-in-law's words left Zhu Zai feeling confused and unclear. After Sister Zhu and Sister San left, Zhu Zai asked Mrs. Yao, "Mother, is there really some connection between Changming's marriage and the past? Why does Sister San regret it?" Mrs. Yao sighed and slowly explained. "Your third sister-in-law thought that since Changming was grown up and a good young man, she also considered a cousin from her own family as a match. She wanted to introduce them and see if they suited each other. If they did, they would marry. If not, it was no big deal. Since everyone was related, it wouldn't be embarrassing. The two families met, and the elders knew each other's backgrounds. Both sides were satisfied. The young couple also seemed to like each other. Only the wedding ceremony was left. It should have been a sure thing, but unexpectedly, something went wrong. When Changming was delivering gifts to the girl's family, he crossed a bamboo bridge, and coincidentally, Yu Jinji was on the bridge too. Somehow, she fell into the water, and Changming jumped in to save her. They both got wet and hugged each other, and villagers saw it. This couldn't be hidden, nor should it be. The girl's reputation was damaged, and someone had to take responsibility. The worst part was, Jinji was from the neighbor's house, all from the old Yu family. Once this happened, both families, who were related, stopped talking to each other. There was no way around it. The two girls could only be disappointed. It's just fate, I suppose. After hearing Mrs. Yao's story, Zhu Zai couldn't help but feel sad. Nowadays, boys and girls going to a swimming pool is nothing special, but in this era, a single act of saving someone from drowning could change a person's whole life. Truly, times have improved. But her past life instincts, having been with a dishonest man and reading novels, told her that this matter was not so simple. Too many coincidences stacked together are no longer just coincidences. Her nephew and Yu Jinji were not a perfect match by fate. Would heaven really help them create so many chance encounters? This marriage looked more like a man-made trap, a doomed relationship. Zhu Zai also asked Mrs. Yao to tell her more about Yu Jinji's background, confirming again that her nephew's wife was not an easy person. At this time, the groom's dowry included 4 basic items: a double bed, a hot water bottle, a wash basin, and a spittoon. The soft gifts were 4 yuan and 2 jin of sugar. Because Yu Jinji's family claimed that Zhu Changming damaged her reputation and made it impossible for her to live properly, they insisted on receiving 20 silver dollars as a bride price. Zhu's family had no choice. If they refused, Yu's family would threaten to accuse Zhu Changming of misconduct. At that time, such accusations could lead to severe punishment, even execution. Zhu's family reluctantly accepted this, but the For One project did not involve Yu's family, and they waived the 2 jin of sugar. If Yu's family continued to cause trouble, Zhu's family also had reasons to respond. All the items were prepared and placed in the newlyweds' home. No one could find fault with this. If Yu's family insisted on suing over the 2 jin of sugar, they could go ahead, but Zhu's family had no way to stop them. Seeing that Yu's family had given up and accepted defeat, Zhu's family felt they had no more options. Later, Yu Jinji married into Zhu's family, but brought no dowry at all. Yu Jinji was the eldest daughter, with a younger brother and sister. Her father had died early, and her widowed mother managed the household. Zhu's family was a hardworking family, and they wouldn't bully a widow. Not only would outsiders laugh at them, but they themselves also couldn't do such unkind things. So, whether or not there was a dowry didn't matter anymore. After Yu Jinji married in, things started off well, and she helped with household chores. Out of respect for her being the new wife, they didn't make her work for wages. Soon, she became pregnant, and the family definitely wouldn't let her work outside. But as Yu Jinji gradually understood Zhu's family better, she became more cunning and started revealing her true nature. She was lazy, jealous, and scheming, just as bad as anyone. If Zhu Changming ever wanted to scold her, she would immediately use her pregnancy as an excuse, complaining about pains here and there. Over time, everyone stopped bothering her. After all, they didn't need her to work and earn food for the family. But the worst part was that she was not only greedy and selfish herself, but also brought her widowed mother to come and ask for favors repeatedly. Zhu's family was not wealthy. They couldn't support an entire family just because they married a girl. But her widowed mother was very skilled at singing, reciting, and performing. When she started talking loudly, Mrs. Yao's heart would race. Outsiders might think Zhu's family was bullying someone. Because they were not as thick-skinned as her, she visited 10 times and returned 8 times with full hands. Zhu's second sister-in-law was able to control her when she was present. Alas, I chose my son's wife myself, and she is truly a good person. But when it comes to my granddaughter-in-law, one wrong move, and I end up offending such a bad influence. It seems that marrying a wife requires careful watching. If any mistake is made, the days ahead might not be peaceful. Mrs. Yao sighed with a sad face. Mrs. Yao sometimes couldn't help but wonder if her good luck in choosing her daughter-in-law was the reason her eldest grandson and young daughter were suffering. Look at how these 2 children are living. What kind of life is this? One is chaotic, and the other is miserable. Of course, she only thought this in her mind and dared not say it aloud. At this moment, she was being very strict. Superstitions and old beliefs are not good. What she didn't know was that not only did she regret marrying a troublemaker into the family, but Zhu Changming, who had gone to the riverbank to calm down, also deeply regretted. Why did he cross that bamboo bridge in the first place? If he had watched the road carefully and seen someone on the bridge, he would have waited. He wasn't in such a rush to be reborn, so why was he in such a hurry? If he hadn't been so impatient and had watched the road carefully, noticing someone on the bridge, he wouldn't have fallen into the water with Eugene and been seen by others. Then, he wouldn't have been forced to marry Eugene, and there would be no chance to be with his original fiancée. He wasn't still thinking about his former fiancée. Once a man starts a family, he should put his past behind him. But he wanted to be with Eugene, and Eugene didn't want to be with him. She didn't want to work, and he followed her. She was greedy, and when he returned from the county, he would bring her snacks. He kept his secret savings for her. And his mother-in-law kept coming to ask for things, so he secretly helped support her family to avoid causing trouble at home. Why couldn't she treat this whole family as her own? He wasn't stupid. Eugene's feelings were obvious. If he couldn't see that, he would truly be blind. Besides, he sometimes had feelings for her, but she only saw the Zhu family as a money tree. Oh, and she wasn't even very satisfied with that tree. Zhu Changyi and Zhu Changxin then ran out to comfort their older brother. Seeing Zhu Changming like this, they also felt uncomfortable inside. Zhu Changyi's speech was clumsy and awkward. He comforted softly, "Big brother, don't take it to heart. Sister-in-law's words are not meant seriously." Yes, she just speaks without thinking. You can't believe her. Next to him, Zhu Changxin looked speechless. When you try to persuade someone, speaking more confidently might make your words more convincing. Before he could finish, Zhu Zhenjin, who had just run out, spoke up. "Second brother, do you really believe what you just said?" "Zhu Changyi, you're such a naughty girl, even teasing your second brother." Zhu Zhenjin pouted but said nothing more. She really didn't like sister-in-law Eugene at all. She had seen her sneak food in the kitchens several times. When caught, she was given a stern look. Although their Zhu family didn't have much to eat, Grandma always tried to make sure everyone was full. Even she, as a child, was told not to steal food. As an adult, she felt she was less mature than a little kid. Zhu Zhenjin thought angrily, but what she hated most about Eugene was that she secretly pinched Zhu Qianqian behind everyone's back. Zhu Qianqian was slow to react, with a sluggish reflex. When Eugene pinched her inside the house, she might have already left the yard before feeling the pain. Eugene disliked this slow-witted cousin and also held a grudge against Zhu San's wife for acting as a matchmaker for Zhu Changming. She often cursed her secretly as a silly girl and pinched her. She pinched without grabbing large patches of flesh, just a little with her nails. Even if adults saw the marks, they wouldn't think she was the one who did it. Moreover, Zhu Qianqian wasn't good at complaining. One time, Yu Jinji was in a bad mood and pinched Zhu Qianqian hard. Zhu Zhenjin came over, trying to take her out to play. As they stepped out of the yard, Zhu Qianqian suddenly started crying. Zhu Zhenjin was terrified. Although Zhu Qianqian was slow to react, she rarely cried. On the contrary, she was a very sensible child. Her sudden crying made Zhu Zhenjin panic. Qianqian, what's wrong? Ugh ugh ugh, it hurts, my thigh. It hurts ugh ugh ugh. Zhu Zhenjin didn't know what was happening. She quickly squatted down and pulled up her pants to check. Seeing it, she was shocked. Qianqian, what's wrong with your thigh? It looks like someone pinched it. It's all purple. Zhu Qianqian pouted sadly, sniffing and saying, Yes, big sister-in-law, she doesn't like me. She pinches me. Does she often pinch you? Zhu Qianqian wasn't sure what often meant, took a moment to think, then slowly said, Many times. Zhu Zhenjin got very angry with a fiery temper and immediately pulled Zhu Qianqian to find Yu Jinji. There were only the three of them at home. Everyone else was out working. At that time, Yu Jinji was pregnant and big sister-in-law Zhu finished her chores and went out to gather pig grass. Yu Jinji was just watching the house. When Zhu Zhenjin came to argue with her, Yu Jinji was momentarily startled. But she quickly calmed down, looking confident and saying, Who saw me pinch her? Kids shouldn't talk nonsense. Zhu Zhenjin was furious. You bad woman, I'm not lying. I will tell grandma and third aunt, and they will punish you. A young girl who doesn't know her place, thinking you two can turn the world upside down? I am now carrying the eldest grandson of the Zhu family. If you make me angry and cause me to lose the baby, you two will be the biggest sinners. The two young girls were indeed frightened and dared not speak. Zhu Zhenjin also didn't dare to act rashly, worried about the safety of her unborn child. Seeing that her threat was effective, Yu Jinji took the opportunity to press further. And if you go around talking nonsense, just wait and see how I deal with her when no one is around. Are you planning to mistreat Qianqian? Yu Jinji pretended to be merciful, saying, If you don't tell on her, I might consider not treating her that way in the future. Zhu Zhenjin was so angry, she clenched her teeth, wanting to report her but hesitated. She wasn't sure if the adults would believe her, and if something happened to her unborn baby, she would be accused of framing herself and Qianqian. Most importantly, if she got angry and took revenge when she wasn't paying attention, what if she hurt Qianqian again? Qianqian wouldn't complain, but Zhu Zhenjin knew she couldn't watch her all the time. After hesitating for a long time and considering all options, she realized she couldn't do anything to her and reluctantly said, Fine, I won't say anything, but you must promise me not to mistreat Qianqian behind my back in the future. Yu Jinji rolled her eyes and pretended to be magnanimous, nodding. When Zhu Zhenjin, looking unwilling and frustrated, led Qianqian out, Yu Jinji snorted coldly. A little girl like her, thinking she can fight with me. I felt a big sigh of relief inside. After all, I am just a child, and a few scare tactics are enough to make me afraid to act up. If those older kids saw me, it would be much harder to scare or control me. When I stepped outside, I looked up with bright, sparkling eyes at my sister, Zhu Zhenjin. Sister, you're so amazing. Zhu Zhenjin gently ruffled my hair, looking a bit annoyed. What's so amazing? If I were really that great, I wouldn't be controlled by her. Maybe I could even give her a good punch to avenge you. I giggled softly, speaking in a sweet, childish voice. No, I can't hit her. The little nephew inside my belly will cry. Zhu Zhenjin sighed and said, Forget it. Just believe what grandma says. Doing wrong will catch up with you. Bad people will be punished by heaven. Zhu Zhenjin is a loyal girl with a brave and noble spirit deep inside. She promised Yu Jinji not to tell anyone about what happened, and she kept that promise. Later, she secretly watched several times and saw that the lonely girl, Qianqian, was no longer being mistreated. She decided to leave that incident in the past. But Yu Jinji's image in her heart was deeply rooted. Even as her sister-in-law, she couldn't truly respect her. A young girl, looking at the flowing river, sighed. Sigh, big brother. Marrying her is like bad luck for 8 generations. Her old-fashioned look made a few young men who were feeling upset laugh out loud. Zhu Changming also smiled helplessly. Jinjin came to comfort Big Brother, or to poke fun at him. Zhu Jinjin's face turned a little red, realizing that her words might not be very kind to her cousin. She then patted his shoulder and said, "Forget it.
Don't worry about it.
No matter what, life still goes on." Zhu Changyi couldn't stand seeing his little sister act so grown-up. He rubbed her head and smiled foolishly. "That's right. Life goes on. But how could we just leave?" Zhu Changxin's eyes flickered, seeming casual, but also meaningful. "These days, divorce isn't impossible. It's just not very nice to hear. But life is your own, so you shouldn't care too much about what others think." Zhu Changyi was an honest young man. In his world, once you got married, divorce was not an option. Hearing this, he immediately punched Zhu Changxin on the shoulder, making him wince in pain. "Kid, what are you talking about? You know you have many tricks. Don't lead your older brother astray. Would you rather tear down a temple than break 10 marriages? Have you heard of that?" Zhu Changxin looked serious and said, "I haven't heard of that." Zhu Changyi looked shocked. "No way, third brother. You're still in middle school, and you haven't even heard of that? When you go out, don't say you're my brother." Zhu Changxin replied, "Okay." Zhu Changyi was speechless. He really didn't want to admit that this silly one was his brother. Even though Zhu Changyi, the second brother, was talking more than usual and surprised everyone, Zhu Jinjin also found it hard to explain her feelings at this moment. "Second brother, can you please be more careful when you teach people? Saying, tear down a temple rather than break 10 marriages. Tearing down a temple isn't easier than breaking 10 marriages. Of course, we wouldn't choose to ruin 10 marriages." Zhu Changyi blushed deeply, his face turning red and his neck getting thick from holding back. The siblings argued and made noise, but they forgot their previous unhappiness. Meanwhile, in the Zhu family yard, Eugenie was hiding inside a room, smashing things for a long time, but no one came in to comfort her. Her bad temper, which had grown over the 2 years since she married into the Zhu family, made her angrier. She couldn't swallow her anger anymore, packed her things, and went straight back to her parents' house. Zhu Erseo and Zhu Sansa, who had just finished washing dishes in the kitchen, saw her and exchanged looks. They could see the disdain in each other's eyes. She's really enjoying her life here in the Zhu family, thinking she's the lady of the house? Not behaving well, expecting everyone to pamper her? She can't live without causing trouble?" Zhu Erseo sneered. "Maybe she's gotten too used to good days and forgot how hungry she was before," Zhu Sansa said with a blank face. "Fine, just let her go back to her good family for a while so she can realize how much trouble she causes. If she even knows that, it would be a miracle." "Hey, Xiao Guiling, can you stop arguing with me?" Zhu Sansa, also known as Yugeliang, said expressionlessly. "Oh, I mean, she doesn't have a clue about her own behavior." Zhu Erseo couldn't help but laugh, reached out to pinch Zhu Sanseo's face and teased, "Oh, Argeliang is so funny. Maybe third brother likes her a lot." Zhu Sanseo's ears turned bright red, but her face remained calm, and she replied confidently, "She doesn't compare to second sister-in-law in second brother's heart." "Oh, you little girl, how dare you tease your sister-in-law? Just wait, I'll teach you a lesson." She reached out to tickle sister-in-law Zhu San, and the two sisters-in-law started laughing and joking in the yard. Zhu Zai looked through a small window and saw the scene. She thought the family's good manners really showed in how they got along. Sisters-in-law can get along like sisters, and that's how the Zhu family is, close and caring. Not only do sister-in-law Zhu Er and sister-in-law Zhu Sin get along well, but their relationship with the eldest sister-in-law is good too. The eldest sister-in-law is gentle and calm. She doesn't play around like the others, but she acts like the big sister, taking care of her two younger sisters. Their relationship with Mother Zhu, Mrs. Yao, is also very close, like mother and daughter. If Zhu Zai weren't a daughter of the Zhu family and had just suddenly joined this household, she might feel like all the men in the Zhu family are just visiting sons-in-law. But even the best family traditions can only influence normal people. In Zhu Zai's eyes, Eugenie isn't the kind of person who can live peacefully and happily. Now that she's gone back to her own family, She's worried about what trouble she might cause in a few days. She just hopes that if Yu's widow mother comes knocking again, her second sister-in-law will be home. She's not out of her confinement yet, so she can't do much. She wants to prove herself and get revenge on her enemies, but her small body is fragile. She still wants to stay healthy, eat well, and live a long life. For now, she'll hold back and just feed her baby. Zhu Zai's worries are not unfounded. Just as Yu Jinji was bringing her bundle into her family's yard, her mother came out to greet her. Her old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, and her thin hands reached for the bundle. "Why did my big girl come back? It's so hot today. Didn't your husband come to see you off?" Since marrying out, Yu Jinji often visits her family. She doesn't have to work in the fields, so when she gets tired of staying at Zhu's house, she takes her child and visits her family. Both the Zhu and Yu families are large households, but they are separated by a bit of distance. Of course, she always brings something when she visits. Although she didn't bring her child this time, her mother didn't mind. Anyway, she wasn't really concerned about that little girl. She snatched the bundle and took it in her hand, and her smile faded. "Why did you only bring back 2 sets of clothes? The ones I'm wearing now are too big for you, and your sister is still small. It'll take time to alter them when you bring them back." Although she said that, her hand was quickly reaching into her own. Yu Jinji felt annoyed and also thought about how Mrs. Yao treated Zhu Zai when they were at the Zhu family. Compared to that, her own feelings of unfairness grew even more. Stop talking. Every time I go back to my parents' house, I have to bring things, right? If I don't bring anything, I can't stay there. Yu Jinji's long-held frustration suddenly burst out. Zhu's mother treated Zhu Zai like a young lady of a wealthy family, while her own mother's attitude was as if she were a blood-sucking leech. Both are mothers, so why is there such a big difference? Yu Jinji thought that if she told her mother about her feelings of unfairness, it might make her feel guilty and be a little kinder to her. But she didn't expect her mother to be even more confident and justified. "You, a girl who married out, go back to your parents' house and don't even bring food. You think you're right? A daughter who married out is like water spilled on the ground. Of course, you have to bring things back." Yu Jinji was choked by her mother's words but then thought, this is what normal people think. The Zhu family's behavior is the real strange thing. Even though she was upset about the huge difference in treatment between her and Zhu Zai, both being daughters-in-law living at home, her deep-rooted fear of her mother made her dare not argue back. She muttered a few words no one heard, and then went into her room. Her mother, angry, threw her bag onto the bed and scolded coldly, "You shameless girl, used to acting like a lady of a wealthy family in a Zhu house. I see you really think you're a young lady of a landlord's family. Let me tell you, you can control those weaklings in the Zhu family, but you can't control me. Your marriage into the Zhu family was my achievement. Don't act high and mighty in front of me. I sent you to the Zhu family to enjoy life, not for you to come back and show off. Ungrateful girl. Oh, why am I so unlucky? My husband died early, and I only had a daughter. Truly, enough, stop talking. You nag endlessly. I just didn't bring you anything this time. Is that why you're like this? Go look outside. Which married daughter is like me, constantly bringing things back to her parents? No one in the family earns big points, and our food isn't worse than others. Have we been starving you these past 2 years? Whose effort is all this? Originally, Mother Yu was just scolding her as usual, but today Yu Jinji was in a bad mood. Usually she could tolerate it, but today she couldn't anymore. Faced with her mother's accusations, Yu Jinji suddenly sat up and shouted at her mother's room. Also, I was able to marry into the Zhu family on my own ability. Her defiance completely ignited her mother's anger. She stormed into Yu Jinji's room, pointed at her nose, and scolded, "Bah, your own ability? If I hadn't looked for the right moment and spoken up, Zhu Changming wouldn't have wanted to take responsibility. What kind of conditions does Yulan from next door have? What does she look like? You. After 2 years of marriage, I see you've really lost your way, forgetting who helped make this happen in the first place." Yu Jinji hated 2 things the most to her life. One was being compared to Yulan and being told she was not as good as her. The other was being reminded of how she had schemed to marry Zhu Changming. She wasn't ashamed of this. In her eyes, scheming was just a sign of her cleverness and ability. What annoyed her was that her mother always said these things as if she was holding her hostage, threatening her into doing things. Before, they hadn't fallen out completely, and her mother's words and actions were more tactful. But now, with both of them openly arguing like this, her mother's threats in the future were inevitable. Thinking of this, Eugenie calmed down instead. "Mother, speak a little louder. The neighbors in the next yard can hear us. If Yulan finds out we schemed about her marriage, do you think her family will just let it go?" Hearing this, her mother quickly shut her mouth in fear. They were just a mother and daughter, but they couldn't compare to that big family. After calming down, her mother finally noticed the bruise on Eugenie's face. She frowned and asked, "You haven't told me why you came back? Did you argue with Changming? Did he hit you?" When she heard Zhu Changming had hit Eugenie, her first reaction wasn't to feel sorry for her daughter, but to think she had another excuse to go to Zhu's house and ask for something. As a mother, she was really something else. "Why did he hit you?" Eugenie knew her mother's question was just to understand the situation and to have more reason when they went to Zhu's house. Of course, deep down it was just to get more things from home. And not because she cared about her daughter. Eugenie had been in this family for over 20 years, so she couldn't have many high hopes for such a mother. Even though she understood her mother's intentions, she didn't feel sad. Since she was young, she knew that only what she held in her hand was truly safe. Right now, she didn't hide her feelings and directly told about Zhu's experience of being mistreated at the Gu family, drinking bitter water to try to end her life, and finally being picked up by her family to sit the month at her natal home. She also emphasized the difference in treatment between the two women during their confinement. When she was sitting the month, she only killed 2 chickens. Zhu had been at her family's home for just 5 days and had already killed 2 chickens. During that time, there were other supplements, and the whole family treated Zhu like a fragile glass doll. Listening to Eugenie, Yumu immediately understood. In the end, her daughter was just jealous and resentful. She didn't care much about her daughter's thoughts. The most important thing now was that she could use this as an excuse tomorrow to go to the Zhu family and seek justice. At this moment, Yumu showed a hint of a caring mother's face, pretending to be concerned about Eugenie, and said, "All right, don't take this to heart. Wait for me tomorrow." "No, they will definitely be prepared. I'll leave Zhu Lauer's wife at home, and I'll go the day after tomorrow. I'll go to your in-laws' house then, seek justice for you, and make Zhu Changming come to pick you up himself." As for seeking justice, Eugenie was not interested. All the justice she could get had already gone into her mother's pocket. It was not her turn. What really moved her was the idea of Zhu Changming coming to pick her up personally. Since she got married, Zhu Changming rarely visited her home. Except for the wedding and New Year's greetings, he hardly entered her family's house. She knew the reason, mainly because he was worried about embarrassing Yu Yulan. But she also knew that Yu Yulan still hadn't given up on Zhu Changming. Stealing Yu Yulan's fiancé was the only victory Eugenie had over her. This made her feel proud and triumphant in front of Yu Yulan. Every time she saw Yu Yulan's face, which looked worried but pretended to be calm, Eugenie felt very happy. She often carried her child back to her mother's house to show off her happiness. This time, she had lost face. No matter what, she had to make Zhu Changming make it up to her. Her mother's suggestion was good. The mother and daughter temporarily made peace, and the yard of the Yu family returned to calm. In the afternoon, Eugenie's sister, who went out to gather pig grass, and her younger brother, who went out to play, both returned. Eugenie's younger brother, Eugene Bao, was happy to hear his eldest sister was back. He ran quickly to his mother's room and saw the familiar bundle, eagerly pulling it open to see. After searching for a while and not finding any food, he became upset. Mom, did big sister bring anything tasty this time?" "No, she only took 2 sets of clothes." Hearing this disappointing answer, Eugene Bao immediately started crying. "Ugh, I don't care. I want something to eat. Go to Big Brother's house and get it for me. Bring back my delicious food." I want meat and eggs. Hurry, go now, go now. Mother Yu had no choice but to comfort her precious child quickly. Oh, my little princess, please calm down. I can't take it anymore. I don't care. I want meat. I want to eat meat right now. All right, I understand. I'll get it for you right away. Hearing this satisfying reply, Eugene Bao's melodious voice finally stopped. That expressive crying scene, even a future movie star would have to admit defeat. And she was still so young. In this era, talent is everywhere. Eugenie and her sister watched coldly, with no change in their expressions. Clearly, they were used to this scene of motherly kindness and filial piety, and it was nothing new to them. Mother Yu said to her sister Eugenie, "Go to the front yard and ask your eldest uncle for a few eggs. Say they are for Jean Bao to strengthen his body." Eugenie looked at Eugene Bao's chubby figure silently, then quietly left the yard. A moment later, Eugenie returned with 4 eggs. Her eldest uncle truly cared for her brother. Although he wasn't very generous, as soon as he heard about helping Eugene Bao, he readily agreed. Even if his wife would argue with him when she returned, he would still take care of her brother, without hesitation. He said that her brother was the only blood of their father, and as his uncle, he must take responsibility. Eugenie felt no emotional warmth, only irony. Did that mean she and her sister weren't considered her father's blood too? Forget it. The girl has always been a troublemaker, just like everyone says. She gave the eggs to Mother Yu, then went to do her chores. In this family, she can't sit around doing nothing. Over at the Zhu family, since they found out Eugenie had gone back to her parents' house, Zhu's mother has been feeling uneasy. Oh dear, since Jinji went back home, tomorrow the Yu family's mother-in-law will come to visit again. Zhu Zai chuckled. Mom, why are you so nervous? The Yu mother-in-law isn't a wolf. Yao turned to look at her with a helpless expression. At first, I didn't think so, but now that you say it, I really think she does seem like one. Zhu Zai. How much of a shadow has that mother left on her own mother? Zhu Zai patted her mother's shoulder in silence. Mom, don't be afraid. We still have second sister-in-law, after all. Yao sighed. So, you're saying second sister-in-law is the protector of the house? Zhu Zai, of course not. It's because second sister-in-law is capable. But honestly, Mom, you also need to stand up for yourself. You can't always be afraid of her. The more weak you are, the more she'll take advantage. To control her, you need to be even bolder than her. Look, why does she keep coming when second sister-in-law isn't home? Because she's afraid of second sister-in-law. It's best to deal with someone who's afraid of the strong. Besides, why are you afraid of her? You have many sons and grandsons. Yao sighed again. I know what you're saying, but her mouth is really sharp. She's even learned some acting skills, crying and whining every time she causes trouble. It makes my head hurt. And if we fight her, won't that just make us look like bullies? Bullying a poor widow and her children? Your nephews are all grown up now, almost getting married. If her mouth goes around talking nonsense, it could ruin their marriages. Mom, you can't think like that. If she can spread rumors, we can too. With so many of us, can't we out-talk her? Besides, reputation isn't just what you say, it's also what you do. Fake praise will eventually be exposed. As long as we behave properly and stand upright, we don't need to fear that troublemaker. Bah, what troublemaker? After the founding of the country, no one is allowed to become a spirit. Yes, no spirits allowed. Anyway, the people's eyes are sharp. I don't believe most are blind. Moreover, life is only a few decades long. It's okay to endure frustration for a short time, but if you are always suppressed by the same person, that's a problem. We have good days, yet we waste time because of an unpleasant person? Oh, life is short. Enjoy it while you can. If something makes you unhappy, just stand up to it. What kind of strange ideas are you talking about? This isn't some tricky trick, it's life advice. I know you're worried about a few nephews' marriages. But think positively. If someone is scared away by false rumors, they aren't worth our effort to marry. In this way, we might even help you choose a family that can stand together through tough times. Mrs. Yao. And besides, all the nephews are good boys. A real man shouldn't worry about not having a wife. If they can't get married because of this, it's only because they lack ability. Seeing Mrs. Yao stare at her with wide eyes, Zhu Zai quickly changed the subject. But their little aunt, will help them find wives. Mrs. Yao smiled, not taking her words seriously. Helping them find wives? Just focus on living your own life well, and I will be satisfied. Zhu Zai silently closed her mouth. She was currently resting after her confinement period. She had all the skills but was stuck in bed. How sad. How tragic. Mrs. Yao didn't realize Zhu Zai's inner thoughts were so rich. She was lost in her own thoughts, unsure if she even heard Zhu Zai's words. That night, Zhu Zai was also planning how to deal with Yu Mu. In her past life, she had been in business with a scoundrel ghost, facing many storms. Such a shrew is just a small problem. She was worried about her health. If she argued with Yu Mu tomorrow or the day after, would she catch the wind from her confinement? She didn't want to get sick. She wanted to stay healthy and live long. The women of the Zhu family seemed to sound a warning, all tense while waiting for Yu Mu to come. Everyone was thinking about how to protect their own interests from Yu Mu's words. Second sister-in-law Zhu said with a mix of laughter and tears, "Mother, I think when that widow Yu comes, I might as well fight her directly. Tear into her, so she has no reason to come again. How much has she taken from us these past 2 years? If it weren't for the fact that the children are grown and about to marry and worried about our reputation, who would tolerate her? Truly, the tiger doesn't roar. The monkey acts as king. If she isn't disciplined properly, our family will really think she's a sick cat." Sister-in-law Zhu Da endured her embarrassment and said, "Mother, this time, you don't need to worry about our big family's reputation.
Do whatever you think is right."
No one treats her like a proper daughter-in-law, and she raised such a daughter. Sister-in-law Zhu San didn't speak, but shifted her feet. Yao Shi suddenly remembered going to the Gu family before. She recalled how she stepped on Song Shi, clearly giving an order. That was a command, and her, barefoot fairy, took action without hesitation. Yao Shi's lips twitched, but she didn't say anything more. In the past, Yao Shi would have taken the chance to teach her daughters-in-law that they shouldn't be so reckless and forget about everything else. But maybe because of her conversation with Zhu Zai that day, which opened a new door in her heart, her attitude was slowly changing. Zhu Er saw and Zhu San saw Yao Shi's change. They looked at each other, and both saw a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. In the past few days, the women of the Zhu family took turns staying at home to watch Zhu Zai, almost like a visit from the mother. Although Dabo was young, he noticed that recently, the women in the house seemed a bit off emotionally. Grandma and Auntie Do were tense, while Auntie Air and Auntie San were secretly excited, acting like they couldn't wait to go up the mountain and catch a tiger. Even though Auntie San always looked expressionless, Dabo thought he could see her excitement. So, these days, he didn't go out but stayed home to keep company with his mother. His mother was still resting after giving birth and couldn't go outside. He stayed at home so his mother could send him on errands if needed. Air Bao was already a big kid, and he could go out with his cousins to gather pigweed and dig wild vegetables. Recently, Dabo's family's food supply depended on Air Bao. Dabo was confident and proud of this. But what was Air Bao, who Dabo had high hopes for, doing? He was lying comfortably in Zhu Qianqian's arms, happily chewing on a sweet root. His cousins were busy digging wild vegetables, and Zhu Qianqian was told to take care of Air Bao. The two of them sat leisurely on the grass. Air Bao had completely forgotten the earnest lessons from his older brother over the past few days. He was so immersed in the joy of being cared for that he couldn't pull himself away. Don't ask him to take on heavy family responsibilities, second son. Lying in his little cousin's arms and receiving her care is much more enjoyable. Big brother doesn't realize how unreliable his younger brother is. In his eyes, the obedient and sensible younger brother, who is a bit fond of teasing, is already drifting far away on the path of laziness and indulgence. Today is the 4th day since Yu Jinji returned to her parents' house. Mother Yu has arrived at the Zhu family's door. That day, Zhu San's wife was at home. Big brother was helping Zhu San's wife clean fish in the yard. The fish was caught by her second nephew, Zhu Changyi, from the river. a small crucian carp, perfect for making soup. As soon as Mother Yu entered, she saw a big and a small person sitting at the kitchen door, busy with their work. She sarcastically said, "Oh, are you both busy preparing something tasty again? Is it for her aunt to help her regain strength?" This daughter-in-law is really different from a wife. Zhu San's wife and big brother both stopped what they were doing and looked at Mother Yu. Zhu San's wife looked excited. Finally, she arrived. Big brother looked calm. He understood why things felt strange these days. Mother Yu isn't fat, but she has a full figure. You can imagine, her husband has been gone for years, and she's been raising 3 children alone, yet she still maintains her spirit. Besides having a good family background, she relies on her boldness and resourcefulness. Mother Yu was waiting for the other person to feel embarrassed and come to apologize, but after a while, the big and small sitting there looked at her with expressions she couldn't understand, staring straight at her. On this clear, sunny day, Mother Yu was sweating from her back. "Why are you both looking at me?" Zhu San's wife ignored her and said to Big Brother, "Go call your grandma and your second aunt to come back." Mother Yu frowned. "I'm just here to visit relatives." "Why are you calling everyone back all of a sudden? Are you worried I might take everything from your house?" Zhu San's wife sneered. "What kind of person is your mother-in-law? She doesn't have a clear mind. We outsiders already know that. Over the past 2 years, how much stuff have you taken from our Zhu family? No one has mentioned it, but you really don't see yourself as an outsider." Zhu San's wife sneered coldly and said, "You can't really call her your niece. Your daughter married into the Zhu family through Yulan's match, and she still has to call me third aunt. If I call you mother-in-law, that would be a different generation." Mother Yu's face turned red and then pale from embarrassment. She ignored Zhu San's wife and went straight into the main room. If Mrs. Yao or Zhu Da's wife had been home, they would have already prepared some sweet soup. That's how these women are. Even if they are unhappy inside, they won't lose their manners before breaking into a fight. But Zhu Er's wife and Zhu San's wife are different. They already dislike you, and they come over on purpose. Who do they think they are ignoring? Not hitting someone hard enough to throw them out. That's already their best courtesy. That's why Zhu San's wife doesn't like to talk much. If Zhu Er's wife were here, she would definitely criticize Mother Yu so much that she would want to tear her face off. Mother Yu felt uncomfortable staying in the main room. She stood up to go to Zhu Zai's room. Zhu San's wife immediately stood in her way. "Mother-in-law, you should sit outside. My sister-in-law is resting after giving birth. If you go in, you'll bring in the wind." Mother Yu's face turned dark, and she sat back down in the main room, but she called out through the curtain to Zhu Zai, "Sister-in-law, are you planning to stay at your mother's house for the whole month after giving birth? Your mother-in-law really treats her daughter well." Zhu San's wife looked expressionless. "What's wrong? Did your daughter change places halfway through her postpartum rest?" "What are you talking about?" Mother Yu asked angrily. From inside the curtain, Zhu Zai's gentle voice came out. "Mother Yu, what my third sister-in-law means is that you can also bring your daughter home to rest after giving birth. When your Jean Ji gets pregnant again, you can bring her back to take care of her." Mother Yu was stung and looked displeased. Her daughter was already married out. Why should the Zhu family take her back to care for her postpartum? She wasn't stupid. She forced a half smile and said, "Zhu family's little sister-in-law, your words are quite clever. But why are you still being bullied in your husband's family, even needing to drink bitter water?" Zhu San's wife's face immediately changed. This old woman, the matter with the Gu family is a sore spot in her sister-in-law's heart. How could she openly bring it up? Isn't she just exposing the wound? She was about to speak when she heard her sister-in-law's voice again from behind the curtain, still gentle but with an inexplicable coldness. "Mother Yu said, it's true. I only realized how some people in this world are ungrateful after nearly facing death. The more I forgive her, the more she takes advantage. So, I must stand firm. Better to be strong than to let those shameless people keep bullying good folks." Mother Yu's lips trembled with anger. She was experienced and clever, so she could see her words were actually criticizing others indirectly. She was openly criticizing the Gu family, but in fact, she was also insulting her own daughter. "Fine. Now the Zhu family has become more confident. They even dare to scold her young daughter. Mother Yu was so angry her face turned pale, like a withered eggplant. Yao and the two older sisters-in-law returned and saw this scene. Sister-in-law Zhu smiled happily, while Mother Yu looked furious, as if she had been struck. Yao and the older sister-in-law. Did we miss a good show? Sister-in-law Zhu. Wow, without her as a partner, the third daughter-in-law can still defeat her enemies. Mother Yu saw Yao and the others return, but didn't bother to stand up. She regained her proud attitude in front of Zhu's mother and sneered, "My dear mother-in-law is so lucky. She doesn't have to work and all the daughters-in-law come back to stay with her. It's because she has many sons and grandsons to support her. Unlike my family, we're just a lonely widow and her daughter. If we don't work, we won't have food." Sister-in-law Zhu quickly responded, imitating her tone with sarcasm. "My dear mother-in-law is so modest. With your skills, where can't you earn a living? Not to mention other families, just in our Zhu family, we've given you so much help these past 2 years." Yao also politely smiled and said gently, "My dear mother-in-law is truly lucky. That's why she is such a good son-in-law like Changming." Mother Yu sneered, "I don't dare to call him a good son-in-law. He even hit my daughter. We can't accept such good fortune. Being lazy and unmotivated is one thing, but as a younger family member, you shouldn't be disrespectful or argumentative with your elders. Our family tradition doesn't allow such a daughter-in-law." Mrs. Yao has always been gentle and kind. She is different from all the women in the village. She rarely gets angry or argues with others. The time she went to old Gu's house was because she saw her daughter being bullied. She got so angry that she argued with the Gu family. But when it came to her own mother, she was very respectful, and her mother tolerated her. This was the first time Mrs. Zhu was so assertive when facing Mrs. Yu, which surprised her. "Oh, are you blaming me for not raising my daughter well? My daughter Jinji told me that you treat your own daughter and your daughter-in-law very differently. When you take care of your own daughter after childbirth, how do you treat her? And how you treat my daughter?" Second sister-in-law Zhu looked at Mrs. Yu as if she was looking at someone simple-minded. "I think maybe our Zhu family was too kind to you before, which made you so arrogant. How do you take care of your daughter during her postpartum period? Did you starve her? Did you forget to give her the proper food? You argue so much just because we gave my little sister-in-law a chicken. How poorly educated is your family that you raise such a daughter?" Mrs. Yu spat and said, "Bah, if your Zhu family can do such things, why can't people talk about it? If you always believe in fairness, then you must be fair to me too." Third sister-in-law Zhu said, "Who do you think you are, demanding fairness? Why don't you step outside and ask the villagers if any mother-in-law truly treats everyone equally? Besides, your daughter, if she married into a stronger family, would be sent back home in just a few days. She's useless at everything, always hungry and picky about food. Who spoiled her bad habits? Have you forgotten the times when your family couldn't get enough to eat and had to work hard? Are you just using us Zhu family members to bully others?" Third sister-in-law Zhu usually doesn't talk much, but suddenly she said a lot, almost shocking Mrs. Yu into silence. Mrs. Yu pointed at Zhu and shouted angrily, "How dare you talk about my daughter's marriage? If it weren't for your Zhu family's bad reputation, my daughter wouldn't have married that country bumpkin." After she said that, the eldest sister-in-law couldn't hold back either. "Oh, so you look down on my family's Changming? What kind of angel do you think her daughter is? She studied for a few years, and yet she looks down on this one and that one? That incident was just an accident. My father Ming also married her, but that doesn't mean we have to marry an ancestor. Ming was also engaged to a good girl back then. Why do you feel so wronged?" Seeing that she couldn't argue with them, Mother Yu suddenly started crying and shouting, "Oh, dear husband, you poor soul, why did you leave so early? Come back and see. People look down on your daughter, saying her parents are not healthy. Oh heavens, please open your eyes and see us poor folks. Life is so hard for us orphans and widows. It's now late morning, and most people are working in the fields. The elderly who stay at home are watching the children. Hearing the noise from the Zhu family yard, they all come over to see what's happening." Zhu's second sister-in-law looked annoyed and said, "Mother Yu, if you want to mourn, Go back to your Yu family. Don't cause trouble here. My sister-in-law is resting after giving birth. Your crying is bad luck. Oh, so you think I'm a widow and can't even enter your house. Your Zhu family is powerful and many, but you shouldn't bully others. You still have children who aren't married yet, and everyone is watching. This was a threat. Every time, this is what happens. At this point, Mrs. Yao usually gives in for the sake of her grandchildren. Next, it was Mrs. Yu's turn to make demands. But before, she was polite. Now, she's openly tearing her face. Zhu Zai, listening from inside the house, saw that Mrs. Yu was just this capable, so there was no need to hold back. A clear voice came from inside. Mother, eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, since Mrs. Yu wants the heavens to give her justice and everyone to see, why not invite the village head, the team secretary, and the village chief? Today, let's take this chance to settle who is being unreasonable, who is bullying the weak and supporting the strong. Over the years, we remember all the grain Mrs. Yu borrowed from our Zhu family. It's written in black and white. No excuses can cover it. Mrs. Yu suddenly panicked. What? You still remember those grains?
That was clearly given to me.
When did I borrow them? Zhu's second sister-in-law quickly responded. Haha, are you easy to get along with, or do you owe us a big favor? Now, grain is so precious. We gave you grain for no reason? Do you think it's because of your face? Mother Yu angrily said. Even if I borrowed it, so what? You all remember it yourselves. I didn't sign any IOU. What can you do to me just because you think I owe you? Zhu Zai replied, We're not afraid if you don't admit it. Everyone saw you carrying the grain away. If we show the account book, who do you think they will believe, us or you? If you want to argue with everyone, go ahead. Call everyone here and see who ends up with no shame. Just you wait. All of you. Mother Yu was so panicked she didn't know what to do. In the end, she could only shout harsh words and hurriedly left. Her figure looked like she was fleeing in a panic. Once she was gone, Yao and Sister Zhu Dezeo surprisingly cheered, holding hands happily as if they had won a big victory. We really scared her away. Yes, Mother. This time, we've kept the grain safe. Zhu's second sister, Zhu's third sister, and Zhu Zai. It was just too unbelievable. Aren't they supposed to be fighting against villains? Why do they seem so happy, like they're celebrating a big win? Zhu's second sister sighed. Sigh, gentle and kind women always slow me down when I'm cleaning up the mess. Zhu Zai. Honestly, she started to suspect that her second sister might actually be the main character in a revenge story, holding the script for defeating villains. With Zhu Zai's many years of reading novels, she knew there were many stories where women from another world weren't the main characters. So, maybe she's just a lucky girl who crossed over by chance and got a powerful cheat item, just a background character? Forget it. She might as well be a bystander, just watching and staying safe. Zhu Zai shivered for a moment, thinking that she and Zhu's second sister still had a good relationship as sister-in-laws. Whether Zhu's second sister is the heroine or not, she probably wouldn't mind taking her along to reach the top. Anyway, in her heart, whether she's the heroine, the supporting role, a cannon fodder, or just a bystander, she's determined to keep living her life, not giving up, and helping her country rise again.
Many people are like that.
When they're ordinary, they want to work hard and achieve something to prove they're not mediocre. Once they succeed and become famous, they might start longing for a simple, rural life, pretending to return to their original dreams. Of course, except for ambitious people and natural lazybones. Currently, Zhu Zai's life plan is like this. Before the college entrance exam is restored, she plans to stay low-key, develop slowly, and not rush. Meanwhile, Yao feels like she has taken a big step in history today and is very happy. She waves her hand proudly, like a victorious general, and shouts, "Today we kill a chicken to celebrate." Her 3 daughters-in-law clap in support, and sister-in-law Zhu Er is especially praising Yao so much she can't stop smiling. Zhu Zai's voice suddenly sounds, coldly pouring cold water on the proud women. Mother, what exactly have we won? Do we need to celebrate like this? Oh, Dear sisters, you've only driven away the troublemaker. You haven't beaten her up to vent your anger, nor have you gotten back the lost grain. So, why are you so happy? The joyful atmosphere is interrupted, and Zhu's mother's smile stiffens on her face. Sister-in-law Zhu Da also seems embarrassed, quickly retracting her hand from clapping. Zhu Er laughs out loud, cheerfully saying, "Yay, this is your fault. Our mother is happy, so she's giving us extra food. No matter what the reason is, as long as we eat it." Sister-in-law Zhu Da agrees. That's right. As long as we eat, we're happy today. Yao also reacts, touching Zhu's eyes forehead and saying, "You little girl, I think you're getting more and more mischievous." Although she says this, Yao is actually happy about her daughter's change in personality. She's really worried that her daughter might become listless and sad after returning. But now, this is good enough. As long as she wants to live well, she wouldn't mind teasing her mother or even pulling her husband's beard. People with such thoughts are mostly daughters-in-law. She wonders if Zhu Laotu will be moved to tears when he hears this. At this moment, sister-in-law Zhu Sen asks, "Mother, which chicken should we kill?" Yao thinks for a moment. The remaining hens at home lay eggs diligently. She didn't think much of it earlier, but now she feels a bit reluctant. "Let's just kill that big rooster." As she speaks, Dabao, full of curiosity, asks, "Grandma, if you kill the big rooster, there will be no more crowing at home." Everyone finally noticed Dabo. This boy had been standing quietly to the side, watching the scene unfold since the women started arguing with their mother. Dabo had originally planned to protect his mother, but he never got a chance to do anything. Now, seeing a few proud women about to kill the family's only rooster, Dabo quickly tried to stop them, worried that Yao's family would regret it later. Hearing Dabo's words, Yao hesitated for a moment, but it was only a brief pause. "It's okay, forget about him. The team leader will ring the bell when it's time to work, and he's more accurate than the rooster. Keep the rooster. It's not very useful, and it keeps pecking at our second brother. Just kill it and eat it." Thinking this way, Dabo also agreed. Since they arrived, the big rooster from Grandma's house had been pecking at their second brother every day, as if it was part of the meal. At first, the second brother cried and told on them. But later, he realized it was a daily routine, and he became tough. Maybe he was naturally the kind of person who didn't mind being bullied, because even the big rooster didn't spare him. Before they arrived, the rooster never pecked at anyone. But after they came, it only pecked at the second brother. It was really strange. Forget it, Dabo thought. He couldn't protect his brother from the rooster's beak, so it was better to kill it and eat it. His brother was being oppressed by the chicken, and he couldn't let that happen. After thinking it through, Dabo comforted his grandma. "Grandma, don't worry. Second brother wakes up early every day asking to. From now on, when he wakes up, I'll let him shout, so he can take over the rooster's morning crow." Yao and the three sisters-in-law from the Zhu family burst into laughter at Dabo's serious suggestion. "Ha ha, Dabo, you're so funny. Oh, who's this big grandson? Why is his little head so clever?" While the second brother was out playing, he heard the women preparing to attack the rooster again. These days, they really felt like celebrating the new year. Not long after eating chicken meat, today they could enjoy the big rooster again. Among the many children cheering, only the slow-reacting one and the second brother, with his complicated expression, stood out. Dabao walked over, grabbed Erbao's hand, and said with bright eyes, "Erbao, that big rooster keeps pecking at you. Today, Grandma killed it and cooked the meat. Are you happy?" Erbao looked up at his brother with a complicated expression in his big eyes. "Big brother, it just died like that." Erbao still feels a bit sad about it. Dabao looked surprised. "So, you've developed feelings for it." Erbao frowned with a sad look. "At least in this family, only pecked at me." Dabao, "Do you think that makes you special?" Dabao thought his brother's idea was a bit odd. Listening from the window, Zhu Zai felt very mixed about everything. She wondered what kind of boys her two brothers had become. Aside from the funny and happy things in the Zhu family, after Yumu left in a huff, she went home cursing all the way. Eugene Ji was waiting at home for Yumu's angry words. When Yumu came back looking all dusty and tired, she started scolding her, leaving Eugene confused. Mom, what did you say when you went there? Why are you scolding me now? Yumu, hands on her hips, panted and said, What did I say? I saw that your in-laws are really sneaky. I only took a few supplies from their house, and they still remember it. They're just trying to watch out for us, not really family, Eugene frowned. That's not possible. I haven't heard they keep a record. Yumu rolled her eyes and said dismissively, Humph, you think your in-laws are watching out for you? How would you even know? Thinking about it, Eugene realized that no matter what happened at home, they never let her get involved. It was just them watching out for her. Mom, did you ask Zhu Changming to come pick me up? What's the point? I didn't see him at all. The Zhu family used to seem harmless, like a little sheep being sheared. Turns out they're plotting against me. Humph, I won't go there again. Whether he comes or not, you decide for yourself. Eugene frowned, feeling a bit anxious. She had been staying at her mother's house for several days. Her mother made her work every day and wouldn't let her slack off. Living in Zhu's house, feeling lazy and comfortable, was really hard when facing her mother. Her hands, once soft and tender, now looked a bit weathered. Most importantly, nowadays people owe favors and always want to know what's happening in each other's lives. She stayed at her parents' house longer this time and didn't bring her children. The neighbors around started to ask whether she had a fight with her in-laws. Her aunt, who held a grudge because her mother often borrowed things, was especially unfriendly. She had already visited several times, and her tone was full of schadenfreude, which was hard to hide. But what she cared about most was Yu Yuelon from the neighboring yard, her husband's former fiancé. Although she didn't come to ask questions, if this kept up, she was afraid she would become the subject of gossip. No, she absolutely wouldn't let that person make a fool of her. Yu Chenji was determined in her heart, thinking about ways to get Zhu Changming to come and pick her up. In the evening, Zhu's family enjoyed the smell of a delicious roasted chicken. Bao, unexpectedly, asked for a chicken head, saying, When you were alive, you pecked at me. Now you're dead, so I want to eat you. Then he bit off the chicken's comb. Bao looked at him in shock, as if seeing a fickle person who changes his mind easily. You didn't want to eat it during the day. Now you're happier than anyone. Bao looked at him even more innocently. It's already dead. If I don't eat it, how pitiful. Bao. So, love can disappear, right? Zhu Zai. If that big rooster were alive, who knows if it would regret pecking at Bao, the fickle one. Zhu Xinjin looked at Bao with the expression of an old man watching his phone on the subway. Bao, just eat quietly. Don't give a farewell speech. It sounds creepy. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. It was better when Zhu Xinjin didn't speak, but now. The meat in the bowl suddenly became strange. Zhu's second sister-in-law angrily slapped Zhu Xinjin's head. You talk too much. I think you should just shut up and eat. Zhu Xinjin dodged her mother's affection and quickly started eating her rice. Seeing the young girl eating so happily, the adults' appetites were also stirred. As for the strange thing just now, everyone chose to ignore it. These days, eating meat is rare, so who would stop because of such strange reasons? The world is big, but eating is the most important. Recently, the aroma from the Zhu family's yard has been so strong that many neighbors can smell it. Although the Zhu family is still about 20 or 30 meters away from the nearest neighbors, people like to carry their bowls outside to eat. Some sit at the door, some lean against the wall, and others walk around while eating with their bowls. Today, someone was walking and ended up outside the Zhu family's yard. The smell of meat made it hard to resist, as if taking a few more breaths would make the food taste even better. Inside the yard, people are sitting around a table eating meat, while outside, a group of neighbors are sniffing the air and watching. One person said, the Zhu family really treats their daughter well. Since their oldest daughter came back to rest after giving birth, Mrs. Yao has made her so many delicious dishes. Usually, I didn't think the Zhu family was much richer than others, just that they had a bigger house. But now I see they really do have some savings. You can't smell it from far away, but I know for sure, lately, the Zhu family has been eating a lot of meat.
Hey?
Eating so much meat? I heard that Jinji went back to her parents' house. She's so eager to be alone. She doesn't eat meat at her in-laws' place and even went back home.
Ha!
It's just jealousy. I heard that when Mrs. Yao was taking care of her after childbirth, she killed 2 chickens for her. She even killed more chickens for her own daughter's postpartum care. Oh my, killing 2 chickens isn't enough? These days, just killing 1 chicken is good. Usually, new mothers just drink some red sugar water and eat eggs. I think she's just being difficult. Since she married in, I've never seen her work, and the Zhu family never talks about her outside. They just pick at her looks. Bah, that young man Mingming is so good. If she hadn't snatched him first, I'd have married my daughter to him. The woman rolled her eyes as she spoke. Another woman ignored her daydreams and continued gossiping. Today, that mother from a Yu family came over. Usually, she brings a bag of things, but today she left empty-handed. That's strange. The woman who wanted to marry her daughter to the Zhu family immediately widened her eyes. What's going on? Did they have a fight? I don't know. I was outside and didn't hear clearly, but Mrs. Yu looked upset when she left. I think they had a serious argument. Haha, the Zhu family has finally turned over a new leaf. Quickly, teach that mother and daughter a lesson. I've never seen anyone so shameless. In my opinion, they should also dismiss Jinji. Such a lazy wife. Marrying her would bring bad luck for generations. What she didn't say was that her daughter was waiting. If the Zhu family dismisses Yu Jinji, she will immediately marry her daughter into their family. She's seen Zhu Changming bring food and meat to his mother-in-law Yu's family several times. If her daughter married him, their family wouldn't have to worry about food and drink anymore. If her daughter weren't already 20 this year, and if the younger son of the Zhu family didn't refuse her, she wouldn't have to let her daughter marry a second husband to be a stepmother. In the end, her daughter is the one who loses out. Even though it's still uncertain, these hardworking people are already dreaming big. I really don't know who is really losing out here. Thanks to Zhu mother's careful care and Zhu Zai's occasional nutritional supplements from the space, Zhu Zai's body is recovering quickly. But she also noticed something strange. Her body is recovering faster than expected. If I had to describe it more vividly, it's like exponential growth. She stayed in the house for about 10 days, but now her back doesn't ache, her legs don't hurt, her head isn't dizzy, and she's not anxious. It's more effective than taking some brand of health supplement. She definitely took some nutrients, but she didn't take any magic pills, right? Could it be that the divine power of crossing over is really that effective? But whatever the reason, even though she feels better, Zhu Zai still plans to sit the month-long confinement properly. She reviewed the original owner's memories and found that her body was in terrible shape. Just thinking about it made her feel shocked and scared. In this life, she must have a good body, survive until old age, or better yet, live to 100 years. Her family also seemed to notice her good mental state. After her repeated requests, they sent the eldest daughter to her room to breastfeed, avoiding the fate of that little one drinking rice soup. If she were somewhere else, and the family had a woman sitting the month, helping to feed the baby would be considered her duty. But because Zhu Zai's weakness was recognized by the Zhu family, no one wanted her to tire herself out. So, they planned to let the eldest daughter feed the rice soup. After all, a 7-month-old baby has already been fed rice soup at other families' homes. It was only because Yu Jinji didn't want to go out to work and use the child as an excuse that she kept breastfeeding. The Zhu family didn't blame Dia for Yu Jinji's parenting. Instead, they took good care of her. Once Zhu Zai assured everyone that she had enough milk, sister-in-law Zhu and Yao were very happy and joyfully brought Dia over. Fortunately, Zhu Zai always avoided adults when feeding the baby. Even the second child, who was very clingy, was told to be taken away by the eldest, Zhu. So far, no one suspected that she was feeding the baby fake milk. Perhaps it's because children in this era are quite easy to raise. Zhu Zai gave each of the 2 children a bottle of milk, and they drank eagerly. Dia didn't even need Zhu Zai to feed her. She held the bottle with her small hands and drank on her own, eating well. Sambao had been drinking the same since the beginning. The little one seemed to have developed a physical memory. Knowing that one bottle was finished and there was no more, she would open her mouth and go to sleep happily. This little girl, Daya, was drinking for the first time, and she seemed to want more. After finishing the milk, she didn't want to let go of the. When Zhu Zai tried to take it away, she stubbornly held on with her small hands and kept her mouth pressed tightly. Zhu Zai was speechless. "You're not drinking fake milk, so why are you so excited?" No matter how much she explained, the child wouldn't listen. If she used force, the girl would start crying with a pout. Helpless, Zhu Zai took out another bottle, added half a cup of milk, and managed to coax her to drink. It turned out she wasn't full yet. She had thought that a baby's appetite was determined by adults' wishes. Indeed, human joys and sorrows are not always connected. Watching Daya happily gulp down the new bottle of milk and seeing Sambao sleeping soundly beside her, Zhu Zai sighed with a deep human realization. As children grow up, they become harder to fool. As a mother who learned on the go, Zhu Zai still has much to learn. Sambao has been sick for over half a month, and Zhu Zai will be out of her confinement in less than half a month. Although she feels her body is no longer in pain, her cautious nature makes her hesitant to take any risks, and she wouldn't dare to relax even for a day. Recently, she had a faint suspicion. Perhaps the special ability she gained from her crossing, her golden finger, was not only the large space maul. She wasn't sure if her body had improved, giving her more strength, or if her Father Heaven had activated her powerful ability. Last night, while half asleep, she accidentally changed Sanbao's diaper and pinched his little thigh until it turned purple. The child cried loudly, which suddenly woke her up. Fortunately, Sambao was a well-behaved child. After a little rocking, he fell asleep again. But today, when she looked, she saw that even if the child's skin wasn't pale, the purple marks at his thigh and bottom were obvious. Zhu Zai felt grateful. Luckily, she was recognized as a good mother. Otherwise, anyone seeing those bruises would think she was a stepmother. Unlike her joyful discovery of her Father Heaven ability, since Zhu Zai returned to her family, the Gu family has been gloomy and unhappy. The day after Zhu Zai left, the village head sent the Women's Federation director over. They spent 3 days educating Zhao Cuihua, and only then did her attitude improve. The Gu family had become the subject of jokes in the village. Of course, Zhao Cuihua, who was shameless and stubborn, didn't care much once she gave up trying to pretend. But without Zhu Zai to bully, there were fewer people to do the work in the family. Originally, all the chores were shared among 3 families, taking turns. But in reality, the third family did most of the work, and when it was the second sister-in-law's turn, she often slacked off and pushed the work onto Zhu Zai. So, after the Gu family's third branch left, these problems became obvious. The work was now mainly on the first and second branches. Fortunately, Gu de Sa still had 2 daughters to help, and the second sister-in-law's daughters were not troublesome. The second sister-in-law was exhausted. Just because Zhu Zai's family was gone, her workload increased significantly. What kind of mysterious rule was this? In less than 3 days, the second sister-in-law's lazy and sneaky nature became even more obvious. It turned out that when Zhu Zai cooked, Zhao Cuihua knew she wouldn't sneak food, so she relaxed and stayed out of the way. Gu de Sa was very careful in her work. Even if she tried small tricks, Zhao Cuihua wouldn't notice, so she didn't need to watch her closely. As for the second sister-in-law, she used to do little work. It wasn't worth it to get beaten for sneaking food, and since she could bully Zhu Zai into doing chores, she felt free. Now, no one allows her to be lazy. She has a lot of work to do, and her demands for food have increased. In the first 2 days, she didn't show it, but by the 3rd day, the porridge at home was noticeably thinner. Zhao Cuihua noticed this and scolded her harshly. She was hit on the head with a water scoop, causing a big bump, and her arm was almost swollen from being pinched. Sister-in-law Gu didn't dare to speak up, but didn't regret secretly drinking that thick porridge earlier. Zhao Cuihua knew that this second daughter-in-law was someone who would eat, but not fight back. As long as she could get a bite, she was willing to beat her half to death. Reluctantly, Zhao Cuihua drove sister-in-law Gu out of the kitchen, no longer letting her cook, and told her to go feed the pigs and chickens. She couldn't keep acting like a queen at home. Zhao Cuihua had already lost her temper several times. Besides scolding Zhu Zai, she also scolded sister-in-law Gu, and finally, she threw in a few words about sister-in-law Gu's older sister. In this family, besides herself, her daughter, and her old daughter-in-law, all the women were just a burden. At this moment, sister-in-law Gu was cooking pig feed in the kitchen, while Zhao Cuihua was scolding outside in the yard. Sister-in-law Gu didn't like her older sister's 2 daughters helping out, so she also brought her own 2 daughters into the kitchen to help. Fourth sister Gu looked outside, then turned to her sister, third sister Gu, and whispered, "We're all so hungry. How come Grandma still has the strength to shout and scold?" Third sister Gu casually threw a piece of firewood into the stove and lazily said, "That's because you're hungry, not Grandma. Think about it, you eat so much and she eats so much." Fourth sister Gu's face suddenly fell. "Really? Even though third aunt's family of little brats is left, it doesn't seem like our food supply has increased." Third sister Gu replied, "Huh, you say that as if increasing the food supply would go straight to your mouth. I no longer expect more food. I just hope they come back soon to work. If they don't come back, the work will all be ours." Fourth sister Gu gritted her teeth and said, "Humph, that dead woman slapped me that day. Just wait, when she returns, I'll see how I get even." Third sister Gu also remembered how she tried to step on Gu Erbao's hand but was kicked over by Zhu Zai. Suddenly shivering, she looked incredulous and said, "You still think about revenge? Don't you remember how fierce third aunt was when she hit someone? Humph, I can't beat her. Could I still beat her child? That coward Gu Erbao, I squeeze him, and he doesn't even dare to cry out loud." Gu Sani seems to be moved by her suggestion and hesitates, saying, "Then, next time you block him, call me too." "All right, sister, don't worry. This time, our family's revenge will definitely be paid. Yes, but the matter of revenge can wait a bit. Right now, I care most about when someone will come to help us with the work." Gu Sani pouts. She really hates working. She wants to go out and play, just like the boys at home, without having to do chores. Gu Sani's eyes turn as she says, "Mother said that tomorrow Aunt C will finish her confinement. Once she's out, she can start helping us with chores too." Gu Sani turns to look at her, wide-eyed, feeling speechless for a moment. She never realized before that her sister was actually so innocent. Since her Aunt C entered the Gu family, when has she ever done any work? Her sister even dares to think like that. But, to be fair for a lazy person, Gu Sani's daydreams are quite tempting. Hope so. It would be great if Aunt C could help with chores. Second sister-in-law carries a pig feed bucket from outside, looking annoyed, and says, "You little brat, what are you mumbling about? Hurry up and do your work." Seeing her mother arrive, Gu Sani immediately drops the firewood and runs away. "Mother, the pig feed is cooked." "I'm not doing it anymore." Seeing her sister leave, Gu Sani quickly gets up and follows. "Sister, wait for me." Second sister-in-law is furious. The 2 daughters of the main household are eager to help their mother with chores, but these 2 girls just want to play. These 2 little brats, they don't care about their mother at all. People really can be maddening. In the 4th household, they are also talking about the baby's full moon tomorrow. "Tomorrow, our son will have his full moon. You go watch over mother and tell her to prepare more red eggs. My relatives are coming tomorrow too." Song Shi reminds Gu Laosi. "I know." Gu Laosi responds lazily, then turns over to lie down again. Song Shi hasn't washed her hair in almost 2 months, and her head smells bad. She doesn't notice her husband's dislike and urges him, "Hurry up, don't lie there. If you fall asleep now, you won't wake up later." Old Fourth Gu was very tired and often urged by the Song family. He felt annoyed and sat up quickly, then went to his mother's room. Mrs. Song frowned. She felt that old Fourth Gu's attitude toward her was getting worse. A tall figure suddenly appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help feeling angry and ashamed. Humph, does old Fourth Gu still dare to look down on her? She hadn't liked him from the start. The next day, the youngest son of the 4th family of the Gu household celebrated his first month. At this time, the celebration wasn't very grand, since everyone still needed to work and earn points. Only close relatives would come to the celebration. Guests had to bring their own food, and the host only provided dishes. Mrs. Song's father was the village's team leader and was quite well off. She brought her grandson's first-month gift, which included a jar of rice wine, 3 sets of children's clothes, and 5 jean of rice. Such a gift was considered very generous in this era. It also helped Mrs. Song gain face and made her stand taller among her sisters-in-law. She knew that those sisters-in-law secretly thought she was lazy and didn't work. But who cared? She was lucky to have a supportive family. The Gu family's feast included braised chicken and a bowl of braised meat. These were the main dishes, with the rest being vegetarian. The meal was quite good, and everyone left happy. While the Gu family celebrated their grandson's first month, the Zhu family was also busy. After dinner, Sister Zhu gave Brother Zhu a look, and he understood immediately. While the old couple was in the house playing with their grandson, Brother Zhu called all the men over 15 in the family to the backyard for a meeting. It was dark outside, and 6 men, Brother Zhu, his 3 brothers, and 3 others, gathered together, looking like a group planning something. Brother Zhu, who had always been honest and straightforward, couldn't stand this secretive behavior. Third brother, why did you call everyone here? The evening sky was dim, so his face wasn't visible. He was direct and to the point. Big brother, we're going to set a trap. What? Big brother Zhu almost couldn't believe his ears. Brother Zhu was worried that his loud voice might be heard by others at home, so he quickly covered his mouth. Ugh.
Let go.
Open. Me. Everyone understood his muffled words, but afraid he might get angry and refuse to cooperate, Brother Zhu quickly added, Big brother, we can let go of you, but you absolutely must not shout out loud so the family won't hear. Brother Zhu didn't move, so Brother Zhu didn't let go. Until Brother Zhu nodded, the hand covering his mouth was finally removed. Don't blame them for trusting Brother Zhu so much, because he has always been a man of his word since he was young. If he promised not to say anything, he definitely wouldn't. His words are more secretive than those of the secret police. Breathing a sigh of relief, Brother Zhu was angry and pointed at them with his hand. His son, brothers, nephews. Just now, they watched him be silenced. If he wasn't so poor that his belongings jingled, he might have suspected they all teamed up to kidnap him. It was truly the poverty that gave him a real sense of security. Have you all decided to go and put a bag over their heads? To the Gu family, the 5 heads in the dim light nodded together. Are you sure? Tonight you're all going? The 5 heads nodded again. Brother Zhu sighed. Why did you only tell me tonight? A last-minute notice. I haven't prepared at all. Isn't this like sending me into a fight with no preparation? As he finished speaking, the backyard fell silent. An awkward silence spread among the men. Brother Zhu finally realized something was wrong. Why is no one talking? He saw the figures in the darkness, pushing and nudging each other, until the oldest, Brother Zhu finally spoke. Ahem, big brother, we're afraid you're too old, and in the dark if you bump into something with your old arms and legs. Cough, we just want you to give us some cover at home. Maybe they thought their words were too harsh, because Brother Zhu's voice grew softer and softer, leaving Brother Zhu stiff and frozen in place. Feeling himself still in his prime, Brother Zhu was speechless. And all these years of father-son, brotherly and uncle-nephew love. In the end, it was all misplaced. Tonight, there is no moon and the starlight is dim. Okay, put on the sack. At this moment, if someone were to come out and enjoy the rural night, they would surely see 5 quick-moving figures on the dark road. Perhaps it was the darkness of the night or the quiet scene itself that made it feel a bit eerie and unsettling. Honest man Zhu Chang'e suddenly became poetic, despite having little talent for literature, and dared to express his feelings about the night. A dark and windy night, perfect for revenge. He suddenly spoke, startling everyone. Brother Zhu was annoyed and slapped his head. What are you doing? Usually, you can't even make a sound, and now in the dark, you're talking? Who are you trying to scare? Zhu Chang'e rubbed his head, feeling a bit wronged. Second uncle, you hit me where my father hit me. It hurts. Zhu Er instinctively wanted to rub his own head, but he was the one who got hit. Big Brother was furious and embarrassed, but he refused to accept being called old and even tried to act superior. He was hitting their heads to get revenge, yet no one was allowed to hit back. He only tolerated it because he was older than them. Zhu Chongxin spoke up. Big Uncle just doesn't want to be called old. Zhu Er said angrily. He doesn't want to be called old, so he's old. He thought his son would agree, but instead, Zhu Chongxin hesitated and said carefully, Dad, you're only about 3 years younger than Big Uncle. The atmosphere fell silent again. Realizing this, Zhu Er was so angry he almost jumped up and wanted to hit his son's head. What nonsense this debt collector is talking. He's even criticizing his own father. Seeing that things might get worse, Zhu Chongxin quickly advised his father to think carefully. Father, we're here to do the sack thing. We can't make any noise, so keep your voice down. Zhu Er. Why didn't you just control your own mouth if you knew what you were doing? With a few jokes and chatter among the men, the dark night didn't seem so scary anymore. The men were quick on their feet, and after about 15 minutes, they reached Gu's village. It was a pity that at this time, even raising a dog was difficult, let alone caring for one. 5 grown men entered the village, but there was not a single alarm or warning signal. Zhu Chongxin saw this and whispered, Dad, Uncle Third, when we go back, let's talk to Grandpa about getting a dog. Brothers Zhu Er and Zhu Sen also seemed to realize this and nodded quietly. This was their first time doing something sneaky like stealing chickens and dogs, and all 5 men felt a little excited. They quickly climbed over the wall outside the Gu family's yard and whispered among themselves. We still need to climb over the wall. Their toilet is in the yard. The 5 of them skillfully jumped over the wall and quietly waited beside the toilet. Second uncle, this smell is a bit bad. Shoo, be quiet. Even if it smells bad, we have to hold it in. This is the best place to hide. They planned to wait until Gu Laoxi's son's full moon celebration, knowing he would be drinking and staying up late, which would give them a chance to set the trap near the toilet. This plan was carefully thought out. If they set the trap on Gu Laoxi's way home from work, it would look suspicious of the Zhu family. After the incident, it would be hard to explain. It could also damage their family's reputation. They weren't afraid to confront the Gu family, but their little sister or sister-in-law was currently resting after childbirth. If the Gu family came and made her upset or worried, that would be bad. Setting the trap in their yard, beating him up, and throwing him into the dung pit, such things were too unbelievable and not like the Zhu family style. So, it wouldn't be easy to suspect them. Plus, if they were bold enough to talk about such shameful things, their family wouldn't be losing much. Even if the Gu family came after them, they could just say he was drunk and confused, falling into the dung pit himself. He fell in, and his body was bruised and purple. That was normal, right? And they wanted to blame the Zhu family? Don't get dirty yourself and accuse others unfairly. It made them furious. Although this logic might seem a bit far-fetched, in the eyes of outsiders, the Zhu family was known to be honest, polite, and humble. Whether the Gu family believed it or not, outsiders would definitely trust the Zhu family. Having thought through all the possible consequences, they felt confident and went ahead with their plan to do something bad. Wang Baochuan patiently waited in a cold kiln for 18 years to reunite with her husband. Tonight, the 5 members of the Zhu family don't know how long they will have to wait before they see a man from the Gu family going to the bathroom. They aren't sure if it's heaven punishing the Gu family, or just feeling sorry for the Zhu family members who are curious about what's happening. Maybe less than 18 minutes later, they finally saw the 4th Gu man come out after using the toilet. Honestly, they didn't have to wait for the 4th Gu man. The 2nd Gu brother could have done just as well. They weren't picky. Did heaven really set things up this way? Giving the best choice and not even offering a backup plan? In the dark, 5 pairs of big eyes sparkled with excitement. Slowly, quietly, they moved closer to a man who was relieving himself. Today, the 4th Gu man had drunk a little too much. He liked drinking, and since his son's first month celebration was today, he let himself indulge. His wife had taken a bath, so he didn't smell as strong anymore. He stepped out to first, planning to go back and eat some meat soon. He hadn't had meat in a long time. Thinking this, his mind, clouded by alcohol, grew hotter and more dizzy. Just as his eyes were about to close, he suddenly felt darkness in front of him, a sharp pain at the back of his head, and then he lost consciousness. The men from the Zhu family didn't hold back. They put a bag over his head, knocked him out, then dragged him down and started hitting and kicking him. Their movements were quick and skillful, not at all like it was their first time doing this. Luckily, 2 experienced men were with them, so they didn't aim for vital spots. Zhu Changyi, who was strong, was worried about accidentally hurting him, so he kept kicking his. While kicking, he said, "This Gu guy probably eats well normally. His ass so fleshy, even a kick makes it shake." Zhu Urge stopped him, saying, "Enough, just throw him into the manure pit." Zhu Changming warned, "Uncle, be careful not to let his head hang down. If he chokes to death, that would be a problem." Zhu Changxin added, "If he chokes to death, he might be the only person in this village to die from holding it in." Hearing this, the 2 nephews still tried to stay calm and joked, "If he dies from holding it in, we'd be the only family in the whole village to get shot. It's a total wipeout." Zhu Changming and Zhu Changxin. Their third uncle always knew how to ruin the mood. Brother Zhu Er argued. "Who said that? Our older brothers haven't come yet." "It's not a complete defeat." Brother Zhu San was silent. The others also said nothing. "If you worry about this too early, it makes us all nervous, you know?" They lifted the burlap sack, and Brother Zhu Er and Brother Zhu San gently tossed Old Man Gu into it. A dull thud came from the cesspit. Zhao Cuihua, half asleep, pushed Old Man Gu and asked, "Old man, did you hear any sound?" Old Man Gu, annoyed, rolled over and said, No, don't bother me. I have to work tomorrow." Seeing that Old Man Gu was not reacting, Zhao Cuihua decided not to bother and turned to sleep. Before fully falling asleep, she was dazed and thought, "What is love? What kind of sound is that? It can't be a person falling into the pit." The Zhu family men had safely placed the person into the cesspit. Brother Zhu Er said, "I didn't expect the Gu family to use a cesspit. This thing isn't very safe." Brother Zhu Changyi asked foolishly, "What's unsafe about it?" Brother Zhu Changxin replied impatiently, "He was weak and unsteady when he drank. What if he drowns? If it's a pit, at least it's not that high." Brother Zhu Changyi looked worried. "What should we do? Do we have to just stand here and watch him?" A few grown men looked at each other, feeling tired and helpless about the man lying in the cesspit. Suddenly, Brother Zhu San ran away. Brother Zhu Changyi said foolishly, "Maybe third uncle is scared of the smell and left us behind." Brother Zhu Changming patted his head. "Go on, don't talk nonsense. Third uncle isn't like that." Though he said this, he wasn't sure himself. After all, their third uncle usually took rough paths and was tough and quiet. Hearing their conversation, Brother Zhu Er felt uncertain inside. He kept a calm face but was roaring inside like a tiger. "Third brother, you can't leave your second brother behind." Fortunately, his third brother still had some brotherly loyalty. But within 10 seconds, he returned holding a large stone. One sound was Zhu San smashing the cesspit with the stone. Another was the cesspit breaking apart. The noise was so loud that everyone sleeping in the front yard was awakened. Someone quietly got up, dressed, and sleepily called out, "Who's there? What's that noise? Go check quickly. Maybe someone is stealing chickens." Zhu Urge and the others immediately reacted, realizing what was happening. "Wow, run quickly. Third brother, you're causing trouble. You should have warned us before smashing." Although they spoke harshly, they didn't delay in action. Since they were all strong young men, they ran away quickly. Zhu Changyi, a good kid who knows how to live carefully, even remembered to take the sack with him when he left. A sack isn't cheap, and he didn't want to give it to the old Gu family for free. This honest, simple kid saved Zhu Changxin from worry. One was good at managing daily life, the other worried about leaving the sack behind and revealing clues. Their ideas were very different, but in the end, they both achieved their goals. It was probably a kind of brotherly understanding. In the Gu family yard, the first to come out was Song, the wife of Gu Laosi. She had been waiting inside for Gu Laosi. They had been married for years, and they shared some understanding. So she hadn't gone to sleep either. She didn't expect that her husband wouldn't come out no matter how long she waited. She thought maybe Gu Laosi went to wash himself in the kitchen. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang. She wondered if Gu Laosi had bumped into something. Soon after, there were two louder explosions. The sound of the broken toilet was very clear, and Song didn't dare think too much about it. She quickly put on her clothes and ran outside, heading to the backyard. A loud shout echoed through the sky, marking the start of chaos in the Gu family tonight. Chickens flying, dogs barking, and everyone panicking. The Gu family probably would never forget the sight of Gu Laosi lying in the broken toilet, covered in filth. Song felt sick and almost vomited. Gu Sa didn't have Song's courage to in front of Xiao Cuihua's favorite son, but she covered her mouth and held back her nausea. Gu Sa was much braver. She stayed far away and shouted loudly, "Oh my God! How drunk is Uncle C?" He fell into the toilet. Seeing her own son like that, Xiao Cuihua was heartbroken and cursed loudly, "You stinky woman! Shut up! You can't see anything useful. Hurry up and fetch some firewood to boil water. Big brother and second brother, hurry and pull Uncle C out." "Oh dear, my son." The Gu family's commotion was so loud that the neighbors on both sides were awakened. Their good sleep was suddenly interrupted, which made everyone quite annoyed. But when they heard what happened, they almost couldn't help but laugh. The men from the Zhu family had already run out of Gu village and were standing on a small hill, watching the flickering fire in the distance at the Gu family's house. The Zhu brothers felt very happy inside. So this is what it feels like to do something bad under the cover of darkness without being caught. This time, the Gu family has really embarrassed themselves in front of the whole team. If they quietly carried Old Fourth back, it wouldn't be a big deal. "But look at the scene everyone in the neighborhood knows now," said the second Zhu brother with a sneaky smile. The third Zhu brother added, "Tomorrow the whole commune will know. This was not just an empty threat." By the next day, the men from the Zhu family, who had caused trouble, saw what "the power of the people is great" really meant. In just one day, everyone in the commune knew that Old Fourth of the Gu family, the accountant of Gu village, had fallen into a dung pit last night. Oh dear! The dung pit was smashed to pieces, and he was covered in filth all over. The person spreading the news told it vividly, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. Hearing this rumor, the Zhu men exchanged glances. They thought, that was close. "Luckily, we took the sack away earlier and left no trace. Otherwise, the rumor today would be, 'Oh dear, the Zhu men are so shameless. They went into someone's yard to steal a sack.' That's too bold. If this story spread, it wouldn't just damage their reputation. They might even be sent for education." At this moment, any misdeeds like stealing chickens or dogs would also lead to being educated. The outside world was buzzing with excitement. Everyone almost unanimously took this incident as today's main source of entertainment. But for Old Fourth of the Gu family, who was at the center of the fun, he was suffering terribly. Last night, after being woken up, he took 3 baths, but still felt like he smelled of manure. He didn't even dare to think about whether any dirty things had entered his stomach while he was unconscious in the dung pit. The slightest thought of it made his stomach feel uncomfortable and nauseous. Thanks to his loud family members, he had become the joke of the entire village because of this incident. He could even imagine how people would look at him and what they would say when he left the yard. Old Fourth Gu is very proud. Just thinking about it makes him painfully cover his head with a quilt. He even stopped working as the village accountant. But missing a day of work can be made up later. However, the work at home cannot be delayed. Now, during the autumn harvest, everyone is busy. How could the team leader allow the whole family to take leave just because they are worried about losing face? Besides Old Fourth Gu, his wife Xiao Cuihua and Gu Jingfang, the other members of the main and second households don't feel so ashamed. After all, it wasn't them who fell into the manure pit. Especially Gu's second daughter-in-law, who secretly feels a bit happy about it. She secretly feels proud. What's so great about the fourth daughter-in-law? She just has a wealthy family background. Now, her husband has embarrassed himself. At least, Her husband has never fallen into a manure pit. She doesn't understand how this sense of superiority is even formed. Could it be that modern women have such low expectations of their husbands? What she doesn't know is that while she is feeling pleased, her husband is also feeling lucky. Gu's second son took a few sips of wine, but unfortunately, the wine at yesterday's full moon celebration was brought by Gu's fourth daughter-in-law's mother-in-law. He wanted to have a few more drinks, but Gu's fourth son didn't give him the chance, so he just satisfied his own craving. Luckily, he didn't drink too much, or it might have been him who fell into the manure pit. There are some idle people who like to tease, even during work. Gu's fourth son is so new. I heard about Sima Gang smashing a water jar before, but I didn't expect our Gu village to have a Gu's fourth son smashing a manure pit.
Haha.
Hey, Sima Gang was smashing a water jar to save someone. Why did Gu's fourth son smash a manure pit? Just to save himself. Exactly, to save himself. If he hadn't smashed the pit, he'd have been suffocated by manure.
Haha.
This way of dying is so frustrating, and it sounds pretty disgusting. Don't say that anymore. If you keep talking, I won't be able to eat my lunch. Oh, come on. Manure and are good things. They're fertilizer for the land. I don't mind. I can eat them anytime.
Exactly.
When I eat, I don't feel like I can't eat. If only I could eat enough at every meal, I would wake up laughing. The hardworking people, as they chatted, went from talking about old fourth Gu smashing the dung bucket to wondering when they could eat enough. This kind of digression is quite impressive. Not only the adults were joking, but the young people and children also kept talking. Haha, I'm laughing so hard. Uncle Fourth Gu is such a big man, but he still fell into the dung pit. I haven't even fallen yet, and I'm only 8. That's easy to say, as if you fell when you were little. I've never fallen in my whole life. I haven't either. A group of children started comparing who had fallen into the dung pit, sparking a competition to prove who was the most successful. They wanted to show they were capable kids. Some even thought they were better than the village accountant. Children's words are innocent, but they can be quite naive. The young girl's words, however, are sharp like blades. Especially those jealous ones who often clash with the Gu family. In the village, Gu Jingfang was definitely the top girl. Her family had many brothers, and her parents spoiled her. Her sister-in-law looked after her, and her nephews and nieces dared not offend her. Her third brother was in the army, and her fourth brother was an accountant. Her fourth sister-in-law had relatives working at the supply and marketing cooperative, so she could buy red sugar and honey 3 knives that others couldn't get. All the village girls envied her. Fortunately, heaven is fair. Good things shouldn't all happen to one person. And now karma has come. A girl who usually disliked Gu Jingfang laughed loudly and mocked her. Ha, this is hilarious. Gu Jingfang's family has been so embarrassing lately. First, she was splashed with, and now her fourth brother fell into the dung pit. What's that word again? Asked Yafeng. She reads a lot. Yafeng, a girl, replied calmly, when good things come in pairs, bad things follow. Yes, that's the word. It fits perfectly. Exactly, Yafeng is so smart. Gu Jingfang just relies on her brother's success, dressing up all fancy. But what's the point? That's right. Without her third brother, what is she? Everyone knows her third brother supports the whole family. They even tease her third sister-in-law, telling her to pour into a bucket. How shameless. Gu Yafeng heard this and sneered dismissively. Humph. Those who do wrong will face their own punishment. People who commit too many sins will be dealt with by heaven. Gu Yafeng is the daughter of village chief Gu Zhanhui. She has always been at odds with Gu Jingfang. Each of them has their own supporters. When Gu Yafeng spoke, some girls echoed her. That's right. Now, isn't it just retribution? She and her brother are covered in dirt. I think from now on they should be called the Dirt Siblings. Hahaha, Li Tsuehua, you're so talented. Even without schooling, you come up with fresh words. If you had studied, you'd be soaring to the sky. Exactly. Soon, no one will be able to argue with her words. A few girls giggled and laughed, not noticing the figure lurking around the corner behind them. Gu Jingfang had been holding her feelings inside these days. Finally, she gathered her courage and stepped out of the house to visit her close friends. but she overheard such words. It made her so angry. She knew that if she went out now, she would be mocked even more. So she could only stomp her feet and run back home in a huff. When she got home, she saw Zhao Cuihua squatting in the yard, washing clothes for her second brother. Gu Jingfang's anger grew. Mom, why are you still washing his clothes? They're so dirty. Just throw them away. Zhao Cuihua glanced at her daughter, still working with her hands, and said impatiently, What are you talking about? These clothes are still good. Just because they're dirty doesn't mean we should throw them out. These days, it's not easy to buy a new set of clothes. Gu's fourth son was happy because he had celebrated his first month yesterday, and he wore his favorite clothes. But unexpectedly, those clothes ended up in the dung bucket. Gu Jingfang couldn't stand her mother favoring Gu's fourth son. She immediately said, Then why not let fourth sister-in-law wash them? She's his wife. Song Shi came out holding her son, with a cold face, and sarcastically said to Gu Jingfang, Oh, little sister-in-law, you can't stand it? If you don't like it, you can wash them yourself. Gu Jingfang was very angry. Why should she, as the younger sister, wash her husband's dirty diapers? But she only dared to mutter silently in her heart, and didn't dare to say it aloud. You should know, her fourth sister-in-law's father is the village head, and her older sister married the son of the town's supply and marketing director. They can buy things that others can't get. Currently, I work at the supply and marketing cooperative, but it's a stable job. This fourth sister-in-law is someone I can't afford to offend. Gu Jingfang forced an awkward smile and said, Fourth sister-in-law, I was just joking. Whose son washes whose clothes? It's all the same. After saying that, she remembered that Song's son's diapers hadn't been washed by her, but by Zhu Zai. Her eyes brightened. Mother, put it down. Don't wash it. When Zhu Zai comes back, let her wash it. Zhao Cuihua also instinctively felt happy for a moment, but was quickly cooled down by Song. What are you thinking? For a sister-in-law to wash her brother-in-law's underwear? That doesn't sound good if it gets out. Yes, Zhu Zai had been bullied at the Gu family, but she had never washed a man's clothes. It was always Zhao Cuihua and Gu Jingfang's clothes that she washed. Song didn't look kindly on her younger sister-in-law and turned to hold her son and go inside. After she went inside, Gu Jingfang kicked a small stone and sulkily returned to her room. Seeing her older daughter upset, Zhao Cuihua quickly finished her chores and went to her younger daughter's room. Fang, what's wrong? Why are you unhappy? Gu Jingfang said irritably. Mother, don't touch me. Your hands smell. How could they smell? I wash them clean. Even if they're clean, they still smell. You don't know what people are saying outside. They say I and fourth brother are like a pair of brothers from the sewer. It makes me so mad. Boo-hoo. Oh, my dear, how could they say that? It's that troublemaker daughter-in-law from Zhu's family. Just wait until Zhu Zai comes back. I'll see how I deal with her. When that happens, I'll splash her with dirt and make her smell bad, so you'll feel better, okay? Zhao Cuihua wanted to hug her younger daughter and comfort her as usual. But unfortunately, Gu Jingfang disliked her hands because they had just washed fourth brother's pants. So Zhao Cuihua's hands couldn't hug her, and she was full of worry. After crying for a while and venting her initial anger, Gu Jingfang calmed down. She asked Zhao Cuihua with red eyes, Mother, why is our family so unlucky lately? Did we offend some big spirit? She'll be quiet. Now's not the time for that. But even as she said that, Zhao Cuihua's heart was pounding. Because, indeed, their old Gu family hadn't been doing well lately. When did it start? It seems to have begun on the day Zuzi went back to her parents' house. Oh no, that little kid Zuzi gave birth to. Could he be a troublemaker? Thinking this way, Zhao Cuihua felt very uneasy. Not only was she thinking about this, but Gu Laosi was also wondering why he fell into the manure pit. Did he stay away from the manure pit last night? No memory of that. But he clearly remembered that he didn't break the jar. The alcohol might have made him dizzy, but he wouldn't forget something so important. His head hurt behind his neck. His mother said he hit the edge of the jar. But why did he feel like he was hit with a heavy? Unfortunately, he had never been hit like that before, so he had no experience to rely on. Still, He suspected someone was trying to harm him. He told his mother about this suspicion, but she didn't believe him. She said it was probably the stone wall of the pig pen that was unstable and fell, rolling to his feet. He tripped over a big stone and fell into the manure pit. This kind of accident could be dangerous for anyone, especially for someone drunk like him. His head was confused and he fell in. Luckily, the stone also fell and broke the jar, or he might have suffocated. This explanation seemed reasonable and logical. But Gu Laosi was very sure he didn't want to believe it. He absolutely refused to believe he fell in by himself. Someone was trying to harm him. If he could catch that person, he would make them pay 10 times over. No one around believed him. So, he decided to find the culprit himself. Although Gu Laosi was convinced he was a victim, he didn't immediately suspect the Zhu family. One reason was, he had many enemies who didn't like him. He didn't think the Zhu family was his main enemy. The last time he was beaten was just an accident. In his eyes, it was just Zhu family members attacking indiscriminately in anger. He didn't think the Zhu family would do something like sneak into someone's yard to hit them with a club. In his memory, the Zhu family was polite and gentle, different from many other rural folks. The person who hit him with a club and threw him into the manure pit. Definitely not the Zhu family. Gu Laosi was very confident in his analysis. Such a confident victim would probably move the suspect to tears of gratitude. See how important it is to have a good reputation. How crucial it is to maintain a good image. How vital it is to have a positive impression in people's eyes. Even the victim no longer believes the criminal is the culprit. What can others do? What else can be done? Of course, they can just walk free. Zhu Zai heard the story because Lin Damei told her about it. When her husband went up the mountain, he picked a small bag of red dates. She thought Zhu Zai hadn't yet recovered from childbirth, so she brought 2 handfuls. Don't think 2 handfuls of dates are few. In such a time of shortage, 2 handfuls are definitely a lot. Moreover, Lin Damei and Zhu Zai aren't even close friends. You could say Lin Damei is just a kind-hearted person. Yanzi, I have to tell you, your in-laws really lost face this time. Old Gu's 4th son had his baby's full moon celebration yesterday. He drank so much he got dizzy, and at night, he fell into the manure pit. Can you imagine how reckless he is? Just because he drinks, he gets that drunk. Zhu Zai was stunned when she heard this. Could someone really go through such a torture? Does heaven hold a grudge against him? Ignoring Zhu Zai's shocked expression, Lin Damei kept gossiping. Hey, do you think old Gu's family really offended some kind of spirit? This is so strange. They're involved in something like this. Zhu Zai suddenly snapped to attention and warned her. What are you saying? You can't talk about this openly. You can tell me here, but don't go spreading it outside. Hey, I know, I won't say anything. I'm not stupid. Zhu Zai teased her. You're not stupid. You're just a big sister who's a bit silly.
Bah.
I think you're just enjoying life at your parents' place. Teasing me now. Of course. Looking back, I don't even know how I managed to get through those days. Surviving death gave me the courage to live a real life. Zhu Zai took the opportunity to share her feelings, laying the groundwork for her future personality change. She couldn't imitate the original owner's submissive nature, but a sudden reversal would seem suspicious. It would be better to slowly share information about their personality changes so that when they eventually act out, they won't be too surprised because they've been warned in advance. Zhu Zai thought this, but didn't expect that Lin Damei, a kind-hearted woman, would feel heartache after hearing this. Lin Damei, with tears in her eyes, said, Yes, it's best if you think like that. You must live well in the future. Don't be afraid of them. Look, now they are getting their comeuppance. Zhu Zai smiled silently. Although she had experienced time travel and had a space, she already believed in the existence of the Heavenly Father. But when it came to old Forgu falling into the manure pit, her intuition told her it wasn't a natural disaster, but a man-made problem. That day, Zhu San's wife had mentioned putting a bag over Gu's head, and her words still echoed in her mind. She didn't believe it. Her family, who are strong-willed, wouldn't give up on that idea. After Lin Damei left and dinner was over, Zhu Zai called in Zhu Changyi, who seemed the most naive. Zhu Chang'e didn't know what was wrong with him. Seeing his little sister-in-law that day, he suddenly felt inexplicably guilty. He hadn't done anything wrong. Oh no, he had actually done something wrong. He felt a bit nervous inside. Zhu Chang'e nervously entered Zhu Zai's room, his heart pounding like a drum. Outside, Zhu Changming and Zhu Changxin exchanged glances and quietly followed. After Zhu Chang'e entered, Zhu Zai didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly for 30 seconds. When Zhu Chang'e felt like time was dragging endlessly, Zhu Zai finally spoke slowly. "Tell me, did you do it?" Zhu Chang'e instinctively denied. "No, little sister-in-law. What are you talking about? How could we throw old Forgu into the manure pit? We're honest people. We would never do something like hitting someone from behind." "Never," he spoke quickly, with a firm tone, reacting swiftly. If you didn't listen to what he was saying, you'd never guess he was a simpleton. Outside, Zhu Changming and Zhu Changxin closed their eyes in despair. Sure enough, you can't have high expectations for this simpleton. If it weren't for his strength and the insurance he carried, last night, they definitely wouldn't have called him. Zhu Zai showed a knowing expression. Using this second nephew as a breakthrough was definitely the right choice. Everyone outside, listen in and come in too. Zhu Changming and Zhu Changxin walked in with drooping heads, looking like they knew they had done wrong. Zhu Zai didn't intend to settle scores with them. They were just seeking revenge for themselves. Blaming them again would be like being kind-hearted but naive. "Thank you, Auntie, for helping me get revenge. But since you've done it, you need to clean up the mess. Are you sure no one knows what you did?" Zhu Chang'e saw that his little aunt wasn't truly angry and immediately regained his confidence. He hurried to answer. Yes, when we ran away, we took the bags back." "Who all went with you?" Zhu Changming said. "The three of us plus second uncle and third uncle. Does anyone else at home know about this?" "Cough, my dad knows." Zhu Changming coughed awkwardly. Zhu Zai was surprised. "Your dad actually agreed for you to go." She remembered that in the original story, her older brother was very steady and honest, a true elder brother figure who kept the family in order. But Zhu Chang'e quickly said, "My dad wanted to go too, but second uncle thought he was too old and weak, worried that if he got caught, he wouldn't be able to run." Zhu Zai: "All right, since you've all made sure there's no loose end, I have nothing more to say. Just Chang'e, you should practice your words. Don't mess up next time someone asks questions." Zhu Chang'e. Zhu Zai didn't know how many people in the Zhu family knew about this matter. But one thing was certain. No one had spoken about it openly. Kids are innocent and straightforward. If they slip up and reveal something, it could cause a big problem. Even someone like Zhu Chang'e, a young man, was a bit unreliable. Can you really trust those little rascals to keep a secret? Better not to be naive. So, the Zhu family members all kept silent about the incident of sneaking out at midnight to throw manure into the pit. Silence was the best way to handle it. Recently, when the Zhu family went out to work, they asked around about which households had dogs, hoping to adopt one. These days, people are struggling to eat, so there's no extra food to raise a dog. Once the news spread that the Zhu family was thinking of getting a dog, many households started to have ideas. It seems that the Zhu family has some resources and connections. I heard that the second grandson of the Zhu family is already grown up and is about to get engaged. Does our family have a suitable match for him? The women from different families are all thinking about this. Yu Jinji waited and waited at home but never saw Zhu Changming come to see her. For a moment, she started to feel anxious. Just then, Yu's mother came back with a stern face. Seeing her eldest daughter still staying at her parents' house, she got even more annoyed. "Look at you, you useless thing. You've had a child, but you still can't win a man's heart. You've been here for so many days, and he still hasn't come to pick you up." Hearing this, Yu Jinji felt upset. "Just having a daughter. How can I attract a man? If I had a son, maybe they'd treat me differently," she said angrily. "Then go have a son yourself. Why are you causing trouble here?" "Alright, I get it. Can you stop bothering me?" "Huh, you think I'm bothering you? Do you know? People are even using their grain to feed dogs, and you, my daughter-in-law, are still eating at your parents' house. I tell you, you better find a way to get him to come and pick you up soon." We don't have enough food here for you. Eugenie was annoyed by her mother's words. She angrily threw down the firewood and got up to go back inside. She didn't want to stay at her broken home anymore. She worked every day there, and it was never comfortable. Plus, she wasn't even getting enough to eat at her parents' house, and she had to work hard. She was almost out of milk. If she went back to nurse her baby, she couldn't feed the child. And if she returned to the Zhu family, she couldn't use that as an excuse to skip work. Thinking of this, Eugenie quickly called her sister, Eugenie. Sis, what do you want me to do? Jeannie looked expressionless. Go out quickly, find your brother-in-law at the farm, and tell him to come and pick me up before dinner, Eugenie whispered in her ear. But after she said that, Jeannie didn't move. Eugenie pushed her gently. Hurry up, and remember to keep it a secret. Don't let anyone see. Jeannie still didn't move. Just go. When I get back, I'll bring you some eggs to eat, Eugenie said. Hearing this, Jeannie finally started to move. Her small body was quick and agile, and she disappeared from sight in no time. Eugenie angrily scolded, They're just debt collectors, and they're so young, already trying to stuff things into their pockets. She almost added that they were just like her mother, but she didn't say it out loud. Meanwhile, Eugenie was riding quickly and soon reached the upper village of Yu's home. She had been there during her sister's wedding and childbirth, so she knew where Zhu's family lived. She didn't hide her visit. At this time, children were running freely everywhere. She blended in among the children and didn't stand out. When Eugenie reached near Zhu's courtyard, she saw Zhu Zhongzhong carrying a small yellow-brown dog. Zhongzhong, Eugenie called out. Zhu Zhongzhong looked surprised to see her and asked, Oh, Jeannie, what are you doing here? Is something wrong? Honestly, Zhu Zhongzhong didn't like his sister-in-law's family. Every time they visited, it was like a swarm of locusts, eating and taking whatever they wanted. They would come for a meal, and for the next 3 days, their own food supply would be reduced. And they had no shame. They kept coming back now and then. They visited more often than local officials inspecting the countryside. Even the top leaders might have to say, responsible. Eugenie didn't care about Zhu Zhongzhong's attitude. She looked at the dog and said, My sister asked me to pass a message to her husband. Zhu Zhongzhong frowned. What message? Just tell me directly. My brother is working now. When he comes back, I'll tell him. Eugenie hesitated for a moment. Hurry up. If you don't tell me, just wait here. Eugenie wanted to wait outside, but if she stayed too long, her mother would notice when she returned, and she'd get scolded. Forget it, just tell him. My sister said her husband should come to pick her up for dinner tonight. Zhu Zhongzhong secretly despised her. Scolding his sister-in-law and running back to her family. If she's so capable, she should just stay there. He replied politely, Got it. I'll tell my older brother. Although he didn't like Eugenie, she was still his brother's wife. He believed in keeping peace rather than causing trouble. His brother wouldn't want to be single forever. Eugenie hesitated for a moment, but Zhu Zhongzhong carried the dog into the yard without inviting her inside. On the way home, Eugenie thought indifferently. Why do some people not even have enough to eat, while others can still catch dogs to raise? She thought that maybe the dogs in the Zhu family are probably better fed than she is. In the evening, Zhu Changming finished work and was on his way home when Zhu Changzhong told him, Big brother, Jeannie came to see you today. She said your wife asked you to pick her up tonight. Zhu Changming paused for a moment and said, Got it. Let's eat first. The elders in the Zhu family usually don't interfere much in the affairs of the younger generation, and the younger ones are taught not to discuss the elders. That topic ended there. The family then started a lively discussion about the new dog they had just gotten. From today, our family has a dog too. Let's give it a name. Zhu Changzhong said excitedly. A group of little kids cheered and eagerly took turns suggesting names. Zhu Changha said, We can call it a Huang. It's yellow. Zhu Qianchan softly said, Let's call it Huang Huang, it's cuter. Air Bao raised his little hand and also offered his idea. Let's call it De Huang. When it grows big, we can ride it like a horse. Whose dog can be ridden like a horse? Dogs don't grow that big. In Air Bao's short 3-year life, he probably hasn't seen many other people's dogs. He naturally thought dogs could grow as big as cows or sheep. But now his brother's words made him lose hope. It's okay. I'm small, so it doesn't need to grow that big. I can still ride it. But when the dog grows up, won't you grow too? As it grows, you'll also be growing. When it's big, you still won't be able to ride it. Little Air Bao's innocent fairy tale world was shattered by De Bao's cold words. His little face looked hopeless, and he lost all the enthusiasm he had for naming the dog. Then just call it whatever, since we can't ride a big horse anyway. Za Bao. Your enthusiasm disappeared so quickly, it caught me off guard. After a heated discussion among the adults and children, the dog's name finally kept the character Huang, and everyone could choose whatever they liked for the other part. Zhu Er's wife looked at the group of children who spent a lot of brainpower naming their beloved dogs and asked a deep question. Honestly, I feel that some families in the village don't put as much effort into naming their children as we do for our little ones. Brother Zhu Er looked like an old man on the subway looking at his phone and said disdainfully, "Don't say that. People in the village are too careless when naming their kids. Can they compare to us?" This topic made Zhu Er's second son, Zhu Zhongli, feel very emotional. He couldn't help but add, exactly. Villagers are too careless with names. Calling a kid Dog Egg is one thing, but naming a child Dog is just crazy. Yao's family looked at them with surprise. You guys don't understand. That's called a cheap life that's easy to keep. You don't know how hard it is to raise a child. Old Master Zhu saw his wife speak and added, Your mother is right. Not just during the famine, even before that, raising a child was not easy. Ordinary people came up with all kinds of ways just to keep their children alive. Hey, why haven't I heard that my older brother or I had such silly names? Brother Zhu asked. Old Master Zhu's eyes flickered and said, Of course you did. When you were little, you were called Big Baby, Second Baby, and Third Baby. But those aren't real names, just nicknames or terms of endearment, not silly names, he explained. Looking at it this way, our Zhu family is quite lucky. Even if we didn't have silly names, we all grew up well. I can't stand being called dog by my own father. Hearing their father say this, Zhu Zhongxin and Zhu Zhongli both looked relieved and happy. Fortunately, their father was somewhat aware. Otherwise, going to school with a name like Dog would have meant constant scolding from teachers and bad luck for themselves. They knew that the boy in the village called Dog had indeed grown up healthy, though a bit slow. He had gone to school for a few years and was classmates with Zhu Zhongxin and Zhu Zhongli. When Zhu Zhongxin was in first grade, he was in first grade. When Zhu Zhongli was in first grade, he was also in first grade. Zhu Zhongxin was 3 years older than Zhu Zhongli. Later, they heard that the boy stopped going to school and went back home to farm. The teacher scolded him for his poor grades, calling them dog, but he still happily explained that he wasn't the grades. Later, the teacher only then learned that his nickname was Dog. Every time he looked at that serious yet silly-looking face, the teacher felt deep helplessness. Eventually, the child stopped misbehaving, which also saved the teacher some gray hairs. The Zhu brothers were busy chatting and joking over there, not noticing old Master Zhu's dazed expression and murmuring. How can someone who can support themselves be called a lowly name? Zhu Changming listened to his family's conversation for a while before getting up to go to the farm to pick up Eugene. On the way, he reflected on his actions. No matter what his original intention was, hitting his wife was definitely wrong. He was also very angry at the time. Eugene didn't understand how important her younger sister-in-law was to him. Her bad words, though unpleasant, could be forgiven. He thought that after apologizing to her, he would tell her about how his younger sister-in-law had saved him when she was a child. That way, the misunderstanding might be cleared up. If that didn't work, he could let her hit him back to make her feel better. Then, he would take Eugene to apologize to his younger sister-in-law. His sister-in-law was kind-hearted and would surely forgive Eugene. Most importantly, she needed to let go of her worries so she could recover well after giving birth. He was not the kind of man who refused to humble himself. If everything could be resolved happily in the end, what was wrong with lowering his pride? A man's strength shouldn't be used to argue with his wife. Although he didn't marry Eugene out of love, since she was now his wife and had a child, he had a responsibility toward her. He should be gentle and caring. In the past few days, He hadn't actively gone to see her, partly because he was busy and partly because he hoped Eugenie would calm down. Since she married into his family, they had treated her well. He hoped she could live happily with him. Now that she had asked Jinzi to pass a message to him, it probably meant she realized her mistake. Zhu Changming kept thinking of ways to solve the problem, but he didn't realize that Eugenie asking him to pick someone up wasn't because she was reflecting on her mistakes, but because she was worried about being embarrassed if she stayed at her parents' house. More importantly, after enjoying life in Zhu's family, she probably didn't want to go back to her original family life. The Yu family estate was divided into two parts, the upper estate in the south and the lower estate in the north. Moving from south to north, before entering Xiazhuangku, there is a river. A bamboo bridge crosses the river. To the east of the bamboo bridge is Xiazhuang village, and to the west is the road. Between the road and the bamboo bridge, there is a small grove. The bamboo bridge is very narrow, only allowing one person to cross at a time. If two people accidentally step onto the bridge at the same time, one must step back onto the riverbank to let the other pass. Originally, Zhu Changming was too nervous and didn't look carefully before stepping onto the bridge. When he reached the middle of the bridge, he bumped into Eugenie, who also wasn't paying attention. In a panic, Eugenie accidentally fell into the river. In the chaos, he was pulled into the water too. The river isn't very big, but it reaches up to people's chests. Eugenie can't swim, and in her panic, she grabbed onto him. He, having grown up in the river, was a good swimmer, so he grabbed her to keep her afloat. Just then, Yu's mother saw what was happening. She shouted loudly, and many people came to watch. Everyone saw the two wet and tangled together. Their relationship was changed forever from that moment. Zhu Changming was standing behind the small grove, quietly watching the bamboo bridge, with a distant look. He thought if he and Eugenie loved each other, then this bamboo bridge could be their special place. But unfortunately, he didn't love her. He had tried, but still couldn't fall in love with her. Since he couldn't give her love, he decided to give her respect and care instead. Eugenie waited at home for a long time, but didn't see Zhu Changming come. She asked Eugenie angrily, "Did you tell your brother-in-law what I asked?" Eugenie's face was calm and she whispered, "I told him." She told Zhu Changzhong. Eugenie didn't say anything more and kept looking anxiously at the door. Yu's mother, standing nearby, sneered and said, "Humph, I told him to come and pick you up before dinner, but he didn't. I think he fed your food to the dogs. He doesn't even treat you like a dog, and I don't know what's wrong with you. In a man's eyes, you're worth less than a dog." Eugenie didn't want to listen to her mother's nagging, so she got up and left the yard, heading toward the river. She didn't even eat dinner, waiting for Zhu Changming to come and take her home. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't want to eat, but her mother hadn't prepared her portion. Eugenie thought that since the Zhu family was well-fed, she could just stay pregnant and go back to eat later, which was convenient. However, she didn't expect Zhu Changming not to pick her up before dinner. Seeing the weather, she knew the Zhu family had already finished their meal. Angrily, Eugenie went to the riverbank and saw Zhu Changming across the river. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. When Zhu Changming saw Eugenie crossing the bridge, he decided not to go over. Once she had safely stepped onto the other side, Zhu Changming was about to speak when he heard Eugenie complain, "Really, I told you to come pick me up before dinner. Why are you so late? Are you worried I'll eat your family's food? You only come after dinner, and I've been hungry all afternoon." Eugenie frowned and kept nagging, not noticing that Zhu Changming's first look at her was gentle. But that small bit of kindness disappeared as soon as she started complaining. Zhu Changming found it hard to believe and asked, "Did I delay your dinner at your parents' house by coming late? Does your mother-in-law not care if you eat?" Eugenie looked uncomfortable but forced herself to explain. "My mother knew you were coming to pick me up, so she didn't prepare my meal." Zhu Changming wasn't stupid. Based on how her mother usually behaved, he knew what she was up to. What hurt him most was that Eugenie was just following her mother's lead, playing little tricks on his family. Before, he thought since they were relatives and life was hard for them, it was normal for her to have some schemes. He had the ability to help out, so it wasn't a big deal. But today, maybe because of the cool breeze, Zhu Changming's warm heart started to feel cold. He looked expressionless and said, "No matter what you told them, even if I didn't come, wouldn't your family let you eat? Would they let you go home hungry?" Eugenie was choked and couldn't say anything. Even if she was being dishonest, she couldn't say Zhu family members wouldn't let her eat. She had grown from a thin girl into a slightly plump woman, not just because she stayed at home. She knew she couldn't tell what was true or false in this matter, so she angrily walked ahead. Zhu Changming was about to remind her to take her bag. Suddenly, I remembered when Eugene Zhang brought something out from her family home. Every time she visits her family, she carries a lot of bags. When she leaves her family, she only comes out alone, empty-handed. Zhu Changming chuckled at himself. He thought that the peaceful days and happy endings he imagined on the way here seemed like a joke. Eugene Zhang walked to the back of the small forest. When she looked back, she saw Zhu Changming still standing there, so she shouted loudly, "Hurry up! Are you coming or not? It's getting dark." Zhu Changming looked up toward the voice but saw no one. He calmed his mind and started walking toward Eugene Zhang. Just as he reached her side, Zhu Changming suddenly stopped, frozen in place. A loud bang echoed in his mind, like thunder. He seemed to realize something was wrong. Just now, Eugene Zhang was in a position where she could see him. He couldn't see her, but from that spot, he could see everything around. When he arrived, he was standing at that spot, watching the bamboo bridge. He knew very well what could be seen from behind the small forest. From the entrance of Xiaozhuang village to the bamboo bridge, there was a small forest on the opposite side blocking the view, making it impossible to see who was coming from the other side. But now, from their side, even with the small forest in between, they could see across. This means that if Eugene Zhang had looked across the small forest earlier, she would have known he was about to cross the bridge. A normal person would wait a moment, let him pass, then cross the bridge. Or, even if Eugene Zhang was on the bridge and saw him approaching, she could have warned him and the accident wouldn't have happened. But they ended up colliding on the bridge. So, was Eugene Zhang not paying attention when she crossed from the small forest side? Or did she cross the bridge without him seeing her? After that incident years ago, he lost his original engagement and damaged Eugene Zhang's reputation. He was ignored by Yu Yulan's family and blamed by Eugene Zhang's family. He was filled with deep guilt and just wanted to fix things and let it go. He didn't think about complicating the matter, just saw it as an accident. But on this night, for some reason, a sudden gust of wind seemed to clear his mind, like a revelation. Once, everything seemed tangled like a knot, and suddenly, the loose end was found. But at this moment, he was afraid to think too deeply. In the past, he would have believed Eugenie's words, thinking she argued with her mother and ran ahead without watching the road. But after so many years of marriage, as he learned more about her character, he became more suspicious of her explanations. Eugenie saw Zhu Changming standing still and impatiently said, "You should go." "Why are you just standing there?" "Nothing. I just saw a firefly," Zhu Changming replied in a hoarse voice. "That thing isn't interesting. Hurry up and go."
"I'm hungry."
The couple walked on, and after a while, Zhu Changming casually asked, "Jinji, why did you argue with your mother that day?" Eugenie was thinking about getting back to the Zhu family to eat, so she instinctively replied, "Which day?" "On the day we fell into the river." Her hungry mind suddenly woke up, and she forced herself to stay calm. It was nothing much, just a mother-daughter thing." "Oh, what was it about?" Eugenie didn't know why Zhu Changming suddenly remembered that incident today, but if she didn't explain clearly, he might become suspicious. So she steadied herself and came up with a more believable reason. "My mother introduced me to a suitor I didn't like, insisting I marry him, but I didn't want to, so we argued." "Oh, I see." Eugenie wasn't sure if Zhu Changming believed her, so she didn't continue the topic. She also felt relieved. If Zhu Changming kept digging, she'd have to make up another story about a marriage proposal, which was tiring. When they returned to the Zhu house, everyone else had gone inside. Eugenie didn't pay attention to the others and went to the kitchen. She heated 2 cornmeal buns and boiled an egg. After finishing everything, she drank a bowl of hot water and finally felt alive again. She knew she had to nourish herself well. She couldn't let her milk supply stop. The next day, Zhu Changming told Zhu Daisao that he was going out in the morning with 2 jin of sorghum rice. Yu Jinji didn't know where he was going or what he needed it for, and she didn't ask. She is still angry. If it weren't for Zhu's better meals and not working, she wouldn't come back just to eat enough. At the lower village of Yu's family, at Yu Jinji's home, when Yu's mother was pouring water outside the door, she saw Zhu Changming's figure from afar. She wanted to turn around and go back to the yard, but when she saw what he was holding, she stopped herself. She felt a bit proud, thinking that her daughter had inherited some of her skills and could hold on to a man. Just yesterday, she had gone back. Today, she eagerly came to deliver food. Yu's mother felt a proud smile inside, but kept a calm face. Changming, why are you here? Zhu Changming, as usual, smiled kindly. It's because I argued with Jinji earlier, and you were worried. We've made up now, so I came to tell you, so you wouldn't keep worrying. Yu's mother felt a warm feeling in her heart. She had wanted to act proud a little longer, but seeing the bag of grain he was holding, she nodded reluctantly. All right, come in. Yu's mother kept her eyes on the grain bag and didn't notice his expression. If she had looked away from the bag for a moment, she would have seen that her son-in-law's smile didn't reach his eyes. After Zhu Changming entered the yard, he chatted casually with Yu's mother, as usual. Because of the grain, Yu's mother forced herself to pour him a cup of hot water. Actually, Zhu Changming was a good son-in-law who made her proud. He was tall and strong, hard-working, and good at carpentry, helping bring in some income for the family. Such a young man was quite suitable for the Yu family village. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught the eye of her neighbor's family. But no matter how satisfied the neighbor's family was with him, he was now her son-in-law. Thinking of this, Yu's mother felt very proud. Zhu Changming didn't know her inner pride. He held his teacup casually and said, Jinji is impulsive and loves to argue with everyone. Honestly, I never expected to marry Jinji. If she hadn't argued with you that day, she wouldn't have fallen into the river and... Yu's mother's eyes twitched, but she quickly smiled and said, That's right. That girl has never gotten along with me and has a bad temper. Yes, she said that day she was upset because you gave all the tasty food to Jin Bao and didn't share with her and Jin Yingzi. She refused and argued with you. She was quite angry, like a child arguing over snacks. Zhu Changming's words fit Jin Ji's character very well. She really is someone who argues over small things. Mother, you didn't doubt, and relaxed. She patted her thigh and said, That's right. That girl is stubborn and needs to be spoiled and pampered. Zhu Changming didn't notice her hidden meaning and continued, Yes, but that day you two argued over such a small matter. It wasn't worth it. Mother, you didn't want to continue this topic and quickly joked, What's so worth arguing about? After all, we found a good husband for our girl. Zhu Changming held back a cold look and kept a gentle smile. Mother-in-law, you're flattering me. I don't have much to boast about. Jin Ji has been spoiled since she was young. You probably want to find her a better match, right? Before we got married, didn't you talk about her marriage? Mother, you said, we looked at a few families but she didn't like any of them, so she didn't agree. That's why I say it's fate. Our Jin Ji hesitated for a long time, and in the end, she married you. Didn't you like anyone else? Oh, what kind of person could I like? That girl is very determined. How could I control her? But honestly, none of the others are as good as you. Mother, you smiled, unaware of her own subtle probing. She was proud of herself for matching her daughter with Zhu Changming. She thought this was her daughter's idea, told him what to say. But she didn't notice that her future son-in-law was acting strangely. By this point, Zhu Changming could no longer keep a smile. Things had gone too far. It was clear now. Was there any need to keep testing? Jin Ji panicked, and Mother, you didn't tell the truth either. Seeing how both of them tried to hide their nervousness when talking about this, and recalling her own discoveries, she felt she was close to the truth. She realized she had been tricked by two proud but foolish women, using the simplest tricks to plan the marriage. It took her 2 more years to finally wake up. The saddest part is that if Yu's mother and daughter hadn't shown such mean behavior so quickly, he might not have reacted so strongly. The teacup was slammed onto the table with a loud bang. Zhu Changming grabbed the grain bag and tried to leave. Yu's mother suddenly rushed over, grabbing the grain bag with both hands. What's going on? Why are you taking the grain away when you're leaving? Zhu Changming looked at her as if she were a dead person, his voice cold and sharp. Yu's mother didn't understand why Zhu Changming's face changed so quickly, nor had she ever seen that kind of expression on him before. She was startled and instinctively let go of the grain bag. Then she became angry and embarrassed. What do you mean? You bring grain to my house and now want to take it away? Zhu Changming sneered. Who said I brought the grain to give to you?
I was just passing by.
The grain is for paying someone to do some painting work. What's wrong, mother-in-law? Do you have a problem? Do you want to take everything from others? Can't you enter your house empty-handed? Zhu Changming had never spoken so harshly before. His words stunned Yu's mother. After mocking her, he ignored her shocked expression and turned to leave. Outside Yu's house, he met Yu Yuelon, who was picking vegetables. From her appearance, she must have overheard everything for a long time. When she saw him come out, her body stiffened instantly, but she still couldn't help glancing at him. Since Zhu Changming got married, he rarely came to Yu's house to avoid suspicion. Even when he brought things, he only handed them to Yu Jinbao or Yu's mother at the village entrance. This was the first time after marriage that Zhu Changming openly and shamelessly looked at Yu Yuelon, his former fiancée. She looked thinner than before, and her always smiling face now carried a hint of sadness. Zhu Changming remembered she was 19 this year and still unmarried. At this age, in the countryside, she was considered an old maid. Seeing her current look, he could easily understand her feelings. Thinking about what he had just guessed, a twinge of sadness rose in his heart. What if that incident hadn't happened? Maybe they would be living a good life now. Yu's mother followed out and saw Zhu Changming staring fixedly at Yu Yuelon in the vegetable patch. Her eyes suddenly widened. He shouted angrily, "Why did you suddenly turn hostile? It turns out you were fooled by that little fairy outside. Do you still want to go back to her? I tell you, if you dare to wrong our family's Jinji, I will report you. I'll accuse you of being a rogue and have you sent to jail." Yu Yuelon's face turned pale with fear. She couldn't let Zhu Changming be branded a rogue. Andy, what are you talking about? I didn't say a word to him. Why are you making things up here? Yu Yuelon was not naive and dared not respond to accusations. Especially not to the neighbor mother and daughter, who were even more rude and confrontational. Before the mother could say anything more, Zhu Changming turned to her coldly and said, "You and your daughter know what you did. Don't push me to explain everything clearly, or I'll make a final decision." After saying that, he left without looking back. As he passed by Yu Yuelon, he softly said, Sorry, it's ultimately my fault for missing you." Zhu Changming remembered that day, when the two families held a wedding ceremony. He went to deliver sugar and betrothal gifts to Yu Yuelon's family. The Yu family was very pleased with him, so they let the young couple spend some time alone. In that private moment, the two lovers shared sweet, tender feelings. Yu Yuelon was bold and passionate. When he wasn't paying attention, she kissed his face. His face instantly turned red, and he felt dizzy and overwhelmed. When he left Yu's house, his mind was in a daze. That girl's kiss had taken away his clarity of mind. He was so distracted that he failed to see the schemes of those with bad intentions. The more Zhu Changming thought about that day, the more he wished he could hit himself. But now he was already married and had a daughter. Caught in the trap of marriage, he felt stuck and helpless. It seemed there was no way out but to keep going. Recently, Zhu's family noticed changes in Zhu Changming. He seemed to stop smiling and often stared blankly at one spot. When he snapped out of it, he was still kind to others, but he was very cold toward Jinji. Once, he still felt responsible as her husband, but now he treated Yu Jinji as if she were heir. Zhu's eyes sensed something was wrong. One evening after dinner, he called Zhu Changming into the room. "Changming, what's wrong with you? I think you seem to have something on your mind." Zhu Changming looked at his little aunt, who he had always spoiled since childhood, and realized she had grown up too. Having gone through a life and death experience, she was now beginning to care for others like an adult. Zhu Changming felt complicated and hard to put into words. He truly didn't know how to start. Being betrayed like this, any man would find it hard to accept, especially when it involved such an important marriage. They had ruined not only their own lives, but also the fate of an innocent girl. But in the end, no one could really be blamed, only that he was careless. After hesitating for a long time, Zhu Changming forced out a bitter smile. "Little aunt, you don't need to worry.
I'm fine.
I've just been a bit tired lately." Zhu's eyes saw that he didn't want to talk and didn't press him. He only said meaningfully, "If you're tired, take a rest. Life is long, no need to dwell on the immediate troubles." Before Zhu Changming could feel touched, Zhu's eye added, "And there are troubles far away too." Zhu Changming. This is probably what they call family love slipping away. Zhu Changming couldn't help but laugh and cry, but after Zhu's eyes teasing, his sadness eased a lot. Maybe this is just fate. No matter what the truth is, life must go on. Currently, life is so hard that even eating well is a challenge, and he has little energy for romantic dreams. He muddles through, and perhaps this life will pass in this way. He only hopes that the girl who is innocently involved and has no fate with him will be safe and happy in the future. He will remember what Eugenie owes her. In the future, when there's a need, he will help. The mistakes made by his wife, as her husband, he must help to repay. Thinking things through, Zhu Changming's face brightened with hope and vitality. Zhu's eye watched from the side and couldn't help but feel emotional. Modern toxic motivational quotes are indeed powerful. No matter how much material help they provide, they change your mental state. Brainwashing magic, after all. Zhu Changming left Zhu's eyes room and returned to his own, then talked with Eugenie. He didn't clarify everything with her, but first apologized. She also said she would live a good life with Eugenie in the future, but she needed to apologize to Zhu Zai and Yao Shi for her rude behavior at the dinner table that day. Eugenie was unhappy. Zhu Changming was serious for the first time. He told her, "If you don't want to, I won't force you. But you can't stay in the Zhu family anymore. Go back to your parents' house. I will send you your food allowance every month, but only for you. I won't care about the others in your family. Your eldest sister doesn't need you to watch over her. The family will help take care of her. If you want to see her, you can visit the Zhu family, but you can't take her away or stay there for long. You can choose to divorce. Before we divorce, you can date other people. When you find someone suitable, we will handle the paperwork and you can remarry. No matter what you choose, I won't blame you. But if you stay, you can't do anything that harms the family's harmony. The Zhu family is a complete home and can't tolerate any scheming or fighting. Especially, it can't happen in my small family." Eugenie was stunned by Zhu Changming's words. Usually, even if Zhu Changming yelled at her or argued with her, she wasn't afraid. Because she knew deep down that he was a man with a sense of responsibility and was a fairly good husband to her. But now, Zhu Changming was calmly explaining her options. She knew he was serious. As long as she chose to leave, she could never come back. She didn't understand why Zhu Changming had changed so much. She just blamed it on her staying too long and being too willful at her parents' house this time. Her usual confidence was completely gone, replaced by panic. She couldn't go back to her parents' house. She didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. She knew that if she went back now, she would only suffer more. It wouldn't help anyone. She hurriedly said, "It's just an apology. I understand. After dinner, I'll go apologize. Is that okay? Don't say those things again in the future." Got it, got it. I won't say it anymore." Zhu Changming didn't see any remorse on Eugenie's face, only fear of going back to her parents' house. Forget it. He had already given up on this wife. As long as she didn't cause trouble, that was enough. The next day, Eugenie found an opportunity and secretly apologized to Yao Shi and Zhu Zai, hesitantly and shyly. Yao Shi was very surprised by her actions. Soon after, she calmed down. As an elder, she thought it was normal for a younger person to apologize when they made a mistake. She felt she couldn't accept it, but she understood. The apology happened to Eugenie, which was a bit unexpected. After Eugenie left, Yao Shi sighed. It seems that Yu Jinji has thought things through after visiting her family. At least she's a bit more sensible now. Zhu Zai chuckled. She didn't think Yu Jinji would reflect much during her visit home. Probably her big nephew had a strong influence on her. A few days later, Yu Jinji's behavior was definitely better than before. Big sister Zhu was happy and chatted with her sister-in-law. Finally, Yu Jinji is starting to act more mature. Second sister Zhu didn't want to crush her sister-in-law's happy hopes, so she privately told third sister Zhu a few words. This time visiting her family, she's been through some tough days and is behaving more honestly. Once the little troublemaker was brought back to her true self, she learned to behave properly. Stop talking nonsense. After the founding of the country, no one is allowed to become a spirit. Do you hear me? Third sister, Zhu, looked speechless. They were all clever foxes, playing tricks like in stories. But she still accepted second sister Zhu's reminder and softly said, "Got it." When nothing was happening, days always passed quickly. Soon, Sanbao also reached her 1-month milestone. Although she was born half a month early, thanks to Zhu Zai's careful care, Sanbao grew quite healthy. Her eyes and eyebrows opened a little more, and she didn't look so ugly anymore. At least, she had grown to a point where her biological mother Zhu Zai didn't dislike her. However, the older brother, Bao, still disliked her and was proud of his own more beautiful, peerless beauty. Zhu Zai didn't want to hurt this little peacock who was showing off more and more lately, but she was also worried he might become too narcissistic. So, she privately advised Daba to teach his younger brother more. Fortunately, Daba was very responsible as the eldest brother and contributed a lot to the family's education. When Sanbao's full moon arrived, Yao Shi cooked many red eggs. Although the Zhu family had no relatives nearby, they still maintained good relationships with neighbors and fellow villagers. Knowing that Zhu's youngest granddaughter had her first month celebration, everyone came to give small gifts as a token of goodwill. Mrs. Yao gave each of them a red egg in return. However, because Sanbao was born prematurely, Zhu Zai was worried about raising him properly, so they didn't hold a celebration with wine. They just had a simple family meal to mark the occasion. Unexpectedly, Lin Damei still remembered Sanbao's full moon day and specially came from Gu's village to bring him a tiny outfit. That outfit was worn by her family's third daughter, Gu Xiaokui, when she was a child. At this time, people didn't pay much attention to whether clothes were for boys or girls. They mixed them together. There was also an old saying that wearing old clothes from others could help with good luck. At this point, no matter what the clothes were, as long as they carried the idea of good luck, they were considered valuable. Zhu Zai naturally didn't mind. He appreciated their kind gesture. What surprised Zhu Zai even more was that the family of Zhu's third sister-in-law, Yu Jia, also came to send gifts. But this Yu Jia was not the same as Yu Yuelan. Zhu's third sister-in-law was named Yu Gailing, and she was from the lower village of Yu's family. Although both families were part of the Yu clan, they had been distanced for 5 generations and were no longer considered close relatives. In fact, they had a closer relationship with Yu Yuelan's family. Only Zhu's third sister-in-law's family came to send gifts. Besides being nearby, an important reason was that only Zhu's third sister-in-law had a good relationship with her family. Zhu's eldest sister-in-law was born into an ordinary family that valued boys over girls. When her father was selling his daughters, he met Zhu's eldest brother. He saw her silently crying alone, looking very sad, so sad that her silent tears seemed to fill the room with sorrow, which touched Zhu's eldest brother deeply. He quickly stepped in to stop her father from selling her and said he wanted to marry her. Since he was of marriageable age and had no particular girl he liked, he found her quite agreeable and decided to marry her. Her father, wanting to get more money, even said that she didn't need to go home anymore. She could stay and work in their house. So, although it seemed like Zhu's eldest brother bought his wife, the wedding arrangements were fair and respectful. Zhu's mother, Mrs. Yao, was kind and gentle. Since her son chose her daughter-in-law, she naturally treated her well. At first, Zhu's eldest sister-in-law missed her family and her mother. As she spent more time with the Zhu family and had more children, she no longer missed her original home. That place was just a place that brainwashed her into sacrificing herself for the family's boys, with no warmth or real family love. Here is her true home. After Zhu Changming and the others grew up, they didn't often visit their grandmother's house. Since it was far away, the relatives there were practically cut off, just as Zhu Daiseo's biological father wished. As for Zhu Erseo's side, things were even more straightforward. She had cut ties with her stepmother and stepsister herself. There was still a younger brother, who used to visit her before he got married. But after he married, maybe because his wife was in charge, he gradually stopped coming around. Zhu Erseo didn't care whether they visited or not. She had her own small family. She was broad-minded and considered herself as having no family back home. So, when her relatives from her original family didn't come today, she didn't mind. Her sister-in-law wasn't bothered by those few unappealing relatives either, and she didn't care about minor matters. She treated her sister-in-law well enough to make up for the whole family. Zhu Zai didn't care about those people's attitudes. They didn't live with her anyway. She remembered the kindness of those who came to visit with gifts. If they didn't come, she wouldn't blame them. She believed that how others treated her was how she would treat them. No forcing, no resentment. Yao's family and Lin Damiai's family refused to stay for dinner at Gui Ling's house. These days, sensible people wouldn't stay casually for a meal. Food was too precious, and giving a small gift just to share a good meal was like taking advantage. Gui Ling's family left after a while, but Lin Damiai held her third treasure and admired him for a long time. Her loving expression made Zhu Zai sigh again. Lin Damiai definitely had a motherly filter for her son. Her real mother wouldn't be so calm and say, "Our little Sanbao is such a handsome boy." After 5 more days, Zhu Zai finally finished her confinement. That night, Yao's family brought a bucket of water for Zhu Zai to wash herself. "Mother, please watch him for me, or he'll fuss if I leave him alone while I wash." "Okay, I understand, mother," she replied. She turned around and muttered, "Our 3 treasures are so well-behaved. They don't cause trouble." Right, little 3 treasures. Zhu Zai, motherly love can fade over time, especially when a mother has a 3rd child she cares for. Zhu Zai didn't argue about competing for her mother's love with Sanbao. She returned to her room, closed the window and door. After making sure no one outside could see her movements, Zhu Zai entered her space. In the penthouse suite of the large shopping mall in her space, Zhu Zai took a refreshing shower. Gu Family Village is in the north, where the weather is cold, making showers inconvenient. Many people tend to shower more in summer when they can, and skip showers in winter. There's only one season each year when they can freely shower. When she showers again, she can imagine how much mud she can wash off. The original owner wasn't unclean, but in the Gu family, even heating water with firewood would get her scolded. Most of the time, she used leftover heat from burning firewood to warm some water. Even then, Gu Jingfang would still argue with her. Most of the time, she had to give the warm water to Gu Jingfang. In the end, Gu Jingfang would mock her for smelling bad. The Gu family's criticism of the original owner was relentless. Indeed, if someone is manipulated into depression, there are many reasons behind it. Fortunately, she now had the starry sky penthouse suite. After showering, she soaked in a rose milk bath, sipped red wine, and watched movies downloaded for her on her tablet. Living like this was truly comfortable. After enjoying herself, Zhu Zai ate a steak dinner in her space again. When she thought enough time had passed, she left her space. "Mother, let Daba and Erbao come over too. I'll give them a bath." Since she hadn't used the water in the bathtub, it was perfect for the children. Just now, she had added hot water to prevent it from cooling, so it was still steaming. To avoid suspicion, she also brought a bucket of hot water for Zhu Changyi. It looked like fresh hot water was added, creating the illusion of hot steam. "My daughter, you feel so comfortable. I've grown up and never taken a bath before." Second son pouted his little mouth. Big brother, feeling like the oldest, took off his clothes to let mom help him bathe, feeling very shy. His face was red, and he said calmly, "Hey, who was playing in the small river this summer?" Second son said seriously, "That wasn't a bath, I was fishing." Big Brother chuckled inwardly, thinking, "You didn't catch a single fish, but you got completely soaked. The small river was shallow, only reaching Second Son's ankles, or he might have been rolling around in it." Big Brother only took him there because he hadn't played outside in a long time. Otherwise, with his busy schedule of collecting cow dung and gathering pig feed for work points, he wouldn't have time to play with his younger brother. Now that third son has been born, he hopes second son can take on the role of Big Brother and watch over him well. He should not disturb mom and dad while they work hard to support the family. Once Big Brother started worrying, his shyness about being faded a lot. Second son, however, was flushed red from the hot water and steam. He probably found the bath very relaxing, his eyes a little cloudy, like he had drunk fake wine, feeling very high. After bathing the two boys, the water in the tub was so dirty it was unrecognizable. They put on clothes and laid them on the bed. Then they called Zhu Changyi to come and carry the bathtub. Because he was the strongest in the family, he was used to doing heavy work. But this time, since she had just finished her postpartum rest, she wanted to treat her second nephew well. She put on the clothes that Yao's family had given her, and Zhu Zai went to find Yao. "Mom, I want to tell you something." Yao held third son and said, "Tell me, dear. Mom and Dad will help you." Zhu Zai felt a warm feeling inside. "It's nothing big. I need to go to the county town. Can you watch third son for a day?" "Why do you want to go to the county town?" I want to buy some things." Yao immediately said, "Okay, wait a moment. Mom will get some money for you. You can buy whatever you want. I'll ask Changyi to go with you because he's strong and can help carry things." Zhu Zai silently felt a little sorry for Zhu Changyi for a second, then laughed and said, "Mom, you don't need to give me money. I have my own." Yao looked at her with a face that said, "I'm your mother, and you're still acting stubborn." She kindly said, "You don't have any money. Old Third Gu's allowance is collected by his brother. Your in-laws are not well off, so they can't give you pocket money. Just stop trying to show off to your mother." She then put down Sanbao, opened her cabinet, and took out a small wooden box. This was where Zhu's mother kept her savings, and she didn't plan to hide it from her daughter. She took out a large black 10 yuan note and handed it to Zhu Zai. "Go to the county town and buy some good food for yourself. Also, buy some cloth. I have a pound of cotton here, just enough to make you a warm coat for winter." At this time, she used the note to buy pork, which cost about 8 mao per jean, and the best rice, which was a little over 2 mao per jean. 5 cents could buy a large baked flatbread, and 1 or 2 cents could buy a sweet, old-fashioned popsicle. The average salary for regular workers in the city was between 20 and 40 yuan. Yao didn't hesitate to give her daughter a 10 yuan note. This 10 yuan was a lot of money, not even considered pocket money. But Yao didn't hesitate at all to give it to Zhu Zai, and Zhu Zai was deeply touched. The Zhu family wasn't very wealthy either. They ate sorghum flatbreads and coarse rice porridge. Zhu Zai couldn't possibly take her mother's money without feeling guilty. Moreover, she had many supplies in her space. She wouldn't need their money. "Mother, don't give me any. When Gu's child's father left, he secretly left me some money and I've hidden it." Seeing that Yao didn't believe her, Zhu Zai said, "I don't believe you. Tomorrow I'll ask Changyi to go with me to old Gu's house, and once I get the money, we'll go to the county town. I don't feel comfortable with you two going back alone. When they start working, I'll go back then. Besides, Changyi is so strong. Who dares to mess with me? The one who ends up losing out might not be who you think." Hearing this, Yao's heart finally relaxed. "All right, I'll keep this money for you. When you need it, come to me." "Okay, I got it." Anyway, she agreed first. Whether she spent the money or not was up to her. The next morning, Zhu Zai left her 3 sons with Yao and took Changyi to Gu's village. They all didn't know what Zhu Zai was planning to do. They thought she just asked Zhu Changyi to help her go back and get a few things. Although they didn't think there was much worth taking in her in-laws' house, even a broken home can be worth a lot, and there are always things people are reluctant to part with. It was good for her to go and tidy up first. Once the family split up, she could feel at ease to stay at her parents' house. The family didn't take Zhu Zai's return seriously, as if it was as normal as eating or drinking. The others didn't think much about it, and Zhu Chang'e, being simple-minded, certainly didn't think much either. In the Gu family courtyard, everyone else had gone to work. Only Song Shi was at home watching the children, and Gu Jingfang was still sleeping lazily. Gu Laosi had been feeling down at home for a few days, but he still had to go to the brigade to work. The brigade could be lenient with him for a few days to comfort him. But they couldn't spoil him too much, since the brigade wasn't run by his family. He really wished he could go whenever he wanted. Unless he was willing to step down and let others take over his job, then he could go home and rest. He wanted to lie around for a few days. Not wanting to lose his job, Gu Laosi could only endure the strange looks from others and leave the Gu family yard to go to work. He was just doing his job. Even if it was embarrassing, he would still work diligently as an accountant. In the yard, only those 2.5 people were there. When Zhu Zai entered, no one noticed. Zhu Chang'e sighed sincerely. Our family has foresight. We brought Big Yellow back so that future generations can call him. Look at the old Gu family. No one even notices when someone enters the yard. They just take whatever they want. This family is even worse than a dog, Zhu Zai. Although his expression was very serious, I still doubt he was insulting someone. Zhu Chang'e's face was so deceptive that you couldn't tell whether he was being sincere or just mischievous. But no matter what kind of person he was, he wouldn't do harm to his own family. What are you thinking? Nowadays, people are honest. Who would do sneaky things like stealing chickens or dogs? If caught, they'd be severely punished. Who dares to break the law? After speaking, Zhu Chang'e looked like he was constipated. His big, dull eyes flickered with the words, guilty. Zhu Zai. Suddenly, she remembered that this person was the one who used to sneak into people's yards, hit people with sticks, and throw them into manure pits. Zhu Zai went straight into her West Wing room. After fiddling for a while, Madame Song in the main house finally noticed someone entering the yard. Zhu Chang'e, a big man, stood in the yard, looking quite intimidating. Madame Song remembered this man. He was Zhu Zai's nephew, though she didn't know his exact rank. She stood at the door of the main house, looking at Zhu Chang'e with disdain and coldly asked, "What are you doing at my house?" Zhu Chang'e glanced at her, but didn't reply. Instead, he looked away. Madame Song. What's with this big, clumsy fellow? Why act so proud? But there were no other adults at home. Only her and Gu Jingfang, who was sleeping as soundly as a pig. Even though she was unhappy inside, she didn't dare say anything. What if this big, clumsy man got angry and hit her? The Zhu family members were like mad dogs, very fierce when they fought. So she shouted toward the West Wing, "Third sister-in-law, are you back? If you are, why bring your nephew? Are you trying to move things out of the house and brought helpers?" Inside, Zhu Zai ignored her and was carefully searching for the original owner's secret stash of money. Actually, she was just pretending to look for secret money to fool Zhu Chang'e. The original owner's purse was cleaner than her face. Her mother-in-law was a money-scraping pig, so there was no way she'd have a chance to save secret money. She was determined and, following her usual habit of hiding money, was poking here and pulling there. Unexpectedly, she actually found a small clay jar hidden under the bed. Zhu Zai scraped away the dirt on the jar and took out a paper-wrapped bundle. Inside the paper, she found a stack of money. It wasn't large bills, just small change accumulated together. There were 23 yuan in total. Zhu Zai was sure this wasn't the original owner's secret savings. Whose money was this? Suddenly, she remembered that the original owner's husband, whenever he came home, seemed to linger and wander around the house before leaving. The original owner was afraid of him and didn't dare look at him. In her memory, she only saw his back. She thought he missed home and didn't want to leave. Now it seemed he was secretly saving money for her. The money he brought back had to be handed over to Madame Gu. This money was probably what he had saved himself. I didn't expect that this man was not the extremely filial type. Although during a disaster, no snowflake is innocent. The original owner's death, everyone in the Gu family, is not innocent. But this snowflake is still quite light. At least, he knew to leave some private money for his wife and children. But he didn't tell his wife. Who else could find it? Fortunately, she found it and it could be used for their son. If the Gu family members found out, it would be spent on the dog. Oh, it's a shame to insult the dog. Her family also has a dog. If I start over, that wouldn't be a cheap person, right? Sigh, how terrible it is when spouses don't communicate. This is almost like a tragic story. Someone died, and the money was spent. Zhu Zai composed herself and stopped feeling so emotional. She packed up the money and was about to leave with her small bag. At that moment, Song Shi, who hadn't seen Zhu Zai in a long time, was about to come over. She happened to see Zhu Zai come out of the house, and her eyes flicked to her small bag. With a fake smile, she said, "Third sister-in-law, what are you here to take back?" Zhu Zai mimicked her expression, even more confident. "None of your business." Song Shi was stunned. "What did you say?" I said, "None of your business." "Get lost." Song Shi immediately got angry. "Are you crazy?" "Zhu Zai, you dare to scold me."
Ha, who are you?
"My second nephew is right here." "Scolding you means nothing. If you keep talking, I might hit you." Song Shi took a step back, hesitated, and didn't dare to keep talking. "Let's go to the county town for a big shopping trip." Zhu Changyi was surprised. He didn't expect his little aunt to be someone who hides private money. It seems that little uncle isn't so dislikable after all. Zhu Zai didn't speak. In the original owner's memory, her husband's image wasn't very clear. Just based on this one act, he gets a good impression, decisive. The money was indeed hidden by him, and she couldn't deliberately slander him. No matter what others think of him, just let it be naturally. After all, in this era, divorce is not forbidden. Even in ancient times, brave women would leave their husbands if needed. Courageous Yezi, unafraid of difficulties. Let's see if he's human or ghost, then make plans. The two relatives were quite lucky. On their way to the county town, they encountered a bullock cart. The person pulling the cart was from the Yu family village, and they had a good relationship with the Zhu family. They also knew about Zhu Zai's situation. Seeing Zhu Zai had recovered from her confinement and looked well, with a smile on her face, he asked, "Yezi, what are you doing in the county town?" "Uncle is pulling you." "Uncle, our household items are very few, all borrowed from my sister-in-law. I'm going to the county to buy some things." "Yes, you should add some." They talked without noticing how long it took, and soon they reached the county town. Before getting off, Uncle Yu said, "I'm going to handle some matters for the village team. When will you return?" "After buying things, just wait here. I'll take you back." Zhu Zai hesitated and said, "Uncle Yu, we might be a bit slow." Maybe you can go ahead after finishing your work." "Oh, I'm not in a hurry. Today's work is enough for the day. Waiting for you is fine." Zhu Zai knew that if she kept refusing, it would seem ungrateful. So she said, "All right, thank you, Uncle. We'll try to be quick." They said goodbye to Uncle Yu and entered the county town. Zhu Changyi also went with Zhu Changming to buy paint, but coming back to the county town again made him very excited. "Little aunt, this county town is much bigger than the market. That's obvious." Zhu Changyi scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. This isn't much of a visit. I get nervous as soon as I come." "Nervous? Come on. Little aunt will take you to the state-run restaurant for a good meal." Zhu Changyi's eyes widened in surprise. "Aren't we here to buy things? Why do we need to go to the state-run restaurant?" "To treat you. You're my good big nephew. Later, I'll ask you to carry things, so I have to feed you well." In the morning, Zhu family only had a bowl of coarse rice porridge plus a corn cake. Zhu Changyi, being a young man, couldn't eat enough. "My nephew has helped her a lot with chores, so she should at least treat him to some braised pork." Another reason is that if she takes him to the state-run restaurant, she can then go to the black market to browse. Zhu Zai had a clear plan in her mind. Zhu Changyi suddenly understood and said, "Oh, I see. It's like they say, if you want a donkey to run, you have to feed it well." Zhu Zai replied, "You said that yourself." "I never said you are a donkey of the production team." Zhu Changyi chuckled foolishly. "No need, little auntie. I'm already full now, so I don't need to go to the state restaurant. And also, gurgle." As Zhu Changyi's stomach made noises, his voice grew quieter. "And also, I am your good second nephew." "No, not just a good second nephew." Zhu Zai was speechless. Honestly, when she was around Zhu Chang'e, she often felt like she was dealing with a mischievous child. No matter how much Zhu Chang'e hesitated, Zhu Zai finally took him to the state-run restaurant. On the small blackboard inside, today's menu was written. Zhu Zai looked at it and ordered braised pork, scrambled eggs with chives, and 4 plain steamed buns. Since she didn't have a ticket, the prices were a bit higher. Braised pork cost 53 cents with a ticket and 73 cents without. Zhu Zai spent a total of 98 cents, which was less than $1. Suddenly, she felt like a rich person. Zhu Chang'e sat quietly in his chair, watching his aunt go back and forth, bringing back these simple foods. "Little auntie, this must have cost quite a bit," he said. "Stop talking nonsense. Eat quickly. As long as you finish everything, it's not a waste." Zhu Zai usually added extra food for herself, but she wasn't very eager for this kind of meal. She just wanted to taste what braised pork, so often thought about by many people in this era, actually tasted like. Zhu Chang'e, on the other hand, looked at the bowl of braised pork and salivated. In fact, Zhu family's meals were quite good compared to others in the village. Yao Shi was willing to feed her family well, not stingy, and sometimes even prepared some meat dishes for a special treat. But with so many family members, they had to plan carefully to make sure everyone ate well. So, they couldn't just indulge and eat freely. During Zuzi's month of rest at home, her family's meals were the best they had. But even so, it couldn't satisfy everyone's taste buds. This bowl of oily braised pork and fragrant chive and egg dish was definitely a delicacy of his time. Little aunt, this meal is really good, isn't it?" The young man was so excited that he used an inverted sentence. Zuzi ignored him and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Yes, it was indeed good, but still a bit less than her husband's cooking skills. She suddenly thought of that untrustworthy husband again. Thinking about things she shouldn't during dinner, Zuzi instantly lost her appetite. She put down half a steamed bun and said to Zikangji, "I remember a friend of your little uncle in the county town. I'll go ask him if he can exchange some tickets. You just stay here and eat, I'll be back soon." Zikangji was slowly savoring the food when he heard this. He quickly stuffed a bun into his mouth and said, "Little Dudu, wait for me, I'll go with you." "No need, just wait here. It's funny, how can I go to the black market with you?" As she spoke, Zuzi ran off. There were still buns and dishes on the table, but Zikangji didn't want to leave the food behind while chasing after his little aunt. He was worried, so he didn't chase her. Suddenly, the braised pork on the table lost its appeal. Zuzi, running far ahead, didn't care about her little cousin's fragile feelings or his sharp eyes. She quickly scanned the crowd for suspicious people, those holding things, looking hurried, or about to make a move. She followed them a few steps whenever she saw someone acting suspicious. Maybe because she had just finished her month of confinement, her body felt surprisingly light, quick, and strong. She could handle a fight easily. In broad daylight, in this era, she wasn't too worried about her safety. Finally, her efforts paid off. She found the entrance to the black market through a winding alley. She carried a bundle and also held a small basket. The basket was covered with cloth, so no one could tell what was inside. Zuzi watched from a distance, waiting for an old lady to come out with a cloth bag. When she saw her, Zuzi approached with a gentle smile. "Ma'am, I have a small favor to ask you." The old lady looked alert and said to her, "What do you want to do?" "If you have a problem, go to the police." What can this old woman do? Zhu Zai, who said that people in this era are as kind and honest as silly deer. Ignoring the old lady's suspicion, Zhu Zai quietly lifted a corner of her basket to reveal some eggs inside. "Well, you see, I don't have any nearby, just these few eggs. But they're not enough to eat. My family is large, and my mother-in-law asked me to find some food. I came here to ask you, what are the rules for entering?" Talking about rules, she actually wanted to ask for a secret code. Seeing the eggs in her hand and hearing her request, the old lady's expression softened quite a bit. "Oh, I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just this." "No problem. I'll tell you the rules for entering. But girl, can you sell me some of these eggs?" No problem, ma'am. "How many do you want?" "I'll weigh them for you." Since she was ready to do business, Zhu Zai had already taken out a scale from her space. The two found a quiet spot and quietly completed the egg trade. Eggs weren't cheap compared to meat, but they were still considered a kind of meat dish. They were sold by weight. With a ticket, 75 cents per jean. Without a ticket, 84 cents per jean. To thank the old lady for her generous secret code, Zhu Zai waved her hand and waived the small difference. With a ticket, 75 cents per jean. Without a ticket, 84 cents per jean. The old lady was so happy. She looked like she had found a big bargain, her face blooming into a big smile, calling her a good girl. Zhu Zai was still not used to the different value of currency, which caused a big difference in understanding. Imagine which modern person would think giving 5 cents cheaper is a generous act. But in this era, it was considered quite generous. Fortunately, she didn't say anything about not being able to sell, or her reputation would have collapsed. The old lady bought 3 jean of eggs, all without a ticket, costing her 2.40 yuan. After she left with her cloth bag, Zhu Zai took her small bundle and basket into the black market. Smoothly entering the black market, Zhu Zai quickly got down to her business. During the month of postpartum confinement, every night, she couldn't sleep. She would go to the space to dance, oh no. She would go to the space to pack supplies, preparing for future motherhood. She took out 2 large bags of rice, each weighing 2 jean, and left them exposed. The eggs in the basket were just filled, and also showed. Her rice was of good quality, and soon a woman came to ask, "How much do you sell this rice for?" 6 mao per jean with a ticket, 7 mao per jean without. Wow, this price is almost as high as pork. That's too expensive. The woman said this with a grimace, as if the high price was causing her physical pain. Zhu Zai tried to persuade her. Hey, I'm not just setting any price. Look at this rice. It's very good. You can steam it or cook porridge with it. It will fill you up. The key is, there are no broken grains. Every grain is whole and perfect. The woman looked and saw that it was true. But she still hesitated to buy at that price. Even if she was reluctant, surely there were others willing to buy. A big man with a beard saw Zhu Zai's rice and immediately looked like a wolf flocking onto prey. Comrade, how much do you sell this rice for? I want to buy some. Wow, this was a big customer. Zhu Zai got excited. 6 mao per jean with a ticket, 7 mao without. This bag is 2 jean. I'll sell it to you for a yuan and 50 cents. The big man's eyes widened like bells, and he said in disbelief, Comrade, how do you count? Without a ticket, 2 jean is even a mao more expensive. Zhu Zai wanted to give himself a slap. It was just a meal with Zhu Chang'e. How did he develop a habit of messing up the numbers? Sorry, comrade, I'm not good at math.
I was taught by a shepherd. Please don't mind.
The woman next to him suddenly widened her eyes and said, Are you sure you're not mistaken?
Can you count?
Oh, you can't tell 4, 5, 6 apart? What are you selling then? Zhu Zai's forehead was full of black lines. Lady, some words shouldn't be omitted, comrade. Don't worry, I can count. I just made a mistake earlier. You watch me now, I'll do the math for this comrade. If I get it right, you can buy it. Is that okay? The big man. The woman seemed to think this was a good idea and sat nearby, waiting for the big man to buy first. That big bearded man was not polite either. After all, he was someone who didn't worry about money. When he saw good things, he definitely wouldn't miss out. How much is in your bag? I want it all. All right, look here. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags. See, there are 8 bags in total. The older sister. No mistake there. Zhu Zai, thank you for your compliment. That big bearded man didn't care about the 2 of them. He just kept smiling foolishly at the white rice in each bag. Yes, no mistake. Hurry up and settle the bill. Give it all to me now. Seeing how eager the big brother was, Zhu Zai quickly calculated the bill. 8 bags in total, 2 jean each, so 16 jean altogether. 1 jean costs 75 cents without a receipt, so the total is 11 yuan 2 mao. Comrade, do you see? Isn't that right? The older sister was still processing this, and after a few moments of thinking, she said, Yes, that's correct. Comrade, you're really good. Calculating so fast. Zhu Zai, honestly, why am I a little happy about this? If I didn't recite a multiplication table, you wouldn't even know how clever I am. The older sister took a moment to verify herself and confirmed that Zhu Zai's calculation was indeed correct. Such difficult math, and he got it right. Maybe it was just a slip of the tongue earlier. Forget it, after all, he was taught arithmetic by his master. What do you expect? Don't be to him. The older sister imagined this and gradually forgave Zhu Zai for his earlier mistake. But when she looked back, she saw the big bearded man walking away with the rice. She suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh my goodness, little sister. You sold all the rice to him. What am I supposed to do now? Zhu Zai knew that in the end, this older sister still wanted to buy, so he said, Don't worry, sister, I still have some here. He then took the eggs out of the bamboo basket, revealing 4 packages of rice, each weighing 2 jin. The older sister looked at her and said, Didn't he ask you to give him all the rice in your bag? Yes, he did, but these are from the basket. The older sister. Didn't expect your math skills to be SOSO, but your brain is pretty quick. Zhu Zai looked at her expressionless. What's the matter? Saying you're not happy? All right, you're good at math, right? Quickly, calculate how much I owe you, big sister. In the end, she bought 2 bags of rice and 2 pounds of eggs. The total was 4 yuan and 48 cents, without a receipt. Zuzi added another egg to her basket, and she paid 4 yuan and 50 cents. The big sister happily praised Zuzi. Young girl, you're not only clever, but also good at math. Just watch your words a bit more in the future. Zuzi. Seeing her smile, Zuzi suddenly felt that maybe, big sister, you should hold back a little on the joy of catching a big spender, so I might accept your praise more easily. After a while, Zuzi sold everything in her basket. With the 18 yuan and 60 cents she earned from the black market, she bought 2 pieces of cloth and left. One was white, the other dark blue. Colors weren't many back then, so just having good fabric was enough. Farmhouse cloth cost 2 yuan and 50 cents per piece for white and 3 yuan and 50 cents for dyed cloth. In the black market, buying 2 pieces of cloth without a receipt wasn't cheap. But, of course, Zuzi was from the modern world. If you ask someone used to spending hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of yuan to suddenly spend just a few yuan and cents, everything seems cheap, and they tend to spend freely. On her way to the supply and marketing cooperative, she thought about how the big shopping malls had everything, but many items didn't match the production level of this era. For example, toilet paper. No matter how well-stocked the mall was, she couldn't find the red toilet paper from the 1960s. So something still had to be bought at the supply and marketing cooperative. She didn't have many tickets, but her money wasn't small. She didn't need to buy grains or meat. She could just take them from her space when no one was around. Looking at the items displayed at the cooperative, Zuzi checked and finally bought 3 packs of white rabbit milk candies and 2 rolls of pink toilet paper. She didn't buy much, but in this era, few people had the leisure to spend money on white rabbit candies and toilet paper. Even families with dual incomes in the county didn't spend like that. Her toilet paper ticket was left by a city lady who was reluctant to buy toilet paper herself, using it to exchange for grain tickets to buy eggs. Zuzi didn't mind and quickly swapped it. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't agree. These days, who would trade toilet paper tickets for food tickets? If there's no toilet paper, there are other ways to clean yourself. Without food tickets, what would you buy food with? By a strange coincidence, this turned out to be a lucky break for Zhu Zai. In the storage room, the sales clerk started talking to Zhu Zai. Recently, a new batch of hair oil has arrived. Do you want some? Zhu Zai felt a little tempted. There are many famous skincare products in the big shopping mall, but none are suitable to be shown openly. The popular skincare items in this era are mainly snow cream and hair oil. But Zhu's family isn't wealthy enough to give each woman a bottle of hair oil. Only Yu Jinji, the new daughter-in-law, was bought a bottle by Zhu Chengming. Zhu Zai could buy for her family, but now isn't the right time. No, I don't need it. I still have some at home. I'll buy more when I run out. Even though she didn't buy anything, the sales clerk didn't get upset. Zhu Zai was a bit surprised. In novels, it's said that sales clerks in this era are often very proud. Forget the idea that the customer is king. To be more realistic, shopping here feels like begging for favors. If you offend the clerk, they might refuse to sell you anything. Because resources are scarce now, some things can't be bought even with money. But the clerk Zhu Zai met was quite different. She was charming and friendly. Maybe it was because Zhu Zai looked so beautiful that the clerk didn't dare to be rude to her. Zhu Zai chuckled to herself, not taking it seriously. What she didn't know was that a person's grace isn't judged only by their clothes. Although Zhu Zai dressed simply, her past life, growing up with her husband from nothing to a billionaire, couldn't be erased just by crossing into this new world. A person's temperament reflects their experience. Zhu Zai's calm, confident, and composed aura made it hard for others to look down on her. The sales clerk, though proud herself, was suddenly interested in making friends with Zhu Zai. Although Zhu Zai didn't buy much at the supply and marketing cooperative before meeting Zhu Changyi, she took 3 jin of pork belly for jin of ribs, 2 large bones, 3 jin of eggs, and 10 jin of rice from her space. She also had some old-fashioned pastries in her space, but their packaging looked too old-fashioned, so she was careful with them. These items, plus the 2 pieces of cloth she brought back, were quite a lot. When she carried these things to find Zhu Changyi at the state-run restaurant, he was standing at the door, holding 2 paper-wrapped packages, looking around. When he saw Zhu Zai, his eyes lit up like a loyal dog finding its owner. "Little auntie, you're finally back?" Zhu Changyi, tall and strong, ran over and, while talking, reached out to take the things from Zhu Zai. "Finished my errands and bought some things on the way, so I wouldn't have to come back again." "That also saved you some trouble," Zhu Changyi pouted. He wanted to say that he didn't want to save that trouble. He really wanted to enjoy the fun of shopping. Even though the money wasn't spent by him, watching the shopping was exciting too. Having been deprived of the joy of spending money, Zhu Changyi only felt a brief sadness for 3 seconds. After holding the things in his arms, he pushed that feeling aside.
Wow, wow, wow.
"Little auntie, you bought so much. Your secret stash of money must be quite big. Enough, stop talking, hurry up and go find Uncle Yu-san." "Okay, I got it," Zhu Changyi answered with a silly smile, happily carrying a big bag of things as he followed Zhu Zai. When the uncle and niece took their big bag of things to find Uncle Yu-san, it really surprised him. "Oh, Changyi, Zai, how much did you buy?" Zhu Zai immediately lowered her head, feeling a bit sad and ashamed as she said, "Well, since I got married, I haven't bought anything in the county town. This time I bought a little more. Mainly because the kids and I are using things from my family. It's okay for a short time, but if it goes on too long, it's too much." Zhu Changyi was suddenly worried and said, "Little auntie, please don't think that way. If you stay at home, it's fine. I will work hard to earn points and support you. Our family is so poor that we eat coarse food and wild vegetables, but we would never refuse you and your cousin a share of our food." Uncle Yu was moved by Zhu Changyi's sincere kindness and also thought about Zhu Zai's situation. Suddenly, he no longer felt it was wrong for Zhu Zai to spend so much money on things. After being bullied so much, shouldn't he treat himself better? Isn't it fair? This clever move by the niece and nephew not only changed Uncle Yu's mind but also made him defend Zhu Zai when others criticized him for buying so many things. Zhu Zai was very grateful. She usually doesn't like to argue, but hearing others complain was really annoying. She didn't expect someone else to stand up for her. It felt so good. Uncle Yu's words sounded much better than Zhu Changyi's. The cart was moving slowly, and by the time they returned to the Yu family village, it was already late afternoon. Zhu Zai wanted to open a bag of white rabbit candies to give Uncle Yu a few pieces for his grandchildren as a thank you for the trip. She turned and saw Zhu Changyi holding a paper-wrapped package. "What's that?" Zhu Changyi said. "Some leftover plain bread and braised pork." Zhu Zai was surprised. With Zhu Changyi's appetite, those few pieces of bread would barely be enough for a meal. How could they be unfinished? He was just thinking of his family and brought them back. The paper-wrapped package contained 2 pieces of plain bread and several pieces of braised pork. Zhu Zai thought for a moment and took the package. She took out a piece of bread and handed it to Uncle Yu. In this era, giving food was more appreciated than giving candies meant only for children. "Uncle, thank you for helping us and saving us some trouble. Take this bread home. Don't dislike it for being small." "Oh, no way. This is made of white flour. Who can afford that? You should take it yourself and give it to the kids. I saw your children a couple of days ago. They're so thin and small, even smaller than others their age. It's okay, uncle. Don't be polite. I kept some for the kids. In the future, I might need your help again. If you refuse, I won't dare to trouble you anymore. You're too polite. Under Zuzi's repeated persuasion, Uncle Yu accepted the plain steamed bun. Honestly, he had long been tempted by the smell of the bread. But in these times, food was very precious, especially refined grains. How could he, with such a thick face, happily accept food from others? Most importantly, he didn't put in much effort. The real effort was for the old ox. Forget it. Since he got the bun now, tomorrow he would cut some fresh grass for the ox. At this time, the adults were working in the fields, but many children were running around the village. The commotion caused by Zuzi and his nephew returning with many things was noticed by the children. On the way home, a group of children surrounded them. Some fast kids had already gone to tell Zuzi's children. They ran and shouted, "Changzhong, Jinjin, hurry home. Your little aunt and second brother bought some delicious food." Hearing the noise outside the yard, Zuzi's mother came out. Seeing Zuzi and Zuzi carrying so many things, she was very surprised. "Oh my, how much did you buy?" She took the items and shooed away the children around, leading them into the house. Zuzi smiled and said, "Not much, just what we need." Yao's wife took the things into her room and started unpacking. While unpacking, she said, "All these are useful. Even the big white rabbit milk candies? What kind of family buys 3 packs at once? Our town supply store sells them by the piece." Zuzi chuckled, "Haha, because we have so many kids. Having many kids doesn't mean you can just buy everything. You're not rich." Seeing Zuzi's mother about to start her endless nagging, Zuzi's eyelids drooped and he sighed with a sad tone. "Mom, please don't say that. I've never been able to spend money so happily before. When I see these things, I just want to buy them. And I think my big kid has grown so big, but he's never even tasted a piece of candy. It makes my heart ache." Seeing this, Zuzi's mother immediately felt emotional, her eyes turning red and she choked up. "All right, buy them. Just a few candies. We're not poor. Let the kids try some, and you can keep one for yourself. Sometimes a little sweetness is nice." With the curse lifted, Zuzi suddenly felt peaceful. Sometimes she wonders if, besides space and strength, Father Tian Dao also gave her a sorrowful filter. Otherwise, why is she so successful every time she acts? When she pretends to be sad, others' eyes really water and their noses get stuffy. After avoiding Mother Zhu's nagging, it was time to happily organize supplies. "Mom, these 2 pieces of cloth, white for inner clothes, dark blue for outer clothes. I can't sew clothes so you can handle it. Okay, don't worry. I will make you 2 nice outfits." Zhu sighed. "Mom, you don't have to make all for me. There's so much fabric. Share some with my older sisters and let them make clothes for their children too." "All right, I understand." "Good. Today, I want to show off a bit and let everyone's skills. You just had your baby, don't be boastful." Yao Shi disagreed. Zhu Zai hugged Yao Shi's arm and started to act cute. "Oh, Mom, just let me show what I can do. Our family has worked hard this month. I should do something in return." Yao Shi felt sorry for her daughter, but was also touched by her kindness. After all, even if she was a biological daughter, if she grew up to be unkind, she wouldn't be very likable. Zhu Zai kept acting cute and finally, Mother Zhu agreed. "All right, then go prepare tonight's dinner. I'll help you." While mother and daughter were talking, a big, messy group of footsteps sounded outside. Soon, Air Bao's voice came through. Mom, Air Bao wants candy." The tone of calling Mom was exactly the same as when Zhu Zai was acting cute. Zhu Zai. She finally understood why she had been so good at acting cute lately. She had learned it from her son. De Bao followed closely behind Air Bao, worried that his younger brother, who still wasn't very steady on his feet, might fall. Behind them, Zhu Jinjin and her sister, holding hands, followed, along with brothers Zhu Zhongzhong and Zhu Zhonghe. Zhu Zai picked up Air Bao and placed him on the bed, then touched De Bao's little head and said to the group of children, "Good, I'll share candy with you." Be good, and tonight I'll cook a delicious meal for you. Zhu Bao blinked with big eyes, not knowing what delicious food was, and already started drooling. The remaining children, also with bright eyes, asked, "Little auntie, what tasty food are you making?" "Braised pork." "Do you want to eat it?" A group of kids excitedly shouted at the top of their lungs, their voices almost loud enough to shake the roof. "Quiet down, little ones. Go wash your hands, and when you come back, I'll give you some candy." The tempting smell of food made the children behave very well. Even Zhu Changzhong and Zhu Changhe, the two reckless little donkeys, obediently went to wash up. When the children returned, Zhu Zai divided a big bag of white rabbit milk candies among them. 2 candies each, the rest to be shared later. Little Radish Head held 2 big white rabbit candies, feeling like he was holding a fortune from childhood, and suddenly thought he was very important. Everyone ran outside to show off. Although Zhu Jinjin was carefree in her actions, she was still a young girl. She wanted to show off but did so modestly. Zhu Qianqian, on the other hand, had no intention of showing off at all. While others had already stuffed candies into their mouths, she was still struggling with the candy wrappers. If it weren't for Zhu Jinjin, her older sister, she probably wouldn't have been able to eat her candy until dinner. Eating was already hard enough, so she had no energy to think about anything else. Therefore, the most proud people in the Zhu family were Zhu Changzhong and Little Second Treasure. One was quick with his legs, the other quick with his mouth. Before dinner time, all the children in Yu family village knew that Zhu Zai had bought them white rabbit candies. Moreover, the Zhu family was also going to have braised pork for dinner. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Before dinner even started, many children began wandering outside Zhu's yard. Thanks to Zhu Changzhong and Little Second Treasure's ability to spread news, even the people working in the fields near Yu family village heard about it. During lunch, the Gu family heard from Mrs. Song that Zhu Zai had returned with his nephew in the morning. Mrs. Song told Zhao Cuihua and other Gu family members that Zhu Zai had taken some secret savings home. At first, Zhao Cuihua didn't believe it, thinking that Zhu Zai, being such a gentle person, wouldn't hide any money. But by the afternoon, she was proven wrong. Listening to the villagers from Gujia village mocking and gossiping happily, Zhao Cuihua was so angry she wanted to hit someone. She never expected that her most honest daughter-in-law would go home and take private money to spend in the county town. Most importantly, she bought many things and sent them all to her family home. This little brat, she dares to hide private money. Second sister-in-law Gu rolled her eyes and said with some resentment, "Where did she get the money?" "It's not from her third brother. He always said he was filial, giving her allowances and ration tickets without keeping any for himself. But it turns out, she has her own little plans. Haha, these days, honest people are starting to hide money. Only our second family is really foolish." Zhao Cuihua immediately focused her anger on her and scolded, "What are you talking about? Not hiding private money makes someone a fool? I think you're unfilial, trying to learn those cursed people who get struck by lightning." Second sister-in-law Gu pursed her lips and didn't dare argue with her mother-in-law. Her husband had no other way to earn money besides work points. Zhao Cuihua was also known for being very stingy. Once money was in her hands, she wouldn't let anyone take it out. So, she truly had no private money. When she heard that Zhu Zai bought many things to take home, second sister-in-law Gu, with her not-so-bright mind, thought about it and felt a bit jealous. If she had that much money, she wouldn't be so respectful to her mother-in-law. Zhao Cuihua scolded at home for a long time, wishing she could curse Zhu Zai's ancestors, but she couldn't get rid of her anger. Finally, with Gu Jingfang's idea, they searched the houses of second sister-in-law Gu and big sister-in-law Gu. They only took a quick look around Song's house. Beforehand, Song had said that all her money was given by her family, so Zhao Cuihua didn't dare to complain. In the houses of big sister-in-law Gu and second sister-in-law Gu, they didn't find any money as expected. Zhao Cuihua didn't know how to describe her feelings. On one hand, not finding any money meant her daughter-in-law was honest, which was good. But on the other hand, she felt a little disappointed, as if she had lost some money. People are really complicated creatures. While chaos was happening at the Gu family, the small kitchen at Zhu's house was already filled with delicious smells. Zhu Zai's cooking skills weren't as good as a professional chef's, but since she was trained by her mother, who favored boys over girls, her skills were quite decent. Of course, it's fortunate there was enough space, or else with such few seasonings in the Zhu family, she would have struggled to cook. To make better use of the space, she sent away Yao, who was helping her, leaving only the useful and young Daba. When Daba stayed in the kitchen, Erbao clung to the doorframe, tears in his eyes. "Mom, do you not like Erbao anymore? You won't let Erbao help you cook." Zhu Zai, "Child, you should see how small you are. You're not very reliable when helping out. I'm really worried you might burn yourself." Zhu Zai wanted to explain to Erbao, but this little kid seemed impossible to reason with. Seeing how pitiful he looked, Zhu Zai reluctantly let him stay. It was called trying the dishes. Kids are easy to fool. Daba was cooking fire and watching Erbao at the same time and didn't notice Zhu Zai secretly taking seasonings from the space. So, the meal went smoothly. By mealtime, Zhu Zai had prepared 2 big bowls of braised pork, a plate of braised ribs, and a pot of bone soup. The backyard vegetable garden was quite large, with many kinds of greens. Zhu Zai also made fried eggplant, stir-fried green peppers with pork, and a small bowl of cold cucumber salad. The dinner was ready. After finishing each dish, Zhu Zai would use chopsticks to pick out a small plate, giving Daba and Erbao a taste first to see how it was. The answer was naturally that it was delicious. Daba looked at Zhu Zai with admiration and awe, as if she was the most amazing mother in the world. As for Erbao, this little kid just buried his head in eating. He held a small piece of rib, chewed with his mouth full of oil, and kept saying, "Tasty, Mom, really tasty." Zhu Zai thought this is probably what a child's innocence looks like. Of course, not everything could be eaten at once. The staple food was still the usual mixed grain bread. Originally, Zhu Changyi thought that the white bread and braised meat he brought back were enough. Having these 2 dishes at night was like a small feast. As Zhu Zai's delicious cooking gradually filled the air with aroma, Zhu Changyi realized he still had a lot to learn. "Oh my, what did my little sister-in-law make in the kitchen? It smells so good, I'm drooling." Zhu Changzhong was drooling and stretching his neck to look into the kitchen, not forgetting to talk to his second older brother. "You're not the only one drooling. Look outside our gate, there are people drooling too." Zhu Changyi turned his head and saw a group of children gathered outside their door. They were tall and short, spread out unevenly. Most of them were focused intently on the kitchen, eagerly drooling. When old Master Zhu and his family returned, they saw this bunch of children outside their door. "Wow, what's going on? Why are all these kids gathered outside our house?" Second brother Zhu took a deep breath and said, "Dad, smell this. It seems like the delicious smell is coming from our house." "Really? Wow, what tasty food are we making?" It even attracted so many children. The family entered the yard and saw that the children, who usually only came back at mealtime, were all patiently waiting. They looked like they were playing, but their little eyes kept glancing toward the kitchen, waiting eagerly. Yao Shi poured water for old Master Zhu, smiling happily, and said, "Hurry up and wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. Your daughter is cooking herself today to show her respect." Old Master Zhu's eyes widened.
What?
"Ear is cooking in the kitchen." "Yes, why?" "Oh, why don't you go help her? She doesn't know how to start a fire. What if she burns herself?" Old Master Zhu was happy that his daughter wanted to show filial piety, but he couldn't help worrying. His daughter had never learned to cook since she was young. Yao Shi shot him a look and said impatiently, "It's not just you caring about her. Don't I know?" Daba is helping his mother in the kitchen. Old Master Zhu was stunned. He couldn't believe a 5-year-old was helping. Wasn't that just making things worse? If the kitchen caught fire, his daughter and grandson would both be in trouble. Just as he was about to protest, Daba came out and shouted, "Grandma, Grandpa, my mom said the dishes are ready, we can eat now." Old Master Zhu knew his grandson was very proud, so he quickly changed his tone. "All right, got it." Yao Shi rolled her eyes and cursed silently. "This old man just likes to show off in front of me." Zhu Zai wiped the small mouths of the 2 little boys, Daba and Erbao, and then started calling people to serve the dishes. The Zhu family was eating in the main hall, but the strong aroma from the kitchen was enough to spread out along the corridor. Suddenly, the sounds of slurping grew louder outside. Zhu Zai even heard children crying, shouting, "I want to eat meat." She felt very embarrassed. But even with her embarrassment, she wouldn't share the meat from her family. There were so many children, and it was impossible to share fairly. Sharing meat like that was simply wrong. Some adults might be grateful, but surely some would be jealous or resentful and might plot against her later. Even though the landlord had been overthrown, they might still try to give her some bad reputation. She couldn't afford that. She thought she was being strict, but she didn't realize the Zhu family was even more efficient. Old Master Zhu gave Zhu Chang'e a look, and Zhu Chang'e immediately got up to chase people away. "Go quickly, go home and eat." It took about a minute, but not many children left, still gathered outside the yard. Seeing some adults coming to take the children, Zhu Chang'e closed the door quickly and hurried back to eat. What he didn't know was that some adults outside, smelling the meat, were tempted. They wanted to call out, but seeing the closed door, they had to hold back. Looking at the children crying and throwing tantrums for meat, the adults were so angry they slapped them hard twice before stopping. The Zhu family didn't know exactly what was happening outside, but hearing the children's loud crying, they could guess a little. But no one wanted to get involved at this moment. They couldn't afford to be kind-hearted.
Zhu Zai was the same.
She could secretly go to the black market to sell grain and increase supplies. But she would never openly help the whole village and put herself in danger of blame. They put the outside worries aside and started enjoying the delicious food. Sister-in-law Zhu looked at the table full of dishes and exaggeratedly praised, "Oh my goodness, I didn't expect my little sister to have such cooking skills. Even the state-run restaurant's dishes can't compare." Zhu Chang'e took a deep sniff and said, "That's right. Today, my little aunt and I went to the state-run restaurant for a meal, but the food there doesn't smell as good as the dishes my little aunt makes." Everyone else agreed, except Yu Jinji, who felt this was just the Zhu family's favoritism toward Zhu Zai, and they dared to praise her excessively. But the delicious aroma on the table kept wafting into her nose. She was full of complaints, but didn't dare to say anything outright. If she angered the Zhu family, they might refuse to let her eat. That would be a big loss for her. Last time, she didn't get to eat the chicken, and she regretted it for a long time afterward. Old Master Zhu gave the order, and everyone started eating. Then, a series of praise began. Second brother Zhu said, "Wow, this braised pork is so delicious. I've never had such tasty braised pork before." Third brother Zhu nodded silently. "Yes, it's good." Second sister-in-law Zhu said, "My little sister's cooking skills are truly amazing. In the future, the village might ask her to cook for events." Third sister-in-law Zhu nodded expressionlessly. "Maybe." Zhu Chang'e said, "Little aunt, your braised pork is really better than what you get at the state-run restaurant. From now on, let's buy fresh meat and cook at home. Eating at the restaurant is just not worth it." Zhu Changzhong, chewing on a rib and trying to be cute, said, "Little aunt, you took second brother to the restaurant, but you didn't take me. Next time, take me too, not second brother." Before Zhu Zai could speak, Zhu Jinjin scolded him. "Didn't second brother say that your little aunt's cooking is even better than the restaurant? Why do you still want to go? Are you stupid? You're wasting money on bad food when you could be eating the good stuff." Mrs. Yao smiled. "There's no such thing as bad meat. Don't listen to second brother exaggerate." Zhu Chang'e loudly protested. "I'm not exaggerating. I even brought back that braised pork. My little aunt heated it up. If you don't believe me, try it." Everyone looked at the small bowl filled with braised pork from the restaurant after Zhu Chang'e said that. But when they looked, there was only a little bit of oil and fat left. Who finished that bowl of braised pork? Everyone was shocked. Yu Jinji felt very awkward. She had originally been secretly planning to eat the braised pork brought back by Zhu Chang'e from the restaurant because she was jealous of Zhu Zai's cooking. In her mind, Zhu Zai's cooking could never compare to that of a state-run restaurant chef. So, 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. Yu Jinji hadn't enjoyed eating meat so happily in a long time, and she couldn't control herself anymore. Originally, there were only a few pieces of meat, about 2 ounces, but now she was left with just the bottom of the bowl, as if she had eaten a lot. The most embarrassing part was that everyone was now tasting and comparing who made it better, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. Her face turned red with anger and shame. She felt that the Zhu family was deliberately making her feel awkward. It was just a few pieces of meat. Why make such a fuss? They were pretending to be generous, but if they truly considered her family, they would have invited her relatives from her hometown to join them for a meal. While Eugenie was cursing inwardly, everyone else had already moved past this small incident. Not getting to taste the red braised pork from the state-run restaurant was no big deal. They weren't really competing over who made better food. It was just a comment to liven up the meal. With so many delicious dishes now, why focus on that missing piece? Zhu Qianqian chewed her cucumber slowly and then said softly, "Little aunt, your cooking is so good. Even the cucumbers are delicious." Being praised was a happy thing, especially coming from such a cute little girl. It felt like receiving the most sincere compliment in the world. Zhu Zai gently patted Zhu Qianqian's soft hair and said kindly, "Oh, Qianqian is such a good talker. If you like the food, eat more. Don't just eat cucumbers, have some meat too." Then she scooped a piece of pork rib onto her plate. The little troublemaker, Erbao, immediately pouted and tugged at Zhu Zai's sleeve, whining, "Mom, Erbao also wants some ribs." Okay, I'll get some for you." Zhu Zai sighed. Today was another day of the little one sulking and vying for attention. The dinner ended happily in a warm family atmosphere. Of course, the happiness didn't include Eugenie. She had thought Zhu Zai's cooking was just hype and definitely not as good as the restaurant's. But after finishing that bowl of red braised pork, she still wanted to eat more, so she reached for the dishes Zhu Zai had made, red braised pork and ribs. The moment the meat touched her mouth, she regretted it. Why didn't she try a small taste first? Which one tastes better? She now seems a bit silly, as half her stomach is filled with unappetizing meat, so she can't eat much of the tasty meat anymore. Even though she is having the most abundant meal she has ever had, Eugenie still feels very upset. After dinner, the woman goes to clean the dishes, while the man sits in the main hall talking for a while. Zhu Zai holds the second child and slowly says, "Dad, I want to visit my family tomorrow." Old Master Zhu hears this and doesn't refuse. Zhu Zai has just finished her confinement period. This day was bound to come. "Okay, we will go with you." Thinking about the fierce people at the Gu family's place, she worries that going alone to split the family might not be easy, so Zhu Zai doesn't refuse. "All right, but we don't need so many people. Our family also has work to do." Old Master Zhu says this, but has already made up his mind. When his daughter wants to split the family, she must bring enough people. The next day, when Zhu Zai finishes packing and prepares to visit her family, she finally understands what her father meant by, "Okay, this large crowd includes Zhu Qianqian too." It's really a case of, if you can't, then you must. Eugenie stays behind to watch the house, while old Master Zhu goes to work in the fields. If it weren't for the fear that the leader of Yu's village might be unhappy, they would have all taken leave to go to the Gu family to support Zhu Zai's family split. The village leader of Yu's village looks at Zhu's land, where only old Master Zhu is working alone. He works for a while and then glances toward Gu's village. The village leader thinks that you might as well have the whole family take leave, leaving only a lone soldier to work. The Zhu family is hardworking. They get up early every day, and today is especially early. Last night's delicious food made them even more energetic today. In the morning, Yao Shi prepared eggs for everyone as a reward. That's quite a luxury. Of course, this was Zhu Zai's strong request. Anyway, she has many eggs in her space, so it's unreasonable for her family to tighten their belts. Plus, today the whole family is taking leave and not working to support her. They should at least treat everyone to something good. On the way to the Gu family, Zhu Changyi holds the second child, who is lying in his arms, looking unhappy. "What's wrong, Erbao? You seem a bit down today." Erbao hugged Zhu Changyi's neck tightly, sniffing and whimpering, "I don't want to go home. I like Grandma's house." Erbao's sad little voice made Mrs. Yao feel heartbroken. She picked Erbao up and stroked his soft hair, soothing him. "My good little one, don't cry. You can come to Grandma's house whenever you want. Today, we have important things to do, but after today, no one will bully Erbao anymore. Erbao lifted his little head and softly asked, Really? Really, really? Grandma has never lied to you. Erbao looked towards Zhu Zai with a sad face and said softly, Then, I want Mama to hold me for a while. Zhu Zai, since she held Sanbao this morning, Erbao's expression has been strange. Sure enough, this jealous little one started causing trouble halfway through. Zhu Er's sister didn't know Zhu Zai's thoughts about her own son. She took the confused Sanbao, who was turning his head in all directions, and left Zhu Zai's warm embrace. Until Erbao was back in his mother's arms, hugging her neck tightly, the little troublemaker finally showed a satisfied smile. Debao stayed close to Zhu Zai, neither of them needing to hold each other. He glanced at the triumphant Erbao, hiding his envy. He knew it. He also wanted Mama to hold him, but he's already a big kid now, heavier than Erbao, so he can't be so spoiled. Thinking this, Debao's small steps quickened. The Gu family was less diligent than the Zhu family. Moreover, after Zhu Zai left the Gu family, whenever it was her turn to cook, she would lazily delay. This caused the Gu family's breakfast to be late, not filling enough, and they were often late to work. Being late meant losing work points, which represented food. Losing food meant risking the lives of ordinary people. Because of this, Zhao Cuihua often scolded people in the Gu family. But Gu Er's sister was stubborn and unchangeable. Scolding didn't help. As long as she could enjoy her laziness, a few scoldings didn't matter. Today was another day of delayed breakfast. When the Zhu family arrived at the Gu family had just finished breakfast and was preparing to go to work. From afar, I saw a large group of the Zhu family, and all the men except old Master Gu shivered in fear. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain all over my body as a reflex. When Zhao Cuihua saw Zhu Zai, she immediately got angry. It was all because of this little troublemaker that her family had been unsettled lately. She was full of hostility and couldn't help but curse her harshly whenever she saw Zhu Zai. She ignored the crowd of Zhu family members behind her and directly scolded, You little troublemaker. You still know how to come back? Why did you come back? Why don't you just die at your mother's house? Before she finished, Yao slapped her across the face. I think you must have eaten something foul this morning. Your mouth is so foul. If you can't sit down and speak properly, I'll wash your mouth out with slop. She had long wanted to hit this old woman, ever since she found out how she had been bullying her daughter. She didn't expect that this time she would dare to curse her like that. Last time, she couldn't hit her, but this time, she would make up for it. Although Yao was more refined than most rural women, she had done a lot of heavy work over the years, so she was quite strong. She had just eaten some meat yesterday and was full of energy. With this slap, Zhao Cuihua's head buzzed loudly. When she finally reacted, she went crazy, shouting and trying to tear Yao's hair. You old wife, dare to hit me? I'll beat you to death. The Zhu family members all stared fiercely, waiting for Zhao Cuihua to make her move so they could kick her away. The Gu family was really afraid that the Zhu family would hit her hard and beat her badly, so they quickly stopped Zhao Cuihua from doing something reckless. What could they do if they didn't stop her? The other side was watching closely, and they couldn't fight or scold back. If she didn't behave properly, what else could she do? Anyway, they didn't want to get beaten again. Gu Laosi, pretending to be a cultured person, stepped forward and said, Big brother Zhu, our families are relatives. It's not good to start fighting right away. My mother's words are a bit harsh, but I hope you can be more tolerant. Big brother Zhu, though generally kind, was not someone to be pushed around. When he heard this confusing nonsense, he immediately retorted, Why should we tolerate more? My mother isn't your grandmother, so why should we tolerate her daughter? Regarding your comment about hitting someone being wrong, I can only apologize. My mother has a bad temper and is never soft on those who need lessons. Please kindly understand this. Old Fourth Gu was immediately furious. What kind of words are these? What do you mean your mother isn't my grandmother? So, your mother still wants to recognize my mother as her daughter-in-law? Yao sure seemed to hear his thoughts and said disdainfully, Come on, I don't have such unworthy descendants. The only daughter in the Zhu family is me, Yi. Zhu Zai immediately gave a sweet, obedient smile like a little quilt. The Gu family members were furious. What's going on? Are they trying to mock people with a double act? The atmosphere was tense and almost exploded. But just as things were about to up, Zhu Chang'e suddenly couldn't hold back and let out a small laugh. Everyone looked at him, clearly thinking, "What are you laughing at?" Zhu Chang'e also realized his behavior might be inappropriate, weakening his side stance. So, he looked serious and explained earnestly, "I didn't mean to laugh. I just saw Uncle Gu and wanted to laugh." Old Fourth Gu's face instantly darkened. The faces of the Gu family members also showed a range of expressions. Zhu Zai, first blood. He seemed to say nothing, but also seemed to say everything. It was a deadly to the heart. Seeing that his wife and son were speechless, old Master Gu finally spoke slowly. "Dear relatives, the young people have their ups and downs. As elders, we should advise them. Let's settle small issues quietly and avoid making big ones. Every time you come together as a family, isn't that just causing trouble?" He gestured outside the yard. Outside, many children had gathered. Yao sure didn't care about making a fuss or not. She only cared about her daughter's happiness. It's about making things clear. It depends on your attitude, dear relatives. If something happened to my daughter and your family, we couldn't continue living together. Today, we're here to help my daughter settle her family division. If you still want these 3 grandchildren and daughters-in-law, just divide the family properly and split them into 3 households. If you insist on making trouble, then we might even ask Gu Third to come back and divorce my daughter. We're not afraid. The matter of the divorce was discussed beforehand between Zhu Zai and Mrs. Yao, and she agreed to it. Mrs. Yao certainly didn't want her daughter to divorce, so Zhu Zai comforted her, saying that bringing up the divorce was just to scare the Gu family and that it wasn't serious. Mrs. Yao believed her daughter and could now calmly say those words. She didn't realize that her daughter, who was saying the divorce was just a bluff, was actually serious about wanting to divorce. She didn't know, and no one else did either. No one expected Zhu Zai to be so resolute. For a moment, the Gu family was stunned by what the Zhu family said. But Zhao Cuihua didn't care about their worries. She immediately jumped out and scolded. "If you want a divorce, go ahead. My 3rd son isn't interested in a troublemaker like you." Zhu Zai's eyes lit up, then she pretended to lower her head. She said, "Divorce is fine, but the 3 children, Dabao, Airbao, and Sanbao, must stay with me. He has never supported them, and the allowance he brings home hasn't been spent on me or the kids. Over the years, I've earned work points to raise the children myself. He has no right to take them away." Zhao Cuihua scoffed. "Who cares about the children you gave birth to? If you want, they all stay with you. We're not interested in fighting over them." Her words were cold and insulting, making the Zhu family members angry and glaring at her. Old Master Gu was worried they might lose control and start fighting, so he quickly scolded Zhao Cuihua. "What are you saying? That's my grandson. If I say no, then no." Zhao Cuihua sneered. "Huh? My 3rd son is in the army, gets a monthly allowance, and many young women have children with him. I don't care about a rural woman like you. I even regret marrying her in the first place." Zhu Zai knew it was best not to lose her temper now, but her mother's insults, pointing at her nose and mocking her openly, were too much to bear. "Old Lady Zhao, you insult me for being a rural woman, but who here isn't from the countryside? The top leaders say women can hold up half the sky. Yet you look down on women? Do you think you're so wise? If you look down on me, why did you come to propose marriage? Was it because you had bad intentions from the start, eyeing my family's dowry? In the end, it was you who came rushing to ask for my daughter's hand, not us. Even if I'm not much, I only finished middle school. Do you respect yourself? How many characters do you even know?" Feeling confident in confronting others is truly very satisfying. Zuzi felt so happy that she couldn't stop herself. Seizing the moment, her personality completely collapsed. "Since you've agreed to the divorce today, let's put everything in writing. We'll make it clear in black and white, sign and seal it. From now on, the bridge belongs to the bridge, the road to the road, cut all ties and have nothing to do with each other." Zuzi spoke very directly, with a strong and firm tone. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Yao instinctively wanted to say, "Are you crazy?" Fortunately, before she could speak, Zuzi's gaze stopped her. Her look was effective. Yao didn't say anything further. She thought for a moment and suddenly realized, does her daughter have other plans? If she spoke up suddenly, would it ruin everything? Out of trust in her daughter, Yao didn't interrupt Zuzi's actions. But this sincere motherly love was ultimately misplaced. A trust that was betrayed, leading the story to go off script. The Zuz family members looked at each other, unsure of what Zuzi was really thinking. The men of the Zuz family felt that such a broken family was pointless to stay in. If old Third Gu had any real ability, he wouldn't ignore Zuzi so much. Men like him wouldn't mind divorcing. The women of the Zuz family thought that Zuzi might have thought carefully about the divorce. Although they didn't agree, since Yao didn't oppose, it seemed she approved. As sisters-in-law, they couldn't stop her. Stopping her would be like preventing their own sister-in-law from pursuing a happy future. So, at this moment, everything started to develop in a strange, unbelievable direction. The Gu family didn't care whether Zuzi divorced or who the children belonged to. They only cared about who would get old Third Gu's allowance. Zhao Cuihua also seemed to think the same way. Seeing Zuzi's attitude, she immediately said, "Fine, sign the papers. Take your kid and get out. Our Gu family won't support freeloaders." Without anyone noticing, Zuzi took out 3 prepared agreements from her pocket. "These are the agreements I wrote earlier. If you can read, just read them out loud to them. If there are no issues, let's sign here." Zhu Zai directly handed the agreement to old Forgu. Everyone saw that she had already written the agreement in advance, clearly planning to divorce. Zhu's sister-in-law looked on with a calm and confident attitude. Zhu's older brother understood her intentions well and was more precise in finding a new family for his sister. Erbao thought that his plan to find a new father for himself could now be put into action. Anyway, that old father has long forgotten what he looks like. The Zhu family members had different thoughts, but none disturbed Zhi Zai. After reading the agreement, old Forgu found that it focused on 2 main points. First, Zhu Zai would divorce the 3rd son of the Gu family and have no further connection with the Gu family. From now on, they are separate. No more crossing paths, no more marriage ties. Second, Zhu Zai's 3 sons, Gu Nan, Gu Bei, and Gu Chen, would have no further relationship with the Gu family. The Gu family would not be responsible for raising them, and when they grow up, they would not owe anything to the Gu family. And no one should use moral pressure. Old Forgu had never heard of moral pressure, but he understood the meaning vaguely. Although he hadn't talked to Zhao Cuihua, everyone knew whose mother she was. He and Zhao Cuihua shared the same thoughts. They didn't want to raise the older and younger brothers, but when they grew up, they should still be respectful to the Gu family. Zhu Zai knew very well what these shameless people were thinking. This agreement was to prevent her sons from being exploited in the future. Sure enough, Zhao Cuihua's face darkened instantly after hearing this. No way. Why should our grandson from the Gu family not show us respect?
Zhu Zai, you just said you don't want them anymore.
Since you don't want them, then it's no longer your concern. People who are no longer involved shouldn't be demanding respect. Is your Gu family begging for charity? Her words were sarcastic. Old Master Gu, who cared about face his whole life, couldn't stand hearing this. 3rd son's family, you've gone too far. Zhu Zai sneered. Too far? What she would do in the future would be even more extreme. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You just want to avoid raising my sons now, but later, you still want to exploit them for blood. Well, I'll tell you clearly, dream on. If you insist on arguing about respecting your elders, then I will fight for the allowance. When the topic of allowance came up, the Gu family's faces changed clearly. Zhao Cuihua scolded loudly, "You shameless little thing. You still want my son's allowance?"
Dream on.
That's my husband's allowance. We are a married couple, and I want to get back what's mine. Is there anything wrong with that? Also, once we split the household, we are 2 separate families. Even if you are his mother, you have no right to interfere in others' lives. No one will say, I am wrong in this matter. Anyway, if you don't sign this agreement, we will split the household. From now on, the allowance from his father will go to our family.
Bah, dream on.
Gu Laosan's nearly 30 yuan allowance each month was the most important income for the entire Gu family. Zhu Zai's demand for an allowance hit everyone in the Gu family's most sensitive nerve. Yao sure listened, feeling something was off, but still thought her daughter was using divorce as a threat to get the allowance and split the household. Everyone involved was being led by Zhu Zai's manipulations. No one noticed that she had changed the meaning. Others didn't know her true intentions. Yao sure thought she was threatening divorce to get the allowance and split the family. But in reality, she was using the allowance as leverage, with her real goal being divorce. Although the original owner's memory of Gu Laosan was not very clear, she understood very well that a man's presence was not worth sacrificing her future. In short, she didn't want to stay and continue entangling with the Gu family just for Gu Laosan. She felt it wasn't worth it. There are many men out there. She could find someone anytime, but she needed to get rid of the worst one quickly. If she delayed too long, he would become like a stubborn rash that's hard to remove. Selfish and greedy people always chase after distant benefits. But when it comes to immediate gains, they cling tightly and refuse to let go. Zhao Cuihua hesitated, but her heart was already starting to waver. Zhu Zai knew well that to strike while the iron is hot, she must act quickly on the divorce. So she added fuel to the fire, saying, "Don't think you can keep the allowance for yourself. You also need to respect the children when they grow up. No one is stupid. I won't let you have your way. At worst, we'll go to the police. Then you'll lose everything, your money and your reputation. The allowance belongs to me, and the children will listen to me." Zhao Cuihua was so frightened that she really jumped in surprise. After thinking for a while, Zhao Cuihua no longer hesitated. "Okay, I'll sign." Old Master Gu grabbed Zhao Cuihua firmly. "What's wrong with you? Why are you planning to get the kids divorced? Third son hasn't even come back yet, and you're already divorcing his wife and splitting up the children?" Zhao Cuihua impatiently pushed him away. "What can I do if she insists on taking our subsidy? She's up to no good. I can't let my son keep her." Zhu Zai coughed lightly, pretending to remind them. "There's no such thing as divorce now. My son and his wife are getting a proper divorce. Don't bring back old-fashioned ideas." Zhao Cuihua shot her a fierce look, then turned to old Master Gu. "Why are you hesitating? Our son is so good. He earns money and is in the army. There are plenty of girls willing to marry him. Even if we divorce, are we worried about not finding a new wife?" Old Master Gu also listened. He was just worried that this matter would sound bad and affect his son's future, and then affect his chances of getting a wife. But after hearing Zhao Cuihua say this, he also thought that his son's marriage wouldn't be a problem. "Fine, then let's divorce." The Zhu family's relatives are really too overbearing. Seeing old Master Gu wavering, Zhu Zai no longer gave them a chance to respond. "There are 3 copies of the agreement here. Not only do you need to sign with your fingerprints, but the village chief also needs to witness. Changzhong, go find village chief Gu. Just tell him that the Gu family's division of property is settled and ask him to witness it. It won't take long." Zhu Zai knew that the harvest season wasn't over yet, and the village chief probably wouldn't want to bother with their petty matters. She told them that the most troublesome part was already settled, and just needed a witness. It wouldn't take much time, so they wouldn't be too annoyed. Changzhong Zhu immediately ran off after hearing this. Yao's wife felt that things were getting more and more strange. It seemed like they were heading toward a divorce. "Yeah, Liz. It's okay, mother. Don't worry, I have a plan." Yao's wife. "You have a plan? What plan do you have?" Village chief Gu soon arrived. Hearing about the Gu family's matter, he was already feeling headache and wished to resolve it quickly. "Have you all agreed?" Zhao Cuihua quickly replied, "We've all agreed. She absolutely would not give up her son's allowance. As for her grandson, that can be decided later. If necessary, she would throw a tantrum." Zhu Zai also nodded slowly. "We've agreed." Gu Zhanhui looked on and realized he didn't need to worry anymore, so he relaxed his brow. According to Zhu Zai's explanation, everything was written in the agreement, and they just needed to put their fingerprints on it. Zhu Zai had even prepared the ink pad in advance, showing careful thought and kindness. Gu Zhanhui was happy and pressed his finger onto the paper. Zhao Cuihua couldn't wait and did the same. It seemed that once they pressed their fingers, no one could take her son's allowance away. Yao Shi became anxious. If she pressed her finger, it would mean heading down the path of divorce, with no turning back. What was wrong with village head Gu? He was encouraging separation, not reconciliation. Zhu Zai firmly held Yao Shi's hand, worried she might cause trouble, and even covered the little hand of her second grandson with her mother's mouth. That action, that method, was just like how Zhu Urge once covered his brother's hand to prevent him from doing something bad. Zhu Dage silently turned his head away, feeling that at this moment, he could most empathize with his mother. Yao Shi blinked anxiously at Zhu Zai. What's going on? Why is it different from what we discussed earlier? Zhu Zai responded with his eyes. Don't worry, I have everything under control. He then told the second grandson, Good boy, cover grandma's mouth. Mom has something important to do. The second grandson nodded seriously. Yes. Mom, don't worry. I will cover her well. After saying that, his little hand pressed even tighter, afraid of any leaks, with both hands overlapping. Yao Shi. You're occupying my arms and trying to take away my breath? Gu Zhanhui had already finished pressing his finger and was about to take a good look. He thought this time everything was settled so quickly. What kind of conditions did both sides agree on? But before he could finish reading, Zhu Zai took the agreement back. Village head, I haven't pressed my finger yet. He pressed his finger onto the red ink pad, and the agreement was complete. All right, now I am no longer connected to your family in any way. However, you took my 50 yuan dowry money. Now, you must return it to me. Zhao Cuihua immediately snapped. What? My 50 yuan? I never took your money. Why should I give it back? Zhu Zai sneered. I knew you wouldn't admit it. I won't force you. Anyway, when we argued before, the story about the 50 yuan dowry spread. You say you didn't take it, but in these 5 years at the Gu family, I haven't spent a penny. If the money is gone, it must have been stolen by your family. Besides, your family already has a bad reputation, an unkind mother-in-law, a stubborn daughter, and a son who fell into a pit. What's one more thief? These words hit hard. Everyone in the Gu family looked angry, especially Gu Laosi, who was known for his bad temper. At this moment, reputation greatly affects people's relationships. Gu Zhanhui was stunned listening to this. Is this about splitting the family? It sounds more like cutting ties completely. Some neighbors in the village have bad relations and never speak again, but they don't go as far as disowning their own children. Since Gu Laosin wasn't home, was Zhu Zai hurt by the old Gu family to be so firm? Old San's wife, this. Village head Gu, I am no longer a wife of the Gu family. We just signed a divorce agreement. After registering in the county, we will be 2 unrelated families. Village head Gu was stunned immediately. He thought he was signing a family separation agreement, not a divorce. In his lifetime, he saw someone actually get divorced. And in this era, when divorce is almost unheard of. What's even more unbelievable is that the Zhu family members all stood by and watched without stopping it. Village head Gu felt the world around him was falling apart. He felt he was falling behind the times. No, old San, no, Zhu girl. Why are you still divorcing? This, Uncle Village head, you don't need to persuade me. I've made up my mind, and everyone has agreed. As soon as old San Gu comes back, we'll go to the county to register. Zhu Zai had never been divorced before. In her previous life, she didn't even know how the divorce process worked. Living in this era, she was even less clear about it. After all, many rural people in this time never even had a marriage certificate. 2 families gathered together to celebrate a wedding. With people around as witnesses, they were considered married. Fortunately, old third Gu was in the army, so they needed a marriage certificate. She was officially registered as married, with a marriage certificate. Thinking of the certificate, Zhu Zai entered her West Wing room. As soon as she entered, she saw the room in complete disarray. Honestly, this was a room where a mouse would cry if it visited, yet somehow, they managed to make it look like it had been robbed. Zhu Zai was impressed. The mosquito's belly was full of oil, and the old woman had a sharp hand. Zhu Zai only took half a minute to find the faded marriage certificate in the broken, peeling cabinet. These days, there are no good ways to preserve such documents. The writing on the certificate was blurry. Zhu Zai didn't even know her husband's real name, only that he was called Old Third Gu. Anyway, from this moment on, he was no longer her husband. Who cared what his real name was? He could be called Dog, and it wouldn't matter to her. She took the marriage certificate out, about to speak, when she saw Zhao Cuihua rush over like a mother hen. Zhu Zai thought she was going to attack her, so she quickly threw down the certificate and stepped back. Unexpectedly, Zhao Cuihua grabbed the certificate and tore it apart with a snap. "Humph, I told you I wouldn't let you threaten me. I tore it up. Let's see what you can do now." Zhu Zai. She hadn't even figured out the divorce process in this era, and the marriage certificate was already gone. What if it was needed for the divorce registration? Would she have to get a new marriage certificate before divorcing? If she couldn't get a divorce, she and Zhao Cuihua wouldn't end things. Although she was furious and felt like a tiger crashing into a wall inside, she remained calm on the outside. Considering the local customs in the countryside, tearing up the marriage certificate, signing a divorce agreement, and having the village head as a witness meant the marriage was definitely over. It was just that Old Third Gu was in the army, so there were formal procedures to follow. But she thought Old Third Gu didn't seem to have any deep, everlasting love for her. Even if the process was a bit complicated, he probably wouldn't cling to her or refuse to divorce. Zuzi touched the warm divorce agreement in her hand and felt a little relieved. "Village chief, you saw it too. The divorce papers are signed," and she tore up the marriage certificate. "You should ask her to return the bride price money. We still need to go home for lunch." Village Chief Gu. "It's already so late, the marriage certificate is torn, and you still have the energy to eat." Village Chief Gu almost couldn't breathe in one breath. He feels he really can't keep up with the pace of young people anymore. Forget it, he's tired, worn out, and fed up. Since both sides are already like this, he won't insist anymore. "Zhao Cuihua, since your families are already divorced, quickly return the bride price money. We've all seen how Zuzi has been treated in the Gu family over the years. Don't cause trouble or make a fuss." Because his village just had the first divorce case in 10 miles, Village Chief Gu felt ashamed. He believes that the main responsibility for Zuzi and the third son of the Gu family ending up divorced lies with Zhao Cuihua. Now she still wants to hold on to the bride price money. If this gets out, the young people in Gu village might lose confidence in marriage. Therefore, Village Chief Gu became even more serious about Zhao Cuihua, who was causing trouble. Old Master Gu, who was very good at reading people and avoiding trouble, saw how serious Village Chief Gu looked and quickly scowled at Zhao Cuihua. "Since you're already divorced, give them the bride price money quickly, so they won't come back to cause trouble." Making Zhao Cuihua hand over the money was like stabbing her in the heart. She grabbed Old Master Gu's arm, her face twisted, and said, "Let me give her the money? Why should I? She married into the family, and the money is ours." Old Master Gu angrily shook her off, pointed at her nose, and scolded, "You money-hungry person, if you're not afraid that our daughter won't get married, then go ahead and cause trouble. Look, if we don't give this bride price money, maybe they'll stop causing trouble." When it came to Gu Jingfeng, Zhao Cuihua's angry mind suddenly calmed down. Although 50 yuan was a lot, compared to her daughter's happy marriage, it was not enough. Moreover, over the years, Old Third Gu had sent a lot of allowances home. She had been saving it to give as her daughter's bride price. Her daughter will marry someone from the city in the future, and she must not let the mess caused by the Zhu family ruin her chances. Thinking this, Zhao Cuihua slowly went back to her room. From her very secret stash of money, she took out a clay jar. While she was grabbing the money, Sister Gu, who was watching, kept looking around and nudged Sister Gu Si. Seeing her mother's look, Sister Gu Si understood what she meant. Quietly, she followed behind Zhao Cuihua, wanting to see where her grandmother kept the money. Seeing this, Sister Gu also quietly nudged Sister Gu Er. Sister Gu Er didn't dare go and instead crouched down, whispering something to her younger brother Jinbao. Then Jinbao followed Sister Gu Si. Sister Gu rolled her eyes at Sister Gu, dismissively making a tisk sound. She couldn't stand how Sister Gu was full of tricks, but still pretended to be innocent. She thought to herself, I'm better. I am who I am. This is called being real. She praised herself silently for a while, then saw Zhao Cuihua scold both Sister Gu Si and Jin Bao. Little brat playing tricks on me. If you dare come into the house again, you won't eat dinner tonight. This punishment was very serious, and it immediately scared everyone in the yard. Now, no one dared to play tricks anymore. They all stood quietly in the yard, waiting. Zhao Cuihua rummaged through her small hidden bag of money again and again, finally taking out 5 old, large black 10-yuan notes. With a stern face, she walked up to Zhu Zai and slapped the money onto her. Zhu Zai, she had lived 2 lives and had never been insulted with money before. And it was 50 yuan. Zhu Zai's face instantly darkened. She thought, well, hitting Zhao Cuihua now wouldn't be considered unfilial. Just as she was about to explode, her hand was suddenly held by something soft. Looking down, she saw Bao. He picked up the scattered money and handed it to Zhu Zai. He said seriously, Mom, don't be angry. Today, they insulted you with money. When I grow up, I will insult them with money too. Seeing how he was defending her with his little jacket, Zhu Zai's anger instantly disappeared. She bent down to pick up the older child and earnestly advised, Good baby, remember, they don't deserve your money to insult you. When you grow up, just insult them with kindness. Everyone. Okay, although it was a bit gross, her mother's teachings must be remembered. The second child saw that his mother was only teaching his older brother and jumped in to get attention. Mom, there's me and the second child too. Okay, and you? When you grow up, you will also help Mom earn a lot of money and insult them with kindness. The second child's attention shifted to his mother, and he relaxed while holding Ms. Yao's small hand. Ms. Yao finally got a moment to breathe, but now things had already been decided. She wanted to stop her daughter, but after Zhao Cuihua tore up the marriage certificate, Ms. Yao felt that this matter was just like that. The marriage was over, and the money was in hand. Now, the Gu family had nothing left worth staying for. The Gu family watched as the Zhu family, full of anger, came over and finally left with a divorce agreement. Before leaving, Zhu Zai looked deeply at Zhao Cuihua. Old witch, wait for your mother. The Gu family was still lost in the joy of Zhu Zai's happy divorce. The men looked confused, and the women's faces were complicated. Actually, no one expected Zhu Zai to really go through with the divorce. Most importantly, the Zhu family actually agreed. They thought that when the Zhu family came knocking and said they would support Zhu Zai, it was just talk. Unexpectedly, now they really weren't afraid of their daughter divorcing. After realizing this, ignoring the complicated feelings, they were all happy that the support had been secured. No one paid attention to the third brother Gu, who was earning money far away in the southwest, but was now left alone and separated from his wife and children because of their actions. Of course, they didn't see Zhu Zai's final look. She held her son and kept watching Zhu Zai. She realized that Zhu Zai had truly changed. No longer the pushover she used to be. To pursue a new life, she even gave up men. She didn't know why, but her heart felt a bit complicated. She hugged her eldest son again, and only then did her heart settle. Zhao Cuihua held a divorce agreement, feeling a mix of resentment, pride, and relief as she went to Gu Jingfang's house. Fang, look. I really divorced that woman. Are you happy now? Gu Jingfang was still excited from the last time when Sister Zhu poured on her, so when she heard the Zhu family was visiting, she quickly got up, afraid to stay in bed. But she was worried about a fight outside, and didn't go out, hiding inside her room. Now, seeing Zhao Cuihua show her the divorce agreement, she became very excited. Good. That shameless woman is finally out of her house. Gu Jingfang was overjoyed. From now on, Zhu Zai would be a divorced woman. Although she didn't understand some words on the agreement, her sense of superiority was unshaken. Mother, she's gone with that troublemaker. Our family will get better and better. Yes, my daughter is right. Without that troublemaker, our family will improve. In the future, My daughter will marry someone from the city and become a city wife. Gu Jingfang shyly lowered her head. Mother, oh, my shy girl. What's there to be shy about? My daughter is the most beautiful flower in Gu family village, unmatched by anyone. She will definitely marry into the city someday. Gu Jingfang blushed, feeling proud despite her shyness. It was as if Zhu Zai's divorce from her third brother could hide her own bad reputation. Of course, she had this plan in mind. If she wanted others to forget her past scandals, she would create and spread a bigger scandal to attract attention and lower her own profile. Sadly, although Gu Jingfang lived in the 1960s, her ideas about public relations were decades ahead. So, within half a day of Zhu Zai returning to her family, everyone in Gu family village, and even in Yu family village, knew about her divorce. She didn't think it was a big deal, but in this era, divorced women were as rare as pandas. Many people came to Zhu's house, pretending to care but actually just wanting to watch the show, trying to see her disappointed face through her calm exterior. But unfortunately, with unimportant people, Zhu Zai was just expressionless. Yao Shi, on the other hand, was anxious and irritated by all the onlookers. She had sighed countless times in the half-day she was home. Girl, don't keep sighing. You're making yourself look older. Mrs. Yao hugged Sanbao and looked at her with a tired expression. How can I not sigh?
I'm wedded.
Oh, everyone in the village knows about your divorce now. How will you go out and meet people in the future? Old Master Zhu, standing nearby, also looked annoyed and said to Mrs. Yao, You have no right to criticize Year. You went along and caused such a big mess. Now you're worried? Why didn't you stop her back then? Mrs. Yao immediately got angry. You're blaming me? You don't know how stubborn your daughter is. She's afraid I'll cause trouble, so she made Erbao cover my mouth. Seeing that the elders might argue over her, Zhu Zai quickly stepped forward to admit her mistake. Dad, don't blame my mother. This was all my decision. Think about it. What kind of family is the Gu family? It's like a big fire pit. Do you really want your daughter to burn there? Stop talking nonsense. Old Master Zhu shot Zhu Zai a sharp look. He just couldn't accept the situation right away. He was originally waiting for his daughter to get a family of her own, but now, not only has she left her family, she's separated from them. Divorce was a huge thing in his mind. But he absolutely refused to let his daughter go back to live with the Gu family and suffer more. He understood the reasons, but his feelings wouldn't change quickly. After thinking for a while, he finally blamed old Third Gu. Why couldn't he protect his daughter? If he were a real man, his mother wouldn't have been able to torment his daughter like that. In the end, it was because the husband ignored his wife that this tragedy happened. Since the Gu family chose to divorce for financial support, they had no reason to feel sad. If old Third Gu couldn't protect his daughter, then he deserved not to have a wife. Next time, when the old man looks for a son-in-law, he will find someone who truly cares for his daughter. Zhu Zai knew that these things had to be figured out by the elders themselves. All she needed to do was live her life well. When she could live happily on her own, what would her parents have to worry about? The rest of the Zhu family shared the same thoughts. They were all secretly working hard to find a better match for Zhu Zai. The scene is so shocking that it blinds Gu's family and makes them lose their composure. Of course, this does not include Yu Jinji. She is probably the most enthusiastic among all the people who enjoy watching others' misfortune. She is always at the forefront of gossip, eagerly watching her own family's drama, and she doesn't fall behind. She dares not show her excitement in front of the Zhu family. When she's not enjoying her snacks at home, she goes out to gossip with her friends. The Zhu family's attention is focused on Zhu Zai, so no one notices her. When they finally do, she unexpectedly causes another big fuss. Zhu Changming is so angry that he almost considers divorcing her, just to have a double happiness with his little aunt. However, on the night Zhu Zai's divorce is finalized, she prepares a big meal for her family. This time, there isn't as much meat, but thanks to some clever seasoning, even stir-fried greens turn out very tasty. They have fried eggplant, crispy peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold cucumber salad, and a plate of stir-fried greens. 5 big bowls of food are eaten clean by the family. While eating, Yu Jinji thinks that, actually, Zhu Zai living at her parents' house isn't entirely useless. At least, her cooking is very good. After dinner, Zhu Zai discusses the house situation with Mrs. Yao. Although the Zhu family's house is big enough, with plenty of rooms, she feels it's still not very convenient to live with adults. Plus, at her parents' house, she's not exactly a guest, but she doesn't want her son to suffer the cold looks from Eugene Ji anymore. So, her idea is to find a place of her own to live. What? You want to move out? In the main room, Mrs. Yao is shocked when she hears Zhu Zai's words. What's wrong with the family? Tell me, is someone giving you trouble? Zhu Zai sighs helplessly. Mother, no, really no. I just think that since I've divorced, staying at my parents' house isn't very suitable. Why isn't it suitable? I don't think it's a problem, Mrs. Yao says stubbornly, turning away in anger. Zhu Zai finds her mother a bit amusing. Sometimes, her mother acts like a child, needing to be comforted and reasoned with before she can understand. Zhu Ziyi opened and crushed the leaves, explaining to her. She said she had divorced, and that staying at her mother's house all the time didn't feel right. She didn't want to worry about what others thought of her family, and she also felt uncomfortable staying there herself. She wanted to find a place to live, but not necessarily separate from her family. She thought about a nearby village, close enough to come back whenever she wanted. After talking for a while, Mrs. Yao slowly accepted her decision. Then, after the harvest season, let your father and brothers build you a small house, Mrs. Yao suggested. Mom, not right now. I want to ask around our village if there are any empty houses, she replied. During the big famine, some people left to escape hardship, and they haven't come back in many years. There are some empty houses in the village. Mrs. Yao thought that was okay. The houses are old, but her family could fix them up later. All right, I'll go with you to ask Uncle Village Head, Mrs. Yao said. No need, I can go alone. Please take good care of Sambao for me, Zhu Ziyi replied. The next morning, Zhu Ziyi took a small paper-wrapped package and went to the village head's house. Inside the paper was 4 cornmeal buns, made with milk and sugar, which made them taste sweet and rich. She went early during breakfast time, so the village head would be at home. Yezi is here. Have you eaten? The village head asked. Zhu Ziyi smiled. Uncle Village Head, I've already eaten. Knowing she usually doesn't visit, he guessed she had something important to discuss. After quickly finishing his buns, the village head took Zhu Ziyi to his usual office. What do you want to talk about, Yezi? Zhu Ziyi liked how straightforward the villagers were, no beating around the bush. So she said happily, Uncle Village Head, are there any empty houses in the village? I want to buy one to be a home for me and my child. The village head had heard about her divorce and knew she was staying at her mother's house now. Even good relationships can change if you stay too long. It might not stay the same. Zhu Ziyi was trying to avoid future trouble, showing her cleverness. The village head thought her approach was very sensible and approved of her decision. He also thought that Zhu Ziyi's family was really kind to her. He said he wanted to buy a house, but Zhu Ziyi didn't have much money himself. It was mostly funded by Zhu's family. There aren't many families in the village that are as harmonious and generous as theirs. Village Chief Yu has always had a good impression of Zhu's family and gets along well with old Master Zhu. So, he thought carefully and said, there are a few empty houses in the village, but they are old and in poor condition. If you want to live in one, it will need some repairs. Zhu Zai was happy and said, that's okay, just some repairs. It will be much easier than building a new house. That's true. Village Chief Yu, when do you have time? Take me to see the houses. If I like one, we can handle the paperwork. Village Chief Yu suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? Uncle Village Chief? Is there something? Oh, it's nothing serious. I was just thinking that most of the houses in the village are similar. If you want, I can also consider the house at the end of the village. It's a stone house, better than the others. Plus, it's close to Granny Yu. Zhu Zai thought back and remembered who Granny Yu was. The original owner didn't often go around the village, but she knew she was a special person there. Granny Yu was a young lady from a landlord family, but her father only had her, so she married into another family. When the landlords were overthrown, her father had already died, and she became a target. The severity of her situation back then is something Zhu Zai couldn't fully know, but from her strange personality and current life, one can imagine the hardships she faced. It is said that she was the one who reported her husband. She also rescued a woman during a famine, took her in as a maid, but when trouble arose, the woman accused her of being malicious, draining the laborer's strength, making her do laundry and chores without giving her enough food. This story needs verification. But at that time, anyone who could give a meal to someone in need was considered a saint. Most people in Yu's village looked down on the maid's accusations, aside from those who testified. People like her, if accused of being a troublemaker in a poor family, would be seen as ungrateful. But Granny Yu was the one who helped her, which was seen as exploitation and oppression. In the end, the consequences fell on Granny Yu. But heaven is fair, and justice is in people's hearts. The people there from Yu family village dared not speak out. After those people left, the villagers could no longer keep the son-in-law and the maid. I heard that later. The son-in-law took the maid southward. Actually, Grandma Yu is just a bit temperamental, but her heart is kind. Back then, washing clothes was not considered exploitation. If I had enough to eat, I would even be willing to do dirty work like manure. Grandma Yu is just unlucky to have met two ungrateful people. Zhu Zai looked at Village Chief Yu's angry face and hesitated before speaking. So, Uncle Village Chief, you hope I choose a house closer to Grandma Yu so she has some support? Village Chief Yu immediately got excited. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Grandma Yu has no children and doesn't usually talk to others. Sometimes we visit her, and she scolds us. Actually, she's worried that if something happens again, it might cause trouble for us. She's not a bad person. Several villagers have seen her give cooked potatoes to the children. Village Chief Yu said a lot, implying that Grandma Yu is a good person and the house is nice. As long as Zhu Zai is willing to choose that place, he is happy to help secretly and give her a better deal. Zhu Zai didn't agree right away. She asked to see the house first. She wasn't without compassion, but her experience of working hard for over 10 years in her previous life made her cautious about trusting others' words. She wanted to investigate and decide for herself. Village Chief Yu happily agreed, even eager to go with Zhu Zai immediately, without waiting for a better time. At this moment, Zhu Zai took out the oil paper package in her hand and said, "Uncle Village Chief, this is homemade cornmeal bread. Please try some for your children." Village Chief Yu immediately frowned. "No need.
Just take it back. What do you think I am?"
You should at least call me uncle. It's right for me to help the villagers, but I can't accept this. Our village doesn't go for that kind of thing. Village Chief Yu is very honest and upright, with a strong sense of traditional values, influenced by current educational ideas. Zhu Zai was speechless and tried to explain. "Uncle Village Chief, you misunderstood. I just think my homemade bread is tasty, so I want to share it with my nieces and nephews. Besides, I call you uncle, and if I have good food, I want to show my respect by sharing with you." Then she opened the oil paper package. 4 yellow custard buns, emitting the fresh aroma of corn and milk, were exposed in the air. Village Chief Yu's eyes widened.
Was this a bite?
Even if he hadn't eaten, he knew this was definitely not an ordinary cornmeal bun. The smell of milk and sweetness quickly filled the small house. Zhu Zai swore she heard the sound of someone swallowing saliva. The 2 young grandsons of the village chief were leaning against the doorframe, staring eagerly at the buns in her hand. Their little noses twitched as they sniffed the sweet milk aroma in the air. Their mouths watered, and they desperately tried to swallow. Zhu Zai walked over and squatted down, giving each of them 1 bun. Although they were very eager, they didn't move their hands holding the buns and looked at Village Chief Yu. "Be good, eat it. It's from Auntie, no need to be afraid," Zhu Zai said gently. The village chief's wife quickly responded and urged her 2 grandsons to thank Zhu Zai. "Hurry, thank your aunt." "Thank you, Auntie." Hearing their grandmother's words, the children finally dared to eat. But before eating, they raised their small hands to their grandparents' mouths, letting them eat first. Village Chief Yu sighed. Poverty made everything difficult. His 2 young grandsons hadn't eaten good food in a long time. Seeing their pitiful, greedy expressions, he couldn't bear to refuse. "Grandpa won't eat." "You 2 eat," he said. Zhu Zai handed the oil paper-wrapped buns to the village chief's wife and hurriedly urged the village chief to take her to see the house. After they left, the wife sniffed the aroma of the cornmeal buns in her hand and swallowed hard. Looking at the other hungry older grandchildren, she clenched her teeth and divided one. "Leave this one for Grandpa. You too share this bun." The two young grandsons came over, handing over the half-eaten bun to share with their older siblings. In total, there were fewer than 3 buns and 6 or 7 small radish heads to share. Each person only got a bite, but everyone ate happily and eagerly. Village Chief Yu's youngest grandson, Udada, said, "This bun is really delicious. It's better than the white flour bun that Grandpa San's brother's son shared with me before." Yumuda replied, "Brother Shirtu said that the white bun was also given by Auntie Yezi. Auntie Yezi is really kind. Yes, Brother Stone is also good. Let's each keep half, and later we can give him a taste too." The Brother Stone they mentioned is the grandson of Uncle Yu San, who recently pulled a cow cart to deliver Zuzi's niece. Uncle Yu San and the village chief are brothers, and their children play well together. They often share snacks and think about each other. Although grain is expensive, both families' children are good, and the adults don't stop them. Meanwhile, Zuzi and village chief Yu gradually arrived at the end of Yu's village, Shangzhuang. Looking at the stone house about 20 meters away from a thatched cottage, Zuzi was very happy. Out of all the houses village chief Yu showed her, this stone house was the best. There was also a large piece of land around it. Later, Zuzi could enclose her own yard there, plant vegetables, and raise chickens. She has enough food in her space, but what's visible outside also needs to support her and her family of 4. "Uncle Village Chief, I really like this place. Let's handle the paperwork, and I'll move in a few days. Anyway, it's close to my family home." "Yes, yes." Hearing Zuzi's answer, Village Chief Yu was overjoyed, happier than if he had found money himself. "All right, I'll go back and write you a certificate. In a few days, you can move in." In the countryside, abandoned houses often become public property because they are old and the residents have moved away. At this time, everything belongs to the collective. Houses without owners follow this rule. Also, because buying and selling are not allowed, Zuzi cannot buy this house. She can only live in it. In short, she has the right to live there but not ownership. But living there isn't free. She has to pay something to the collective. Rules in rural areas aren't very strict, and what to pay usually depends on the village chief's instructions. This shows the power of the village chief and how your relationship with him matters. Otherwise, in this era, no one dares to offend the village chief easily. Thinking about Zhu family's connections, village chief Yu felt that Zuzi choosing this house was also a sign of respect, so he asked her to pay 200 jin of coarse grain to the public. Once she paid the 200 jin, the house belonged to her. Few people buy houses in the countryside, so Zuzi is among the first. She didn't have any examples to compare herself to, so she couldn't tell if her house was expensive or cheap. But now, building a simple 3-room house costs about 100 yuan. And 200 jin of coarse grain is only around 20 yuan. Compared to that, it's really worth more. As for the ownership of the house not belonging to Zhu Zai, she only has the right to live there. She's not worried at all. Not to mention, all rural land now belongs to the state. Actually, there's not much difference. The main issue is whether the original owner will return. But she believes that even if the original owner comes back, the organization will handle it well, so she's not worried. She pushes all her worries aside and happily accepts the house. When she returned to Zhu's family, she told her relatives about it. Everyone was reluctant to let Zhu Zai move out. They thought someone had spoken ill of her in front of Zhu Zai, which made her want to leave. Feeling helpless, Zhu Zai kept persuading her family one by one. She told them she would come back every day, which would ease their worries. In the afternoon, Mayor Yu brought her the residence permit. Coincidentally, Lin Damei also brought her 3-year-old daughter, Xiaokue. Zhu Zai knew she was probably worried about her divorce and came to talk with her. After politely seeing Mayor Yu off, Zhu Zai invited Lin Damei into her house. "My house is a bit messy, so don't mind it." Lin Damei carried her precious little girl onto the bed and admired her for a while before saying, What's there to mind? Every family is like this. Besides, how can our little Sonbao's house be called messy? Zhu Zai carefully looked around the house and slowly turned her head. If this isn't called messy, then it's a pigsty? Yezi, did you really divorce old Gu? Lin Damei, holding her little girl, looked a bit embarrassed and worried as she spoke. Zhu Zai looked calm. Yes, I did. She even took out the divorce agreement from her cabinet. Look, the divorce agreement is right here, still fresh from being signed. Lin Damei pushed the divorce agreement aside. I don't know many characters, so showing me won't help. Zhu Zai smiled. Don't worry, it's definitely over. What am I worried about? I just don't feel at ease, so I came to see you.
You don't know what those people are saying.
They all say it's because of the old Gu family, that the old Gu family looked down on me and disliked me, so they decided to divorce me on behalf of the third son of the Gu family. Lin Damei nodded. Actually, what she didn't say was that the rumors outside were much worse. People said all sorts of things. Some said Zhu Zai was lazy and scheming, which was not too bad. Others said she was unfaithful, and some even suspected that none of her 3 sons might be the biological children of the third son of the Gu family. Lin Damei was so angry she argued with a gossiping woman. Zhu Zai looked indifferent. Let them say what they want. Just like you advised me before, life is what you make of it. No one will suffer for me. When I choose a life I like, why should I care about what others think? No matter what the Gu family thinks, I am willing to divorce if I wanna. You're willing to divorce? Lin Damei was shocked. Although the Gu family was like a fire pit, the third son of the Gu family was a good person. He was hardworking, and his character was well known in the village. How can you be willing to let go of someone like Gu Laosan? Zhu Zai silently thought to herself. What kind of person? She looked through the memories of the original owner and could only recall a tall, strong figure. There wasn't even a clear face from the front. She didn't care at all. Moreover, she hadn't dared to hope for a divorce at first. She thought just splitting the family was good enough. Who would have thought that fate would be so kind to her? By a twist of luck, her wish came true. But she still had to show some of the typical qualities of women from this era. Actually, I didn't want a divorce so easily. I just wanted to get the child's father's support, and then we could live separately as a family. I would show respect where it's due, but I didn't want to stay in that house. Who would have thought that Grandma Zhao was like a guardian spirit, only taking in money and not giving out? Trying to get money from her would have been dangerous. To keep her third son's support, they kicked us 4 women out. I'm already dead once, so what do I have to worry about? Anyway, she kicked us out, which was almost the same as getting a divorce. Whether the child's father was there or not, it made no difference. So I decided to just leave altogether. I won't say whether I can find a better man than old third Gu in the future. Just leaving that big family makes me feel much lighter. I don't owe them anything. Why should I keep working as their maid? Lin Damei was angry after Zhu Zai spoke, and she felt a surge of courage. Yes, you're right. We don't owe them anything. Why should we keep serving them? You're still young and can have children. Let me tell you, there are many men who want to marry you. Just wait, I will definitely introduce you to a good one. Zhu Zai, thank you so much. Forget it, I don't need that now. I just want to focus on raising my 3 kids. 3 boys are hard to raise. If you don't find a man to help, you'll be in big trouble. Lin Damei disagreed strongly. Right now, I can only earn work points for food. How many work points can a woman earn in a day? The kids are still small, so I can barely get enough to eat. But what about when they grow up? The Zhu family can help her, but they also have many people. Where there are many people, there are more conflicts. That's not really the main issue. Zhu Zai. Oh, I just worry about the kids. They're still young. If I don't choose carefully, I might find them a stepfather who's kind to them. If I don't, I'll just be jumping into another fire. Hearing this, Lin Damei's concern for her friend eased a bit. Yes, she should choose carefully. She definitely shouldn't go back to a family like old Gu's again. Zhu Zai thought to herself, of course, only someone blind and foolish would jump out of the fire and jump right back in. After seeing off her enthusiastic friend Lin Damei, Zhu Zai prepared to pack her supplies. Tomorrow, she planned to go to the county again to buy more supplies. When everything was moved into that stone house, It would be easier for her and the kids to live. Her life was finally on a peaceful track, but what she didn't know was that after Lin Damei went home, she argued with her sister-in-law about her situation. Of course, the argument was sparked by Lin Damei's sister-in-law, who mocked her for being the only son in her family. Lin Damei initially approached Zhu Zai to seek a secret recipe for having children, and she knew this well. After all, that day she had just mocked Lin Damei for being a hen that doesn't lay eggs. The next day, Lin Damei started to get closer to Zhu Zai. Zhu Zai had something worth talking about. She had 3 sons in a row. Lin Damei had 3 pregnancies, all daughters. When she tried to get close to Zhu Zai, Wang Jinxiu could tell, even with her toes, what her real purpose was. Her family was poor and favored boys over girls. Lin Damei's family was kind to her, and she was the niece of the village head. Her husband's family valued her highly, but she had long been unhappy with them. Fortunately, after having 2 daughters, she finally gave birth to her husband's eldest grandson. Meanwhile, Lin Damei had 3 daughters in a row. Because of this, Wang Jinxiu felt she had completely outdone Lin Damei. Whenever she was upset, she would tease her about not having a son. This made Lin Damei upset, and Wang Jinxiu felt happy inside. Recently, she heard that Zhu Zai, who had always been close to Lin Damei, had divorced. Wang Jinxiu was the first to mock her. I think you're just trying to flatter her. When she was postpartum, she eagerly sent over 10 eggs. Honestly, those eggs would be better for my iron pill to eat. You're trying to flatter someone who's divorced. Lin Damei's mother-in-law had long been unhappy about this, and when she heard her daughter-in-law's words, she said nothing. Seeing her mother-in-law didn't react, Lin Damei knew she probably agreed with her. She then lowered her voice and said, I give eggs to others, and those are for my family's chickens. Not to mention, I kept half of the eggs at home, or even if I gave them all, what does that have to do with you? If you want to help your son, go get eggs from your family. Am I stopping you? Wang Jinxiu shouted. Oh, my son is your nephew. If you give eggs to an outsider, you're not giving any to your own nephew.
How can you do that? Haha, how dare you say that?
If I take the eggs back home, does your son eat less? He eats more than my own daughter. Do you feel guilty for saying that? Wang Jinxiu looked confident and said, My son is the only grandson in the Gu family, so of course he gets the best. Hearing this, Lin Damei became even angrier. Bah, if you think everything delicious should go to him, then go ahead and give it to him. Why are you fighting over the things I brought from my family? What's the matter? Can't you give birth but not raise children? Wang Jinxiu was not angry at all. She glanced at Lin Damei and said proudly, That's still better than you, who can't give birth. This sentence hit Lin Damei's sore spot. Whenever she argued with her sister-in-law, she would always use her inability to have children to hurt her deeply. In the past, Lin Damei used to feel she was in the wrong and lacked confidence. But today, she suddenly felt rebellious. Wang Jinxiu gave birth to Gu's only grandson. What does that have to do with her? She doesn't have a son now, but just because she doesn't have a son, does she have to help Wang Jinxiu raise her child? With a loud bang, Lin Damei kicked the basket beside her leg. If you can give birth, then raise the child yourself. What's the point of others helping you? It's not like the baby came out of my belly, so why should I raise him? Wang Jinxiu dodged the kicked basket and immediately shouted loudly. Oh, mother, you heard that. She doesn't value our iron pill at all. I gave birth to our family's only precious grandson, and she's like this. Mother, you have to stand up for me. Lin Damei's mother-in-law was usually polite to her, but because of the incident where Lin Damei gave Zhu Zai 10 eggs last time, she was upset. So now, hearing Wang Jinxiu's words, she sided with Wang Jinxiu. She scolded Lin Damei. What are you saying? Have you been with that Zhu family girl for too long? Your heart has turned wild. Lin Damei sneered. What am I saying? It's the truth. If you want to listen, listen. If you don't, forget it. Even if I become wild, I won't treat someone else's child as a treasure. I have children myself. What's wrong with my daughter? She's also born from my belly. I don't need your pity. I can take care of myself. From now on, no one can squeeze me to raise her child. Her words were a bit extreme, and even her uncle-in-law didn't want to listen anymore. Young sister-in-law, you're going too far with your words. Lin Damei snorted. Humph, you don't mind if I go too far, but what about your wife? Why don't you control her when she does something excessive? If that's the case, I'll learn from her and just do without talking. If you're willing to endure it, we'll live like this. If not, then split the family. I didn't beg you to live with us. Wang Jinxiu said viciously. Dividing the family? You only have this one household, a bunch of daughters. Don't think you have a stable home. After you and your second brother die, there might not even be a broken bowl left. Her words were truly harsh, and Lin Damei immediately lost her temper. Before her mother-in-law and brother-in-law could react, Lin Damei suddenly rushed over and slapped Wang Jinxiu twice. I told you not to be so rude. You're not going to break any bowls. Wang Jinxiu was slapped and stunned. By the time she recovered, her face was swollen like a pig's head. She let out a loud cry and charged at Lin Damei. You wicked woman! How dare you hit me? The two women immediately started fighting, pulling each other's hair and tearing at clothes. Lin Damei's young daughter was so scared she cried loudly, while her two older sisters tried to comfort their little sister and worriedly cried for their mother. Old Lady Huang was anxious and stomping her feet, saying, Oh dear, how did these two daughters-in-law end up fighting? Wang Jinxiu's husband, Gu Daniu, wanted to break up the fight but hesitated because it was his brother's wife. He was worried and anxious on the side. Their commotion was quite noticeable outside, and some neighbors, eager to see the scene, went up the mountain to find Lin Damei's husband, Gu Erniu. When Gu Erniu heard that his wife and sister-in-law were fighting, he quickly ran back. He arrived at the yard and saw the two women separated by the crowd. Breathless, Gu Erniu hurried to Lin Damei and asked worriedly, Wife, are you okay? What happened? Why did you start fighting? Lin Damei and Gu Erniu had a good relationship. Even though she hadn't given him a son yet, Gu Erniu never blamed her. They shared similar values and weren't biased against daughters. They wanted a son, but they didn't dislike their daughters. But life can be so ironic. You're living what you think is a pretty good life. Yet some troublemakers come along, criticizing your life and calling it, unknowingly, the real are they themselves. For a long time, Lin Damei had been filled with anger and frustration because she hadn't had a son. When she saw Gu Erniu, all that pent-up emotion suddenly exploded. Wow, boo-hoo, Erniu, let's split the family. I don't want to live with them anymore. I can't have children, and it's none of her business. She eats the things I bring for my family and mocks me for not having children, saying that when we die, no one will even care. Lin Damei cried sadly and helplessly, and even the people watching nearby couldn't help but get teary. Many women in the village had 3 daughters in a row, so they felt the same and started criticizing Wang Jinxiu. Although Lin Damei didn't say directly who she meant, Gu Erniu guessed it was Wang Jinxiu. Seeing his usually cheerful and lively wife crying like a hurt child, Gu Erniu's rough heart suddenly felt very sad. At that moment, he couldn't think about anything else. He patted Lin Damei's shoulder silently to comfort her. Then he walked in front of Granny Huang and suddenly knelt down with a loud bang. Mother, please split the family for us. You can choose to live with Big Brother, and I will still take good care of you. If you choose to stay with us, I won't abandon you. But from now on, we won't interfere with Big Brother and sister-in-law anymore. Granny Huang was so angry she almost had a heart attack, clutching her chest and saying, You come back without even asking just because your wife said something, and now you want to split the family. Do you still see me as your mother? Gu Erniu remained firm. I know what kind of person Damei is better than anyone. No need to ask, I know she's telling the truth. I have no other skills, I can't have children. Sister-in-law's son is precious, and he needs good things to raise him. I can't afford to buy such fancy stuff for a child. From now on, sister-in-law can take care of him herself and keep him for yourself. Granny Huang was so angry she couldn't say a word. She knew that her second son, though quiet since childhood, was very stubborn. Once he made a decision, No one could change his mind. Gu Daniu was also angered by his brother's words. He had already felt a bit guilty about his mother favoring his younger brother and finding a wealthy woman from his family to marry him. But the wife his mother chose for him was from a very poor family. Not to mention taking things from his family to his own home, it was good enough if he didn't have to give things from his home to his family. Fortunately, Wang Jinxiu was more fortunate with her pregnancy and gave him a son. Because of this, Gu Daniu, who always thought his younger brother was luckier than him, felt like he had fought back and gained some pride. This time, the fight between Lin Damei and Wang Jinxiu seemed to be a quarrel between two women, but it was also a long-standing conflict between two families bursting out. Anyway, when Gu Daniu heard Gu Erniu say such words, he coldly replied, "Fine, since you say that, let's split the family. But if you don't have a son in the future, don't expect my son to take care of you in old age." Gu Daniu's words could be seen as a curse. The onlookers couldn't stand watching anymore, not to mention Gu Erniu. He blushed and looked angrily at Gu Daniu, shouting loudly, "Don't worry, even if I become infertile, I won't let your son break the bowl." Gu Erniu's eldest daughter, Gu Xiaoyan, cried out loudly, "My mother will have a younger brother. We will have our own brother, and we don't need your family's son." Gu Daniu glared and cursed, "You little brat, you're just a useless girl. Adults are talking. Why are you interrupting?" Lin Damei pulled her daughter aside, tears still on her face, and looked at Gu Daniu with hatred. "Who are you calling a useless girl? Your mother and wife are women too. Are they also useless?" Gu Daniu was blushed and angry, hesitating for a long time without daring to speak. If he dared to say yes, he would be considered unfilial. Most of the people watching thought sons were better than daughters, but no one dared to openly call a girl useless anymore. Nowadays, everyone says, women can hold up half the sky. Who would openly look down on women? This was mainly because Gu Daniu's family was so poor that they barely made ends meet. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how they would be dealt with. The two brothers turned against each other, fighting like a pair of fighting. The onlookers just watched for fun, but the mother of the two, Madame Huang, was the most uncomfortable in this farce. "Are you trying to force me to death?" She clutched her chest and almost fainted. Seeing their mother like this, Gu Daniu and Gu Erniu temporarily set aside their grudges and hurried to take care of her. The quarrel was over, but the cracks remained. Zhu Zai only learned the next day about the fight between Lin Damei and her in-laws. Zhu Erseo heard about it when she went out to wash clothes and overheard her younger sisters talking. Because they mentioned Zhu Zai during the fight, Zhu Erseo paid more attention. After carefully asking around, "I came back to tell Zhu Zai." Zhu Zai didn't expect that Lin Damei's outburst during the fight was actually because of herself. At that time, she was thinking that Lin Damei had given her so many eggs, and her family might not like it. But she heard that her mother-in-law was reasonable and thought she probably wouldn't cause trouble for Lin Damei. Unexpectedly, her mother-in-law didn't cause trouble, but her mischievous older sister-in-law did. She cared a lot about her best friend Lin Damei. When her friend was insulted, she wouldn't just let it go. "Mom, I want to go to the county town to buy some things. Can you watch over Sanbao for me?" "Why are you going again? Do you want to buy more stuff?" "There's nothing at home." "Oh, you don't need to worry. My stone house is missing everything. Just watch over your little grandson for me." "All right, go ahead. Let Chang'e go with you." Zhu Changzhong suddenly jumped out and said, Grandma, last time my second brother and little aunt went together. This time it's my turn." He grabbed Yao's arm and shook it, causing Sanbao and Yao's arms to wobble back and forth. He thought Zhu Changzhong was playing with him, so he happily showed a toothless smile, drooling all over. Zhu Zai disdainfully wiped him clean and said to Zhu Changzhong, "You can go with her, but you can't run around in the county town. I tell you, there are many kidnappers there. Now, there are no surveillance cameras. If you get kidnapped, it will be hard to rescue you. In the end, you might be sold by unscrupulous merchants to work in a mine, digging black coal from dawn till night. They give you 1 ban a day until you die from exhaustion or hunger." Zhu Changzhong screamed in fear. "Ah, little aunt, don't say that. I'm so scared. I promise I'll hold tightly to second brother's hand." If anyone tries to kidnap me, I'll give him second brother instead. Zhu Zai, young man, you have potential. Zhu Changyi, you really are my good little brother. Yao, after scaring him for a while, even risking selling her brother, he still wanted to go. How badly does this child want to go to the county town? The other children also wanted to go. After Zhu Changzhong succeeded, they all gathered around eagerly. Big Treasure looked at her eagerly, while Second Treasure pouted like a sausage. Even the slowest responder, Zhu Qianqian, after a 3-beat delay, hurried over happily, softly saying, "Little auntie, Qianqian wants to go too." Zhu Zia seemed like the Monkey King who returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, surrounded by a group of big and small monkeys, always popular. Third Treasure saw so many children jumping and bouncing, and he also became excited. His toothless smile grew even wider, and his drool flowed like a waterfall. Zhu Zia, feeling disgusted, gave up trying to wipe his face. All right, everyone stop arguing. This time little auntie will take second brother and Changzhong. Next time, others will go. Zhu Changyi hurriedly asked, "Little auntie, when will you go next time?" Little auntie still has many things to buy, so one trip isn't enough. Don't worry, everyone will get a turn. If not, little auntie can take you again. Oh, little auntie is so kind. Great. Next time, it'll be our turn. The little radish heads were easy to please. They listened to the adults and didn't throw a tantrum just because their wishes weren't immediately fulfilled. Zhu Zia was very satisfied. At this moment, they didn't yet understand the importance of educating children, but the children of the Zhu family were well behaved. They had innocence, but also understood adults. They had their own opinions and listened carefully when adults spoke. Zhu Zia thought that maybe in the future, she could also send her son to the Zhu family. Growing up in such a family with good morals, even if she, as a mother, was a bit inexperienced, she probably wouldn't hold them back much. After entertaining the little radish heads at home, Zhu Zia took Zhu Changyi and Zhu Changzhong to the county town. This time, they went directly to Uncle Yu's house to borrow a cart. Uncle Yu happily agreed, only reminding Zhu Changyi to take good care of his old ox. The old ox shouldn't be driven too hard and don't really whip it. His whip isn't for beating oxen. Zhu Changyi solemnly promised. Uncle, don't worry. I'll take good care of the old ox. Zhu Zia. There's a saying, but I'm not sure if I should say it. This scene reminded her of the 21st century, when men and women got married in church and the father-in-law and son-in-law had a conversation. Old Nyo. Zhu Changyi had also driven a bullock cart before, though he was a bit clumsy, but luckily old Nyo was gentle. The journey was slow and steady, and nothing unusual happened. Zhu Changzhong sat on the cart, very excited. Little aunt, what are we going to do in the county town? Shopping. I have many things to buy. You can think of yourselves as my free workers. Hey, what kind of work is that? It's more like helping out. What's that word again? Second brother? Zhu Changyi's thick eyebrows furrowed as he thought hard. After a while, he said, I don't know either, Zhu Zai. Unfortunately, the child was not very educated, and a simple, wow, was enough to express everything. Zhu Changzhong seemed to realize he was at a loss for words and felt a little disappointed for 3 seconds, then suddenly became very confident. When I go back, I will study hard with fourth brother. I'll be able to speak many words in the future. Zhu Zai nodded. Yes, you can learn from Changli. Changli is Zhu Er's second son, 14 years old, and a middle school student. He is the most honest boy in the Zhu family. Usually, he doesn't talk much, but when he does, he always has a gentle smile. He often wears a white shirt, giving off a gentle, jade-like vibe. He wouldn't be like Zhu Changzhong and the others, jumping around and shouting to avenge Zhu Zai. But his kindness is as gentle as spring rain, quietly nourishing everything. Every few days, he would bring back a piece or two of candy for Dabao and Erbao. After school, he would wash his hands first, then hug Sanbao and play with him happily. Sanbao really likes this cousin. Every time Zhu Changli hugs him, he drools happily. Zhu Zai thought that on this trip to the county town, he should buy a pair of shoes for Zhu Changli. Since he no longer stays at school, Zhu Changli walks there every day. His shoes are already patched twice because they're worn out. The boy is growing fast. The shoes that fit him half a year ago are now too small, and his big toe is already eager to see the world. Zhu Zai was thinking about buying things for her nephews. Zhu Changyi was honestly pulling the ox cart, while Zhu Changzhong was already thinking about having fun in the county town later. His lack of education only made him sad for 3 seconds. After that, he was happy again, like a little bird. The 3 relatives arrived in the county town. Zhu Zai took the 2 of them to a state-run restaurant. Zhu Changzhong was very excited. It was his first time at a state-run restaurant. When they returned to the village, he could brag to his friends about it. Zhu Changyi, however, was not very interested.
He frowned at Zhu Zai.
"Little aunt, are you going to leave us 2 again and go shopping by yourself?" Zhu Zai forced a smile. She was indeed planning to do that. Seeing her expression, Zhu Changyi immediately pouted. "Little aunt, you can't be so unkind. I want to go shopping with you." Zhu Zai said, "It would be better if you stayed here and ate braised pork with Changzhong." "Why do you have to go with me?" Zhu Changyi replied, "I've never spent money like this before. I just want to go with you and enjoy spending money." Zhu Zai was speechless. Did her nephews have a bit of a spendthrift side? Zhu Changzhong didn't know about the last time Zhu Changyi was left alone to shop by Zhu Zai. He didn't understand Zhu Changyi's point at all. He only felt that his older brother seemed to want to stop him from eating meat. Suddenly, Zhu Changzhong used his childish advantage and grabbed Zhu Zai's arm. "Little aunt, I haven't eaten at the state-run restaurant before. We don't need much, just 1 serving of braised pork." Zhu Changyi was unhappy. "What's so delicious?" "Nothing beats what little aunt makes." Zhu Zai said, "But I haven't tried it. Only you know if it's good or not." Zhu Changzhong said, "That's not true. My sister-in-law also ate it, and she took some home. Ask her if you don't believe me." Zhu Changzhong pouted and said nothing. In his mind, he thought, "Come on, what good words could she say?" Every day, he ate little aunt's cooking, but he never praised her. But his family's manners prevented him from openly criticizing his sister-in-law, so he kept quiet. Zhu Zai comforted him, saying, "Changzhong hasn't eaten here before. Changyi, you stay here and have a bowl of braised pork with him. I need to do something. When I finish, I'll come back to find you. Don't worry, this time I will definitely take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things." When they heard this, both of them smiled happily. Zhu Zai arranged everything for her 2 nephews before leaving. When no one was around, she hid in her space to get ready and then went to the black market. After getting used to it, Zhu Zai already understood how to sell things there. Carrying her large basket on her back and her small bag on her side, she started selling at the black market again. As soon as she set out 2 pounds of rice, a dark shadow suddenly flew past her. Zhu Zai immediately felt a chill down her spine. Was she running into undercover officers? Her fear only lasted 3 seconds before a familiar voice sounded above her head. "Oh, big sister, it's you. I've been looking for you everywhere." Zhu Zai. The speaker was the bearded man who had bought a lot of white rice from her before. He was speaking softly, acting as if he was sharing a secret. Zhu Zai looked around at a few curious onlookers nearby. "Really, if you can't speak softly, don't bother. There's no need to act so mysterious. You try to be secretive, but everyone around can see through it. What's the point?" Zhu Zai looked at the bearded man with a complicated expression. "Comrade, what do you want with me?" The bearded man looked around, then whispered mysteriously, "Big matter. Let's go to the side to talk. There are too many people here." Seeing more and more curious people gathering, Zhu Zai felt helpless. "Brother, can you stop doing that? When you say it's a secret, everyone ends up knowing. With your loud voice, we might as well be open about it." The bearded man sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and said, "Hee, I just have a loud voice. I can't change that." Zhu Zai, carrying her things, followed him through a small yard. Of course, she was not without caution. But firstly, she trusted her intuition about people. Although the bearded man's face didn't reveal much, his eyes were honest, and his manner simple, not like a bad person. Secondly, she was very strong now. Most men couldn't handle her. She quietly took a folding knife from her space and hid it in her pants pocket. Everything was ready, so she dared to go out and seek opportunities. In the small yard, the bearded man invited her into the main room. The main door of the hall was wide open, bright and spacious, allowing anyone to look inside. "Young lady, it's like this. The rice you sold last time was really fragrant. I called you here today to talk about that matter. I see you can get such rice, which is not common. So, do you want to work with us?" What was it called? Collaborate. Zhu Zai smiled to herself, expecting this. But she kept a calm face and sighed. "Well, the reason I could get such good rice last time was because of my great-uncle's second wife's sister-in-law's son, who brought it from afar. I don't have that kind of skill myself." The big man with a beard. "Young lady, don't joke around. I'm talking about serious business." Zhu Zai looked innocent. "I'm talking about serious business too." The big man with a beard. "Ha, repeat what you just said, and I'll count that as a loss. But this kind of talk doesn't scare a rough man. Talking like that to a skinny woman." The big man with a beard felt he was too rude. He still wanted to cooperate later, so he couldn't say things like that. He was so anxious, he scratched his head and ears. Finally, an old man, thin but with sharp eyes, stepped forward. "Ha ha ha, impressive little one. I was too hasty," he said as he walked to the main seat in the main hall and smiled at Zhu Zai. "I thought my nephew could handle this matter, but I underestimated you. Looks like I have to come personally to talk to you." The big man with a beard seemed a bit discouraged, but quickly regained his energy. He patted the thin old man's shoulder and said to Zhu Zai, "Young lady, look, this is my third uncle. Don't we look alike?" Zhu Zai: "Yes, we do, but what's with your excited tone?" The third uncle's smile disappeared instantly. Looking at the tall, strong man, he seemed to be looking at a dead pig. Meanwhile, the tall, strong man was still talking enthusiastically, saying, "That's because I follow my grandfather, and my third uncle follows my grandmother. My grandfather is tall, but my grandmother is thin and small like a chick." The third uncle. De Zhuang, shut up. This stubborn kid wouldn't even tell others about his family background when asked. He was quite confident, even before anyone asked him anything. "Sorry for making you laugh. My nephew had a head injury when he was young, so he looks a bit silly." Gao De Zhuang. How could he not know he had a head injury? Zhu Zai watched these two joking around and quickly made the atmosphere friendly, which made her like them even more. The small yard was not far from the black market. It seemed that even if this uncle and nephew were not the main people behind the black market, they must have some connections. She didn't believe that this big, rough man was truly foolish. He was just acting that way to protect himself, playing dumb to hide strength. She had seen many such people in her past life. Even if they weren't really foolish, Zhu Zai didn't think less of them or believe they were scheming. People live in the world based on their abilities. Thanks to their high-level conversation skills, Zhu Zai quickly learned something. She realized that people in this era are better at making others feel they are sincere, even when talking about business. "Old master, you're joking. Comrade Gao is straightforward and friendly. It's not like what you said. I think you're just being modest. Ha ha, little one, you're quick-tongued and sweet-talking." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they got to the main topic. "I won't ask where your rice comes from. I'll be honest with you, this rice is very good quality. I want to buy a batch from you. How much can you supply?" Of course, if it's a long-term deal, that would be even better. Zhu Zai hesitated slightly and said, "Long-term might be difficult because my second uncle's aunt." All right, just say you have relatives." Hee, mainly my relatives don't have that much power. But I do have a good batch of rice right now. My family mostly works in the fields and doesn't eat the finest grains. We usually eat coarse grains, so this batch of rice is extra." Gao Sanshu knew Zhu Zai was reluctant to reveal too much. But that didn't matter. The most important thing in cooperation is not to probe into each other's secrets. As long as he could get the rice, everything else was fine. "So, how much rice do you have left?" About 3,000 jin. "Good, I'll take all of it. I will give you $1 per pound. How does that sound?" Zuzi used to sell rice on the black market, with tickets costing 60 cents per pound, and without tickets costing 70 cents. He bought in large quantities and added a markup, showing he really needed this batch of grain. Zuzi has her own space, so her family won't have to worry about supplies in the future. Therefore, she doesn't want to do anything too greedy. Okay, deal. Once they agreed, Uncle Gao finally felt relieved. 3,000 pounds of grain isn't much, but it's not for ordinary people. Only a few families can afford to eat such high-quality grain. The lucky families sharing this grain are enough. They also discussed the time and place to pick up the goods, and then Zuzi left the black market. Of course, the rice in her basket and the eggs in her basket were also taken by Gao Dezhuang. She earned 22 yuan and left happily. At the state-run restaurant, brothers Zhu Changzhong and Zhu Changyi waited outside with an oiled paper package, stretching their necks to look for their little aunt. Where did little aunt go? Why is she so slow? Zhu Changzhong asked. She probably went to see someone her brother knows for some business. I don't know for sure. Zhu Changyi looked a bit disappointed. She hadn't come back after so long. Could she have gone secretly to enjoy herself and spend money? Zhu Changzhong suddenly jumped up and said, "You still call him little brother-in-law? Little aunt doesn't want him anymore. He's not our little brother-in-law now. Someone else will be that in the future." Zhu Changyi weakly replied, "Yes, you're right." No one was arguing with him anymore, and Zhu Changzhong felt bored again. I wish I hadn't come for braised pork. I should have gone with little aunt. Maybe I'd see something new. Zhu Changyi saw that he finally realized his mistake and got excited. I told you long ago, the braised pork here isn't as good as little aunt's. You insisted on coming. I just wanted to try it since I've never had it before. Besides, the ones you brought home were all eaten by my sister-in-law. Are you serious? You're just craving food now. While the brothers argued, Zuzi finally appeared. She was carrying a basket on her back and a cloth-covered basket hanging on her arm. From the way he walks, you can tell he knows a lot. Zhu Changyi's heart immediately sank. We agreed to go shopping together, but you secretly bought rice, flour, eggs, meat, and salt without telling me? Zhu Zai shouted. What are you just standing there for? Help me carry this. Zhu Changyi was too sad to move, and Zhu Changzhong was stunned by the supplies Zhu Zai brought out. After being called out, the two finally reacted. Wow, little aunt, what did you buy? Why is it so heavy? Lots of things. We'll look at them when we get home. Now, let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Changyi wants to experience the fun of spending money. Let's go. Zhu Changyi suddenly felt refreshed, like a dry tree blooming again, a long drought ending with rain. Little aunt, you didn't go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Yes, I promised to go with you. I've finished buying other things. Let's go buy some more now. Great. Little aunt, you're so kind. Zhu Changyi carried a basket on his back. Zhu Changzhong held a basket, and Zhu Zai was relaxed with both hands. The three relatives went shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative. They ran into the same salesgirl as last time, and she was quite excited. Hey, it's you again. What are you buying this time? Do you want some sesame oil? We've just received a lot of new goods, and they haven't even been sold yet. Tell me what you want. Chunmei said enthusiastically. For some reason, whenever she saw Zhu Zai, she felt she liked him and wanted to get close. It felt like being near someone like him could bring benefits. Maybe this is what they call a good match. Zhu Zai also had a good impression of this girl. After all, most salespeople looked down their noses, but she was so friendly that she stood out, like a gentle breeze on a spring day. She smiled and said, "This time, I brought my two nephews to buy things. They want to experience the joy of spending money." Chunmei looked surprised at Zhu Changyi's tall height and said, "Wow, your nephew is so big. That means your family is quite important." Exactly. Zhu Changyi blushed from the teasing, and his excitement about shopping and spending money faded. He pretended to be serious, looked around the counter, and didn't know what to buy. Zhu Zai chatted with Chunmei for a while, and finally, at Zhu Changzhong's request, they bought 2 bags of white rabbit milk candies, 10 pencils, and 10 notebooks. I bought 2 red hairbands for the young girls, Zuzhenchen and Zuxiangxian. In the end, Zuzi also bought a pair of yellow rubber shoes and 10 pairs of shoe soles in different sizes. Little auntie, who are the yellow rubber shoes for? For your second brother. Why does he get them only? Because he goes to school every day. When you start middle school, I will buy some for you too. Such temptations may or may not motivate Zuzi's enthusiasm for studying. Maybe it's a kind of educational investment. After talking a few more words with Chun Mei, the aunt and niece took their big and small bags and left. Chun Mei watched their figures walking away and couldn't help feeling emotional. Her eyes were right. This family definitely isn't short of money. She had just seen the meat peeking out of the basket, several pieces of good meat with fat and lean parts, and a large slab of lard. Who buys meat like that these days? Not only because they're reluctant to spend money, but also because they have no connections. People who can spend money and buy meat are also skilled in their own way. She secretly decided she must befriend this person. Zuzi and the others took their things to the cattle management office, paid 3 cents, and then hurried home by cart. Zuzi only noticed Zakongji's strange behavior halfway home. This guy is so quiet. He's not afraid of kids fighting, but he's afraid when they suddenly stop talking. The one in diapers might be playing with. The one in puberty might be missing someone. Thinking about Zakongji's age and the recent situation, Zuzi felt she might have figured it out. Hey, Changyi, do you like that girl? Zuzi, who's never given young people relationship advice, just asked directly. Zakongji's cheeks instantly turned bright red. Little auntie, what are you saying? Don't talk nonsense, you'll ruin her reputation. Wow, he didn't deny it and even worried about her reputation. This is probably solid proof. You're also at the age to think about marriage. What are you afraid of? If you really like her, next time we go to the county town, I'll help you ask around. If she's not engaged yet, we can find a matchmaker. Our Zizijia boys aren't bad either. If you're not interested, forget it. Hey, little auntie, you're too young to tease me. The person is a sales clerk from the county, earning a salary every month. I don't think I am worthy of her. At this point, Zhu Changyi's tone became more and more sad. Zhu Zai is not someone who blindly encourages others to pursue love. Whether it's worth it or suitable, you have to ask yourself. Alright, I won't interfere anymore. You should think carefully about it. Because of the beautiful sales clerk who appeared suddenly, Zhu Changyi, who had his heart stolen by a young girl, was somewhat distracted on the way. But Zhu Changzhong, still a young boy, was always excited. Little aunt, spending money is really fun. In the future, I want to earn a lot of money to spend on you. Zhu Zai smiled and replied, Good, I'll be looking forward to it. This time, the three of them were not so lucky. When they returned pulling the ox cart, many people saw them. The car was loaded with supplies, covered with cloth, but still made onlookers jealous and envious. Someone with a quick tongue spoke up. Oh, is this going to the county's big merchant? Getting a divorce and still managing to get rich. Zhu Changyi and his brother instantly blushed and looked angry. Zhu Zai looked at the speaker and smiled gently, saying, Yes, I used my dowry money to buy things. I don't know if a divorce can make you rich, but if you're curious, you can try. Zhu Zai's words, though smiling on the surface, were actually sharp and pointed. The woman was immediately silenced and glared angrily at Zhu Zai, refusing to speak. She didn't want a divorce. She didn't want to be abandoned. Seeing Zhu Zai's reaction, everyone swallowed their words. After all, she hadn't spent their money, so what she said was unnecessary. Zhu Zai's clever and subtle way of playing tricks was impressive. Just now, the fat sister-in-law, who was disliked by her husband and mother-in-law, was repeatedly urged to go back to her parents' house. Her husband even hit her, but she stubbornly refused to leave. But no one felt sorry for her.
Why?
Because she was lazy, cunning, and always trying to take everything for herself. She was so greedy, she even stole food meant for the children, making herself fat while the kids in the family were as thin as little chicks. Such a woman was unmatched in the Yu family village. Her biggest fear was someone telling her to leave her in-law's house. From the moment Zhu Zai appeared, she went straight for her most painful spot. She was ruthless. Zhu Zai saw everyone quietly shut their mouths, then forced a polite fake smile and urged Zhu Changyi to hurry the ox cart home. Zhu Zai was the first to get a little victory, and it seemed even the old ox seemed to walk with a more independent step. The others remaining in place, watching the ox cart's departing figure through the dust and dirt. That girl from the Zhu family is divorced now, and she's acting all proud about it. Now she talks differently. Exactly. When she was still a daughter-in-law at the Lao Gu family, she wouldn't even dare to lift her head when she saw people, let alone argue with them. She's been through the hardships at Lao Gu's, and she's completely changed. That's right. After walking through the gates of the king of, she came back like a phoenix reborn from fire. Fire-burned phoenix? No, it's phoenix rebirth, rising anew from the flames. Oh, no wonder she's always dealing with young intellectuals. She's good with fancy words. Who cares about phoenixes or not? It's making me hungry. I want to eat roasted chicken now. Roasted chicken? You're so fancy, and it's not even winter yet. You're already thinking about the new year. People nowadays are just empty inside and craving food. No matter what they say, it always ends up talking about eating. It's a common trait of this era that conversations often drift off topic in the same way. The villagers' gossip faded into the wind as the ox cart moved further away. Zhu Zai didn't mind. She just wanted to live her life comfortably. The noise of the ox cart was loud, and the children couldn't help but come out to show off. A group of little kids followed the cart, some of them playing with Zhu Changzhong. Seeing familiar friends made Zhu Changzhong even more proud. He puffed out his chest and looked so confident that people might think he had just won a battle. Changzhong calmed down. Don't show off so much. Zhu Changzhong awkwardly smiled, slightly slouching his proud posture, and whispered, Little auntie, my little brothers are all here. Please give me some face. Zhu Zai. Wow, he's so young and already cares about face? He's only 13. She thought middle school boy was a product of the internet age, driven by the explosion of information and technology. I didn't expect that. In an era when light bulbs were not yet common, her young nephew was already on the path of a second-year teenager, and he would never return. Could it be that being a second year is something ingrained in a man's DNA? Honestly, I don't really like second-year teenagers. Because her deadbeat, scoundrel husband was a typical second-year boy when he was young. He thought he looked cool, but every time she saw him, she felt embarrassed for him. When she was young, she liked the school hero who always wore a white shirt, gentle and refined, very similar to Zhu Chongli now. But later, the hero went abroad, and she never got the chance to confess. Sigh. If she had married the hero back then, it would have been a different story. The ox cart swayed slowly as it arrived at Zhu's house, and Zhu Zai pulled herself out of her memories. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, she was now a woman with love, wealth, and leisure. What some call a wealthy and noble woman. When policies relaxed, what couldn't she do? Besides men, she had everything else. So, returning home, she naturally couldn't avoid her mother's nagging. It was just about her spending too much money. With her extravagance, her dowry funds would be gone in no time. But her brothers, who protected their sister, heard this and advised Mrs. Yao to say less. In the future, they would earn more money for their sister. Mrs. Yao was pleased to hear this, took the opportunity to stop nagging, and didn't say more. Actually, she was just talking, but deep down, she loved her daughter more than anyone. If Zhu Zai ever ran out of money, she would be the first to open her purse. Dinner was ready, reheated braised pork packed from the state-run restaurant, another side dish. Mrs. Yao sighed. Oh, young people just don't know how to budget. Look at what we've been eating these days. Probably not as good as city folks. Zhu Zai knew her old habit of being stingy was acting up again, so she quickly comforted her. Hey, this is just to celebrate my new life. In the future, our family won't eat like this. Eating plain rice and vegetables every day, enough already. Mrs. Yao rolled her eyes at her. Pfft, you little rascal, when did I let you all eat plain rice and vegetables? I just told you you can't be so wasteful anymore. That's just a little more meat, and you call it being wasteful. You girl, go ask around whose family can eat meat once a month. Just adding a little more oil to the dishes is considered a good day. Unlike our family, we haven't gone a month without eggs and meat. Sister-in-law Zhu Er smiled as she explained to Zhu Zai, Isn't it, because this month has been a good one for us? Our little Sanbao is a month old. Our younger sister-in-law has come out of a tough time, and she even took back her dowry money. In the future, our days will get better and better. No wonder sister-in-law, Zhu Er is good at talking. She didn't mention Zhu Zai's postpartum nourishment provided by Aunt Yao, instead attributing the family's improved diet to celebrating good news. This kept Zhu Zai's pride intact and made Aunt Yao feel happy. Most importantly, she said this without any hint of flattery. Who wouldn't like such a kind and clever person? Zhu Zai thought that if her second sister-in-law were in modern times, she might even write a book called The Art of Talking. The sisters-in-law had already shown kindness, so it was Zhu Zai's turn to show her appreciation. She took out some notebooks and pens she bought for the children, giving each one a set, including Zhu Changming and Zhu Changyi. The children of the Zhu family loved to learn. They were very happy to receive new notebooks and pens, even Zhu Qianqian. Big and second children were also excited, holding their new notebooks and pens happily. Only Zhu Changzhong was interested in things outside of studying. Including the big and second children, all 10 notebooks and pens were handed out. Zhu Zai then gave Zhu Jinjin and Zhu Qianqian 2 small girls' red silk hairbands, and each of them got 2 big white rabbit candies. Finally, she handed Zhu Chongli a pair of yellow rubber shoes. Zhu Chongli's gentle eyes showed surprise and amazement. "Little auntie, what's this?"
This is just for you.
"I know it's hard for you to walk back and forth to school every day, so I want to reward you. Study hard from now on, and let's hope our family can have a college student someday." Zhu Chongli caught the yellow rubber shoes that Zhu Zai handed him and held them tightly without saying a word. His eyes turned red, and he kept his head down to hide it. His voice was gentle and hoarse as he said, "Thank you, little auntie. I will try my best." Zhu Zai was just offering a casual encouragement, but she didn't expect the young boy to take it so seriously. Zhu Zai quickly comforted her, saying, "Don't worry too much. If you don't get into a good school, it's okay. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're still young. Having too many worries can make you grow less tall." Zhu Zongli finally looked up and gave Zhu Zai a gentle smile. "I understand, little aunt," he said. Zhu Zai patted his shoulder and then said to the others, "None of you should be jealous of Zhongli. When you study hard and get good grades, your aunt will reward you. Especially you, Zhongzhong. You're only a year apart from Zhongli, but you're 2 grades behind." "That's not good." Zhongzhong had already quietly gone to the door, waiting for a chance to slip out unnoticed. But Zhu Zai caught him. He immediately shouted, Oh, I understand, little aunt. I will study hard from now on." After distributing the gifts to the children, everyone prepared to have dinner. Because of the pre-meal gifts, everyone found the food even more delicious. There was also an extra bowl of braised pork brought back from the state-run restaurant, making the meal even tastier. There wasn't much braised pork, only about 3 ounces. Zhongzhong had only tasted 2 pieces at the restaurant before packing the rest to take home. This boy looked carefree and lively, but he was very thoughtful about his family. To make sure everyone could have a piece, Yao Shi even cut the braised pork into smaller pieces. Everyone tasted it and agreed that Zhu Zai's cooking was still the best. Yao Shi even said that from now on, they shouldn't buy braised pork from the restaurant anymore. It was a waste of money. Among all the happy people, only Yu Jinji looked unhappy again. Zhu Zai bought notebooks and pens, but not for her daughter. She tolerated that. After all, she was just a girl, and she didn't expect her to go to college. But Zhu Zai bought red ribbons for Zhu Jinjin and Zhu Qianqian, yet she forgot her own daughter. It was obvious she didn't pay enough attention to her. She had just scolded her last time, so why was she so petty? Yu Jinji felt angry inside, but because of Zhu Zongming's previous warning, she didn't dare show her feelings openly. It was clear that people who didn't pay attention to her wouldn't notice her bad mood. Zhu San's wife looked at her briefly, then lowered her head, hiding her contempt. She was the person in the family who knew Yu Jinji best. Whenever she frowned, Zhu San's wife knew what she was thinking again. It was probably about arguing over small things, feeling that Zhu Zai bought things without considering her children. But she also didn't think about how young her own child was. Could her child write with the notebook she gave? Could her child use the red hair ribbon she handed over, with only tiny baby hairs? Everyone else could see the obvious problem, but Yu Jinji insisted on arguing about it. Zhu San's wife swallowed her bite of braised pork and sighed. Greedy people are never satisfied. Yu Jinji still didn't realize she had made a very bad impression in Zhu San's wife's mind, and she kept holding a grudge over the missing red hair ribbon for her daughter. Soon, she quickly let go of the thought and felt a little proud. Right now, they all didn't take her seriously. Just wait and see. Once she handles that matter, the Zhu family will praise her and support her. Then everyone will be around her, and Zhu Zai will have nothing to be proud of. After eating and resting for a while, Zhu Zai urged Zhu Chang'e to hurry and drive the ox cart so she could go to the stone house. Chang'e moved the things onto the ox cart. Later, take them to the stone house, and then deliver the ox cart to Uncle Yu's house. I got it, little aunt. Village Chief Yu had already brought the residence permit, and Brother Zhu and second brother Zhu also moved the grain over. Now, Zhu Zai could legally live in that house. Yao's wife held her third treasure and looked a bit uncomfortable when her daughter was about to tidy up the new house. Don't go. Your sisters-in-law already helped you today. The house is cleaned, and you don't need to do anything. Zhu Zai was touched by her mother and sister-in-law's kindness. Thank you, my dear mother, and thank you, my sisters-in-law. You are the most beautiful women in Yu Village. Go on, you're getting more and more unruly. Second sister-in-law teased Zhu Zai with a smile, while the eldest sister-in-law blushed shyly. As for the usually expressionless third sister-in-law, she was now trying hard to stay calm, acting like a serious, elegant woman. If it weren't for the evening dusk hiding her, her hot ears would have already betrayed her. You girl, you're already a mother, but you're still so careless. Wait a moment, I'll put down Sambao and go with you. Oh, no need. I just want to put things there, not do any work. You don't have to come. After saying that, she hurriedly urged Zhu Chang'e to drive the ox cart away.
Huh?
She was just deliberately going out at dusk. She still wanted to take things out of her space. If Yao Shi followed, how could she happily take things out of her space? Have you fed the old ox? Later, when you return the ox cart to Uncle Yu's house, remember to give him these 2 cornmeal buns. Zhu Zai reminded Zhu Chang'e. Don't worry, little aunt. The old ox has been fed and the cart is cleaned. I promise to return a brand new ox to Grandpa San. Zhu Zai. She felt like she understood. Being moody really is a trait ingrained in men's DNA. No wonder some people can leave for half a lifetime and still be young when they return. When they arrived at the stone house, Zhu Chang'e helped Zhu Zai unload her things, then went to Uncle Yu's house with the ox cart. He left Zhu Zai alone here to tidy up. He would come back later to pick her up and go home together. Inside the stone house, her sisters-in-law had already cleaned everything. There were 3 rooms in total. 2 rooms with heated beds on the sides, and the middle one was the kitchen, with 2 stove areas connected to the beds. Now, those 2 stove rooms were empty, like 2 dark mouths wide open. Zhu Zai thought, it looks like she still needs to find time to go to the county town and take out 2 big pots from her space to fill those mouths. She planned to stay in the west room, leaving the east room empty for now. De Bao and Air Bao were still young, so they could stay with her in the west room. The big quilt she took from Gu Jingfang's house had already been washed by Zhu Mu, and now it was brand new again. But Zhu Zai didn't really want to use it. She had plenty of things in her space. There was no need to use what the woman left behind. But a big quilt was a good thing, and she couldn't just waste it. Her family definitely wouldn't want her things. They would leave what they thought was good for her. She couldn't really say this reason out loud, or people would think she was being pretentious. If she didn't have her space, she would indeed be acting pretentiously. But since she had space, why should she force herself to feel disgusted? You can bring it over first and keep it as a favor, then secretly use it to expand your space. The meat and eggs in the basket have been given to the Zhu family. Zhu Zai plans to ask Zhu Changming to make a cabinet for her to store seasonings. After a quick look around, she filled in all the missing items in the house. At this moment, Zhu Chang'e also returned. Little aunt, are you finished tidying up? Let's go home. Okay, did you give the bread to Uncle Yu? Yes, I did. He didn't want it, so I secretly gave him a stone instead. He said it tasted just like the wood he got last time. The wood is the village chief's grandson. These 2 cousins share food, and exchange small gifts. Listening to the innocent interaction between the children, Zhuzai feels that the hardships she endured in her past life seem to be healed in this different time and space. She slept well last night. This morning, she said to Mrs. Yao, "Mom, I plan to move to the stone house the day after tomorrow. Today, I will go to the Gu family village to send a message to Demei so she can come and celebrate the housewarming with us. All right, you go ahead. I'll watch over Sanbao. Sanbao doesn't know much about what's happening. Usually, anyone in the Zhu family can hold him, and Zhuzai's reliance on her is not very strong. But Dabo and Erbao are more mature now. Perhaps because life in Zhu's family has been too happy and peaceful, they have returned to being carefree children and are even more attached to their mother. When they heard Zhuzai was going to Gu family village, both children wanted to go with her. Since it's not a big deal, Zhuzai agreed to take them along. She went back inside, took a bowl, and packed half a bag of honey sugar candies, then grabbed a handful of white rabbit milk candies before leaving with the children. The honey sugar candies are from Zhuzai's space. She tore open the packaging and put some in the bowl for everyone to share. Everyone in the Zhu family loved to eat them, especially Grandpa Zhu. Zhuzai didn't expect that her usually quiet, somewhat daughterly father was actually a sweet tooth. Maybe because the food in this era is too bland, both salty and sweet flavors are highly valued. She thinks that foods that are too greasy or too sweet are considered rare delicacies in their eyes. Since they all think it's good, giving some to her best friend is a nice choice. In the past, Lin Damei took care of her, but now it's her turn to help her best friend shine. Zhuzai still remembered the way to Lin Damei's house, but this was her first time visiting. When she stood outside holding her bowl, she overheard Lin Damei's sister-in-law, Wang Jinxiu, arguing at the door, accompanied by the crying of a little girl. Just a little girl, a useless brat, and she dares to fight with our Tai Zhu over toys. Why don't you just die from it? Wah wah wah, that's mine. Pfft, what's yours? You little girl, Zhuzai, along with her two children, went straight into the yard and saw that the crying child was Lin Damei's youngest daughter, 3-year-old Gu Xiaokui. Wang Jinxiu was holding a bowl, and beside her stood a boy about 6 or 7 years old, opening his mouth, waiting to be fed. It was clear that the bowl was snatched from Gu Xiaokui. "Xiaokui, come here, to Auntie." The little girl still remembered Zhuzai. Last time Lin Damei brought her to visit the 3 treasures at Zhu's house. Perhaps because Zhuzai showed a lot of kindness, the girl suddenly seemed to find a supporter. She stumbled over and threw herself into Zhuzai's arms, crying even harder. Now that Zhuzai was a mother, she was more tender and caring toward children than before. Seeing the girl like this, she felt an overwhelming sense of pity. "Be good, little baby, don't cry anymore. Look, Auntie brought you some delicious food. Smell it, isn't it fragrant? Do you want to eat? If you want to eat, don't cry, okay?" Seeing this, the second child also took a piece of honey cake from the bowl that the older brother was holding. He waved it at Gu Xiaokui and said in a sweet voice, "Look, this is honey cake, very sweet and tasty. Don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, I won't give you any." After saying that, the little hand shook the fragrant honey cake and stuffed it into his own mouth. His cheeks puffed out, and he earnestly explained to Gu Xiaokui, "Really very good, Zhuzai. If her second son had been born in her old times, he might have been a great food streamer." But just because he helped coax the child, it didn't mean Zhuzai would overlook him eating an extra piece of honey cake. Her mother's sharp eyes were obvious. The second child's small body trembled, and he blinked innocently twice. "Mom, what's wrong, Zhuzi?" "Haha, not much. Just watching my son perform tea art for me." Bao couldn't understand what his mother was saying and felt it wasn't good words. But he didn't know what to say, so he kept acting cute. He hoped his mother would forgive him for borrowing a little more honey cake to make the kids eat, just because he was cuter today. Maybe kids are naturally attracted to sweet smells. When they hear they won't cry and can eat tasty food, Gu Xiaokui stopped crying suddenly. Zhu Zi was once again impressed by her perfect crying skills. She always thought that in this era, everyone seemed to be naturally talented and authentic. Gu Xiaokui sniffled twice and then spoke clearly. "Auntie Yi, I want to eat that. Zhu Zi gently said, Auntie Yi can let you eat, but you just finished crying, so you can't eat sweets right away, or you'll cough. Can you promise, Auntie Yi, that after I give you some, you'll just lick it and wait a little before eating? Bao added. If you don't listen, I won't let you eat anything next time. Gu Xiaokui immediately nodded. I will listen, I will be good. Seeing how obedient she was, Zhu Zi didn't want to refuse her. She took her to wash her hands first, then took a piece of honey cake from the bowl. The girl was indeed obedient. Even though she really wanted to eat, she remembered Zhu Zi's words and just licked it to satisfy her craving, not gobbling it down. While comforting the girl, Zhu Zi ignored Wang Jinqiu and her mother and son the whole time. At first, the child was quietly eating the rice with pickled vegetables that Wang Jinqiu fed him, not paying attention to this side. Until Gu Xiaokui held the honey cake, and the smell from the big boy's honey cake in his arms reached him. Then he noticed the delicious food here. Mom, she's eating candy, I want to eat too. I want to eat. Hey, I know. I'll get some for you later. You said you're hungry just now, and you've only eaten half your rice. Finish it quickly. I won't eat anymore. I want candy. I want candy. Okay, you want candy. Mom will get it for you. After saying that, he quickly finished the rice in his bowl and then carried it over. Zhu family girl, why did you come? Look at what fun things you brought, making my kid drool and cry. What is this thing? Please give me a few pieces, so I can satisfy the child's craving. Zhu Zai, having experienced many top-quality things, was quite used to strange behavior like Wang Jinqiu's. He sat calmly, holding Gu Xiaokui gently, and looked at Wang Jinqiu with a faint smile, saying, Do I know you well? Coming up and asking for food. Are you a beggar? Wang Jinqiu thought she had already opened her mouth, so she must get what she asked for. But she didn't expect this divorced woman to be so arrogant. I asked you for something to show respect. You came to my house, don't be ungrateful. Zhu Zai sneered. Haha, I came to your house, not to ask for anything from you. Do I need your respect? And how much is your respect worth? I don't care. Wang Jinqiu was furious. She saw Zhu Zai mocking her, and behind her, the noisy crying of the children. Her eyes turned, and she rushed toward Daba. Since she couldn't get what she wanted, she decided to hit, and Zhu Zai had been prepared for her. She was used to dealing with shameless people like her. When she lunged forward, Zhu Zai didn't even stand up. She just kicked her directly. She knew she was stronger now, so her kick wasn't very hard, but Wang Jinqiu still sat down hard. This really angered her. Wang Jinqiu sat on the ground, crying and cursing. Oh, bullying people. Is there no justice? Coming into someone's house to hit people, her loud voice attracted some women nearby who hadn't gone to work, and they came to watch. At this moment, Lin Damei and her two daughters also ran back. Wang Jinqiu, do you have no shame? You're stealing my little Gu's food again. It turned out that Lin Damei's second daughter, Gu Xiaohua, had gone to report the news. Gu Xiaokui was young and sleepy, so she woke up late. Lin Damei usually served her food in the morning, kept it warm in a pot, and when she woke up, she let Gu Xiaohua feed her. There had been incidents before where Tai Zhu snatched Gu Xiaokui's food, but Lin Damei had dealt with him, so he didn't dare anymore. Since everyone cooked together, Lin Damei cooked more, so Tai Zhu never felt hungry. Because the day before yesterday, the two families had a fight. Although Auntie Huang fainted and the matter was left unresolved, Lin Damei decided to show her determination to split the household. So, she hasn't cooked with them these past few days. Wang Jinqiu's cooking is not tasty, and she hasn't been able to make the most of the simple ingredients to create delicious food for the children. Iron Pillar, who has been spoiled all along, couldn't take it anymore. This morning, while Lin Damei was out working, he snatched Gu Xiaokui's bowl. Lin Damei, full of anger, came back worried that her daughter was being bullied. But when she saw Gu Xiaokui holding a golden snack and sitting quietly in Zhu Zai's arms, she immediately felt a little relieved. After calming down, she spoke to her second daughter, Xiao Hua, go call grandma back. Xiao Yan, go call dad. Today, this family must be divided. Without us working hard outside to earn our share, Those heartless people at home are mistreating our children. Her two daughters immediately ran off to call people. The people nearby became even more excited, thinking there might be a big commotion. Lin Damei didn't care about what others thought. After giving instructions to her two older daughters, she hurried to check on her younger daughter. Yezi, thank you. Although no one told her directly, seeing Zhu Zai holding her younger daughter and noticing her little snack, she knew for sure that Zhu Zai was defending her daughter. Zhu Zai picked up Gu Xiaokui and smiled. Who am I to you? You're too polite. Gu Xiaokui, still young, had already learned to complain. Seeing Lin Damei coming over, she threw herself into her arms and, with her little mouth open, told her everything that had happened. Mom, Uncle's wife didn't let me eat and even took my bowl. Auntie, hello. Auntie, you gave me a knife to eat. Zhu Zai, that's not right. What knife? That's a cake called Honey Three Knives. Gu Xiaokui made a small mistake and shyly smiled, biting her lip. She leaned into Lin Damei's embrace, carefully licking her Honey Three Knives, and looked at Zhu Zai with shy happiness. Gu Xiaokui's voice was loud enough for everyone watching to hear her complaint. Immediately, she looked down on Wang Jinxiu, who was still sitting on the ground throwing a tantrum. You're such an old person, still doing such reckless things. It's not like there's a big famine now, why fight over food with children? Everyone's disapproving looks and contemptuous words instantly made Wang Jinxiu, who was still throwing a tantrum on the ground, become the laughingstock. Suddenly, a child's cry of "wow" sounded. Everyone looked over, and it was the little boy from the Gu family sitting on the ground, in a posture just like his mother's. It's easy to imagine that he had just been pushed down and sat on his bottom a second ago. The suspect, Daba, was several steps away from him. When everyone looked, his little feet were still moving to the left, trying to stay away from the scene, with a face full of "I don't know anything." Zhu Zai had never seen her eldest son show such a worried and serious expression before. For a moment, her curiosity overshadowed her concern about the incident. Her big son is really adorable. Meanwhile, Gu Taizhu, sitting on the ground, was acting like his mother, throwing a tantrum and shouting loudly, "I want candy. I want candy." The young boy, trying to imitate a stubborn rural woman, was quite convincing. Everyone frowned at this. If the Gu family's eldest grandson kept behaving like this, he might become useless someday. Only Wang Jinxiu, the mother, saw her precious son being pushed down and immediately rushed over to help him up, rubbing his bottom and comforting him. "My little treasure, let me see if you're hurt." Gu Taizhu, seeing his mother coming, cried even more loudly, almost shouting his heart out. "Mom, I want candy." "He pushed me." His dirty little finger pointed at Daba. Wang Jinxiu immediately glared at Daba and shouted angrily, "Why did you push my son? If you hurt him, can you pay for it? Taizhu is our family's precious grandson. Today, you have to pay me." Hearing about paying, Daba, who thought he had caused trouble for his mother, suddenly felt a bit panicked. But he still managed to stay calm and explained to Zhu Zai, "Mom, I didn't mean to push him. He was trying to grab the honey cake from my bowl." Seeing his scared but trying to stay calm little eyes, Zhu Zai felt a sudden wave of sympathy. She gently patted his head and comforted him. "Baby, you didn't do anything wrong. We have to protect what's ours, and we can't let shameless people take it away." Suddenly, she lifted her head and spoke louder. "These days, everyone knows how precious grain is. Who are you to take food from others? We are in a new society. We don't follow bandit ways. With someone like you teaching children, others won't dare to carry food outside. If they do, the little bandits will just steal it." Zhu Zai knew that empty words wouldn't work. Only when people realized their own interests were being harmed would they pay attention. Sure enough, after hearing Zhu Zai, the onlookers immediately turned their anger toward Wang Jinxiu. "Wang Jinxiu, how do you teach your children? Just because they eye other people's food, they can't go and grab it. Exactly, if they get hit for stealing food, they deserve it. These days, every child bumps into trouble growing up. Your son, Taizhu, fell, and then blamed others. If this keeps up, my children won't want to play with him anymore. We can't afford that, right? I'll tell my kids to stay away from him." Even with strict parenting, Children still like to carry bread outside to play and eat. Food is so precious. If they can't eat it at home, what's the point? The crowd kept criticizing Wang Jinxiu, and she suddenly found herself surrounded by blame. Before she could say anything, her son Taiju, hearing that others wouldn't let his friends play with him, got upset. He quickly stood up and shouted, "I'm fine. I can't let them not play with me." Immediately, Wang Jinxiu's face twisted in frustration. Zhu Zai remained silent for 3 seconds. Seeing her son, who was always causing trouble, she felt embarrassed for Wang Jinxiu. Luckily, her 3 adorable sons were very well behaved. At this moment, Lin Damiai's mother-in-law returned, along with brothers Gu Erniu and Gu Daniu, and village chief Gu Zhanhui. When Gu Zhanhui saw Zhu Zai was also there, he felt a headache coming on. Why was it that whenever Zhu Zai was around, family divisions always happened? He was a bit afraid she might show up again. Everyone had gathered, but they still argued about those issues. Gu Ernia's family was determined to split the family, but Granny Huang refused. Gu Dania's family hesitated. They didn't really want to split, but didn't want to lose face either. One side was firm, the other was pretending to be neutral. The situation remained deadlocked. Throughout history, family disputes are often quite similar. Like Zhu Ziyi, who accidentally caused a divorce while trying to split the family, such cases are rare, but do happen in small villages. When problems can't be solved, everyone involved feels upset and restless. Old Mrs. Huang was extremely angry and happened to notice Zhu Ziyi's figure. So, this usually sensible woman decided to take her anger out on Zhu Ziyi. "All your fault. You're the one who encouraged my daughter-in-law to split the family. You got divorced, and now you won't let others live peacefully. How can you be so shameless?" Zhu Ziyi sighed deeply. It's been many days since her rebirth, and she's gradually moved past her fake innocent act. Yet, someone still comes to vent their anger at her? Really, after a full month? You think I'm still a pregnant woman waiting to strike? Zhu Ziyi sneered at Mrs. Huang with disdain. I don't care about my reputation. You should worry about your own. Your eldest daughter-in-law is stealing food and taking jobs. She's shameless. I stand upright and honest. My divorce is because others wrong me. I want to give my child a better life. I didn't cheat on anyone or cause trouble. So, what's wrong with divorcing? I don't care about your family affairs. Today, I just came to bring some food for Damii. If it weren't for your precious grandson's bad behavior, taking after bandits and grabbing food, we would have finished delivering everything and gone home already. I know you're upset about the family splitting, but I'm not the soft type anymore. Anyone who's unhappy can take it out on me. If you have the courage, you should use it on your own family members. Restrain those embarrassing people so you don't get angry over them, and stop blaming me for your rotten family issues. Don't blame the hen for not laying eggs on the rooster. I don't have time to meddle in your affairs. If my good sister hadn't married into your family, who would bother to come to your house? Zhu Ziyi kept talking loudly, not even using a single dirty word, but her anger made her look like she wanted to peel her skin off. Even the onlookers couldn't help but touch their own faces, thinking, Zhu Ziyi's words are really sharp now that she's left the Gu family. As for Mrs. Huang, who was directly blasted, she wished she could just sink into the ground. If she were as shameless as Zhao Cuihua, she wouldn't feel so embarrassed and uncomfortable. She used to be a reasonable person who valued honesty. She wouldn't have refused to split the family if she didn't care about her reputation. Just now, she was so angry and upset, and her prejudice against divorced women made her lash out at Zhu Zai in anger. After Zhu Zai responded strongly, she realized she had been wrong. But in the countryside, people don't usually apologize. At her age, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She just stood there stiffly, unable to say a word. Lin Damii saw that her mother-in-law was actually pointing her anger at her own sister, and she suddenly couldn't hold back anymore. When Zhu Zai finished speaking, she said, Mom, I want to split the family. It's my decision. Don't accuse others without knowing the facts. Lin Damii was fed up with the delay over splitting the family and gave Gu Erniu an ultimatum. Erniu, I can't let my daughter be bullied every day. Today it's about the food, but tomorrow, will they start hitting her? My husband and I work outside to earn points, while someone else is at home scolding the children. I can't live like this. If you won't split the family, I will take the kids back to my parents' house. I will earn points there, and at least the children won't have to worry about being beaten. Gu Zhanhui is Lin Damiai's uncle. As the village head, he hopes for peace in the village. As her uncle, he also wants his niece to be safe. So he said to Annie Huang, trees grow branches, and you shouldn't cling to the old idea that parents and children must not split up. This is a new society now. Young people are moving toward a new life, and we can't stop them. Besides, your two sons are good boys. Even if you split the family, they will still be filial to you. Annie Huang, feeling stubborn, snorted. If they were truly filial, they wouldn't be fighting to split the family. After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Gu Erniu. But deep down, she was starting to waver. It wasn't just because Gu Zhanhui's words carried weight. Mainly, Lin Damiai had made it clear she wouldn't eat with them anymore these days. This family was barely holding together on the surface. Inside, it was already falling apart. Forget it. Let's split up. After all, this wasn't the first time. At least her son and daughter-in-law hadn't divorced. Auntie Huang hesitated for a long time and finally reluctantly agreed to split the family. All right, in the next couple of days, you all discuss the split. Once the two sides agree, call me over to write the documents. Seeing Auntie Huang nod in agreement, Gu Zhanhui felt relieved and immediately made the decision. The family dispute at Lin Damiai's house has achieved a partial victory. Next, the specific matters of dividing the family are now up to the family members themselves. Dividing a family is costly. Even a single chopstick or bowl must be split. No family division is as simple as the Gu families, mainly because Zhu Zai no longer plans to stay there. Even without space, she wants to find a way to escape that trap. People lost interest in the commotion and gradually left. In the end, only Zhu Zai and the two children, Daba and Erbao, remained. Lin Damiai took Zhu Zai into her room, and the two friends finally had time to share their feelings. Finally, the family is divided. I can finally breathe easily, Lin Damiai sighed, holding her chest. Congratulations. Now you can start a new life. Oh, what new life? Just as long as I stay away from my sister-in-law, that's enough. Yes, from now on, you can live your own life. She has no right to interfere. Lin Damiai then held Zhu Zai's hand and said, my mother-in-law was just angry and spoke without thinking. Don't take her words to heart. Gu Erniu was sitting at the door holding his little daughter, and now he looked up with a red face and said, Zhu Maisie, my mom didn't mean it badly. Please don't take it to heart. Zhu Zai smiled. It's okay. I'm straightforward too. I just argued with the old lady. Don't take it personally, Lin Damiai said. Oh, that's nothing. Just a few words of argument.
Besides, she started it.
I know what kind of person you are. That's good that you're not angry. Here, I brought you some honey 3 knives and white rabbit candies. The day after tomorrow, I'll move into a new house. You should come and have a drink. Lin Damiai was surprised. What? You're moving the day after tomorrow? So soon? Yes, you and Erniu and the kids should come. I want to cook myself and show off my skills so you can cooking. Daba carefully handed a bowl filled with honey 3 knives to Gu Xiaoyan, Lin Damiai's daughter. Gu Xiaoyan stared blankly as she took it. She's 10 years old, and she's never even heard of something called honey 3 knives. But this thing really looks tempting. Golden yellow, oily, with sesame seeds sprinkled on top, and a sweet, fragrant smell wafting into her nose. Her mouth couldn't help but water. Not only had she never seen such a scene, but no one in the house, except Zhu Zai and her mother, had seen it either. Lin Damiai was very surprised. She quickly grabbed the bowl and handed it to Zhu Zai. This is such a precious thing. You just give it to me so openly? Are you crazy? No matter how much dowry you have, it will run out someday. I know you're heading toward a new life, but don't be so proud. Take it back quickly and give some to Daba and Erbao. And what about your children from your family? Although Gu Xiaoyan and her sisters longed for it, they didn't cry or make trouble when they heard their mother say this. Gu Xiaoyan, who was 10 years old, was mature and knew how to control herself. Gu Xiaokui still had half a piece in her hand, showing she was no longer hungry and wasn't worried. Only Gu Xiaohua, a 6-year-old girl, didn't hide her feelings well. She was almost drooling over the bowl, wanting to look away, but unable to resist. Her little mouth was tightly closed, showing with her face, "I won't eat. I won't be greedy. I don't want it." Her small appearance melted Zhu Zai's kind heart. She took the bowl handed over by Lin Damei, squatted down and divided 2 pieces for Gu Xiaoyan and Gu Xiaohua. "Be good, try the delicious food Auntie Yi brought. Is it tasty?" The 2 little girls stared blankly, still afraid to eat, trembling as they looked at Lin Damei. Zhu Zai immediately said sternly, "Eat quickly, or Auntie Yi will be angry. Children are easily frightened." Hearing this, the 2 girls hurriedly put the food in their mouths. Then, their taste buds, which hadn't tasted sweetness in a long time, were instantly captivated. Gu Xiaoyan was okay, but Gu Xiaohua's eyes filled with tears from the sweetness. "It's delicious, really delicious." Zhu Zai then stuffed another piece into Lin Damei's mouth. "Try this, I brought it especially for you. The children are just extras. You must eat it," she also said to Gu Xiaokui, who was struggling to get out of her father's arms. "Xiaokui, come over and take 2 pieces for your dad to try." Gu Xiaokui hesitated for a moment, turned around, and handed the half-eaten honey 3 knife with the remaining sweetness to Gu Erniu.
"Dad, you eat this."
"I'm worried you'll get too eager and cry from greed." Gu Erniu held his little girl, who was leaking warmth, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. "It's obvious you want to eat something even sweeter." Both Zhu Zai and Lin Damei were amused by the clever and mischievous Gu Xiaokui. Lin Damei still wanted to give Daba and Erbao some treats, but Zhu Zai stopped her. "Don't give them any more. They've already eaten today. These things are sweet, and they shouldn't have too much at once. After the kids finish, remember to give them a glass of plain water. Otherwise, they might cough." Lin Damei replied, "Oh, I understand." Zhu Zai talked with Lin Damei for a while longer, then prepared to leave. She refused Lin Damei's offer to see her off, so Lin Damei watched as the mother and children walked away. When Lin Damei returned to her room, she saw Gu Xiaokui holding 2 white candies in her small hands. Gu Erniu and her 2 older sisters were standing nearby, staring blankly. "Where did these come from?" she asked. Gu Xiaokui shyly said, "I found them under the quilt." Gu Xiaoyan said, "Mom, Aunt Yi probably hid them under the quilt because she was afraid you'd refuse." Moved by Zhu Zai's kindness, Lin Damei's eyes welled up with tears. She said, "Humph, look at what your sister-in-law says. The sisters I have are better than her own family. Does she still say I'm a silly older sister? That I always take things outside? I give to Yezi just as much as I give to her." Gu Erniu comforted her. "Yes, my wife is the kindest. Bah, the kids are still here. What are you talking about? I'm not lying. My wife is just kind and has a good heart." Gu Erniu smiled foolishly, looking at Lin Damei with love in his eyes. Everyone said Lin Damei was a simple, kind-hearted older sister who sewed well. But Gu Erniu didn't mind. That was exactly her caring nature. He liked her kindness. Lin Damei blushed from his gaze, turned her face away awkwardly, and said, "Humph. Today, Yezi brought me some things." Everyone saw. "You should also take a couple of pieces to your mother so your sister-in-law doesn't go around talking again." Gu Erniu reassured her, "Don't worry. We're about to split the family. Whatever she says later won't matter." "Humph. The family separation papers haven't been signed yet. We can't relax for a moment. Who knows if your mother will change her mind?" "How could she change her mind? The village chief and everyone are watching." "Humph, we'll see." Usually, with Lin Damei's personality, she would give her mother-in-law half of anything she received from anywhere. But today, her mother-in-law's behavior really angered her. Since she said that Zhu Zai's things weren't good, she doesn't deserve to eat what Zhu Zai brought. If she weren't afraid that Wang Jinxiu would cause trouble outside, she would have no reason to refuse. She didn't even want to give her these 2 pieces. But since she gave her half a bowl worth over 20 yuan, she let her taste 2 pieces, even though she didn't crave them, which made her feel even more upset. Still, Giving her these pieces was her way of showing respect. No matter what, she could say she wasn't in the wrong. Lin Damei, who had made up her mind, really had Gu Erniu deliver 2 pieces of honey cake to Granny Huang. Granny Huang was so angry she wanted to throw the bowl, but she couldn't bear to do it. Her mood was stuck in a bad place, up but also down, and she couldn't vent her anger. Gu Erniu didn't understand the feelings between women at all. To him, it was enough that his wife thought of his mother. And this was something Zhu Zai had sent. His mother had even mentioned her before. Being able to send her 2 pieces showed his wife's kindness. What he didn't know was that she didn't even eat those 2 pieces herself. Not long after he left his mother's house, Gu Taizhu, who had just cried his heart out and then stared fiercely at Lin Damei's house, rushed in. Granny Huang, who had just received the honey cake, hadn't even had time to complain when Gu Taizhu grabbed a piece and shoved it into her mouth, swallowing it greedily. In the blink of an eye, the 2 pieces of cake were gone. Gu Taizhu, still wanting more, said, "Grandma, second uncle is so stingy. He only gave you 2 pieces. What is this? It's so delicious, I want more." Granny Huang held an empty bowl, feeling complicated and speechless. At this moment, she truly didn't know how to speak. Her second son was stingy, but still brought her 2 pieces to taste. Her eldest grandson, Baobei Dan, didn't leave her a single piece. But she decided to let it go. After all, he was her only child. The child was still young. When he grew up, her Taizhu would surely be more sensible. Granny Huang comforted her grandson, but she didn't have the face to ask Lin Damei for more. Lin Damei, who had a good relationship with her, was willing to give her everything. If their relationship was bad, she would think even half a bun was too much. The main house and the second house were arguing like this, so Lin Damei wouldn't give her anything. Even if Granny Huang tried to act like a respectful mother-in-law, Lin Damei wouldn't fall for it. Moreover, Granny Huang didn't dare to show off too much in front of Lin Damei. After all, the village chief was her aunt's son. Finally, she was just tired of her greedy grandson. Gu Taizhu kept whining and throwing tantrums, but it was no use. Frustrated, he stared at his 3 older sisters, hoping to something from them. But surprisingly, the 3 girls weren't fools. They didn't come out to eat, so he couldn't find a chance. In the end, he just licked the sweet taste in his mouth and went out to play with his friends. Gu Dania's house was not close to Zhu Zai's ex-wife's home. When something happened to Gu Dania's family, no one from the old Gu family paid much attention. But since the children had nothing to do, they ran around the village, all familiar with each other. After leaving home feeling upset, Gu Taizhu wanted to find his friends to feel better. Today, he had eaten something delicious he'd never had before. Although he hadn't eaten enough, he still wanted to show off a little. While bragging to his friends, Gu Dong and Gu Shi arrived. "Really, I really ate that tasty thing today. Don't believe me? Smell my breath. I still have a sweet smell." Gu Taizhu opened his mouth wide for his friends to smell. And surprisingly, they really did smell it. "What did you eat? I want to try too." The friends drooled, eager to taste the sweet flavor. Gu Taizhu scratched his head in frustration and said, "I don't know exactly. I think it's called Li's sand cake, just some kind of cake. I want to try that sand cake too." Gu Taizhu couldn't fulfill his friend's wishes. He still wanted to eat more. Suddenly, he saw Gu Dong and Gu Shi and brightened up. "Ask Jin Bao and Yuan Bao for some. The sand cake I ate was brought by their third aunt."